Futures clawing their way back to the upside here this morning as we get going on an important Tuesday. Welcome into CPI day. We'll get the December reading on inflation coming up at 8:30 this morning. ADP number before that at 8:15. That's a weekly ADP print this morning. Could have some implications for the overall market as well. As we kick off earnings season, also banks coming through starting today, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We'll get all of the big banks all in one group for the first time in a while. JP Morgan absolutely crushing it this morning, right across the board. Basically record numbers wherever you look for JP Morgan. Not really doing a heck of a lot, though, as far as price action is concerned. A little bit choppy to start things off, as is the overall market. That's how things are setting up right now for the S&P. Basically where we went out after the close yesterday. A lot of economists pointing to the possibility here that this CPI print this morning could be a little bit of an uptick once again, which could bring back in that Fed conversation. Lots of question marks around how that's going to play out over the coming days and weeks with the probe still up in the air. There's a lot of people on the Republican side of the aisle yesterday with pretty strong opinions, I think, against this, suggesting that the market is definitely wanting independence for the Fed.
No surprise, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, among the names that you're alluding to, Brendo. It's really gonna end up being this way. There's gonna be the old group who kind of wants to insist on Fed independence. We'll have to see how it all turns out. There's a whole lot to talk about today, guys. L3 Harris, you're up big to start the morning on a $1 billion contract from the Pentagon, up over 11%. Intel and AMD also up sharply this morning. Both the nod from KeyBank Capital into about 3.5, 2 and a third for AMD. Brendo, they're down about over 2% on the back of smartphone weakness. We've been talking a lot about this. These chip makers are really focusing the majority of their inventory for AI as opposed to handsets. So some possible weakness in that group.
Outside of that, Delta moving around here this morning, well, on the back of their earnings report. Pretty good numbers for Delta, forecast as well. Stronger than expected. But I think the question mark here came with how they expect some of these gains to come, because I mean, you and I have talked about this in the past. They pointed straight at the front end of the plane.
Exactly.
And said this is where everything is going to come from going forward. It actually puts a lot of question marks around the economy class and the people who are buying the economy class, suggesting that it's that end of the economy that's still struggling.
The K-shaped economy that we keep talking about. Yeah. But Brenda, I was watching a little bit of a micro documentary. It was about American Airlines, but it still rings true. They want half the plane to be premium, and they want the other half to be economy. Here's why. For the same flight, it was a $4,500 6-hour flight, 6-hour Austin, Philly to London or something like that. $4,500. That equivalent ticket in economy was 500 and change. So do the math there.
I was reading a note on the weekend actually about this. I was noticing some of the in Canada, two major airlines, I guess it is, duopoly of some sort. Air Canada, however, came out with their new seating map for. It's not the biggest plane they have. It's the 787, which is I think like the medium size, wide body still, but still the medium size. And it was the same. It was 50% premium and then 50% economy. So I think more and more.
That's where they make money.
Airlines going that way.
That's where they make money.
Yeah. So we'll watch Delta. It's down here this morning, but trying to get a bounce now. Not a heck of a lot of volume behind that, but focus on the banks. Focus on JP Morgan specifically, guys. Pretty impressive here right across the board.
Good morning. It's always impressive with JP earnings, though. What's not impressive is the amount of the stock moves. It just feels like that's always the case. I mean, it's up. I mean, at less than 0.5%. I mean, it kind of just jumps around on any single print here. But when you get that big of a beat, we're never really shocked by how big the moves are or how big the beats are. Say how big the numbers end up being, and usually you get Jamie Dimon with a cautious tone. He likes where the economy is at. He says maybe there's some underestimating of some geopolitical risk going on for the overall economy. But ultimately, kind of slow action for now with JP. With I think the rest of this week, like Wells City, probably going to offer a little more in terms of volatility. I'm willing to bet off of their earnings. But for now, I mean, like, they're not down 5%, right? So it's not like it's getting sold off. I think it's obviously, going to be a good sign in there. But the big movers, I mean, some of the big movers right now, you're looking at AMD and Intel on a key bank upgrade. Those have to be in watch. I think you guys mentioned Boeing, Delta with a Boeing order. Boeing had a big day yesterday. A little continuation action potentially here today. So the market's relatively flat, slightly to the downside. And the JP Morgan didn't really do much for us. Like, JP Morgan's action after earnings was about as lively as the Steelers' offense last night.
Yeah, we knew that was going to be a little bit of a funny game there yesterday. Yeah, not much going on right there. The Houston defense, we knew it was going to shut them down. I mean, Stroud played like garbage. He got his 3 picks in the first half, and this was still winning.
Well, the fumble
yeah, the turnovers. Sorry, not just the picks.
He was a crazy.
But yeah, I'm still bitter. Jordan Love goes for 300 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, and loses the game. The third time that's happened, something like that. Okay, so yeah, JP Morgan, good day today. We'll see if they can hold the bid. Pretty tough to trade it on earnings. They have to hear what the conference call has to say. But yeah, double beat both in top and bottom line. Just 103 billion forward guide for net interest income. Like, crazy how much money these guys continue to make. So we like that stock. Yeah, a lot of good names to look at today. I mean, Bitcoin's back to 92,000. We'll have a check there. The market's going to open up relatively flat, right? ES down 0.1, Nasdaq down 0.2. So we'll see if something goes on there. The CPI print that Brandon and Shreve had alluded to should be somewhat interesting. And not moving around too much. Nice move down yesterday into the afternoon print, and flat, completely flat on the day, 0.3. So I think we are data dependent. And of course, we talk about sports, we talk about the Maple Leafs, who are now undefeated in the last 10 games, 8-0-2. Just beat the #1 team in the league in their bar in Colorado. So, and here I am last night watching a little bit of the game and buying my daughter another stick online. So you know how that all goes. So that's fun. Yeah, Bauer had their Twitches on sale, from $300 down to $200.
So, I mean,
you gotta buy it.
Of course you have. Deal's a deal, man.
That's the worst part for me is I don't buy anything, but if it's on sale, I'm like, okay, I'll take it. It's like so stupid. But
you have to look at it this way: like, you're going to buy it probably at some point anyway. So when there is
she doesn't really need one, but it's just a little bit of a higher flex. So hopefully she can get more goals. That's the thing about all this equipment, man. It's like all these baseball bats everybody buys, like on our team. It's like these kids that can't even hit, like they're coming up with literally $500 bats, and then they're getting like another one the next week. It's so ridiculous, the equipment, how much these things cost these days. But it's because it's stuff that they're made from. Like, these sticks are so light, and everything is
such huge business now.
Maple Leafs winning is crazy. Yeah, 8-0-2 in their last 10 games.
The city would go nuts. But we'll see. We have a long way.
You know what I was thinking about this?
Still a long way to go.
I've had a really bad year sports-wise, okay? Because think about all the hard that there's been here, okay? So the 3 major teams for me, and you can include you in this too because of the Bills, okay? So we had the Blue Jays. What's the worst way to lose? Okay, so we had the Blue Jays lose the World Series in Game 7, but the thing about that loss was at least it was back and forth.
It was one of the greatest.
Right, so it was like you're watching the game. We could win, we could lose. We had about 5 straight times where we should have won. It was
amazing.
And so that was good. And then we had the Maple Leafs lose in Game 7 where they didn't even show up against Florida Panthers. They lost like 6-0 or something.
That was brutal.
Right, so that was like, okay, so you're watching it, you're so excited about it, but right from the first period, it's over with. Yeah. So you rip the Band-Aid off early, and then the Packers, completely opposite style, where they had a 98% chance of winning with 4 minutes left and still lost. So I was wondering what the worst way of losing was. A back and forth push and pull game in Game 7 of the World Series. That kind of hurt, but the good thing is we made it at least. And you enjoyed the run, and you had a great game other than the very last play.
I'm biased because that was like one of the single greatest sporting experiences of my life. So
yeah.
It's hard. Here's, is it Bills?
That's what I'm saying.
Fan,
way to lose is okay that way.
The Bills fan, like when you choke, or choke's the wrong word, but when you feel like the Packers, here's the best way to explain it. If that game gets played 10 times, and the quality of the way people play, the quality of the way people played that game repeats itself, and you have like the minor bounces here or there. I think it's like 7 or 8 at a time. 7 or 8 out of 10, the Packers would win that game. Okay. Just based on the talent was at the field and the way they schemed it and all that kind of stuff. it just all of the single plays broke the Bears' way.
So which way do you think is the like for me the biggest heartbreak of all of those ways of losing is the Blue Jays because of how close they were.
I can't.
The heartbreak.
That's
I'm saying
what
because when you're watching the Leafs, they just okay, if the Blue Jays were down 8-0 after 3 innings in Game 7, it would have been like okay, whatever.
I actually disagree. I actually disagree. And, the funny thing is, I would have felt that way if not for how unbelievable the experience was. Like, I came away from that game thinking I should be feeling dejected right now, but I was on a high of I cannot believe how great this team played. The unbelievable, they played out of their minds. And once you realize that, it's like, what are you supposed to do?
But to me, that's but that's why it's the hardest to lose because at least like the Maple Leafs didn't show up, they didn't deserve to win. The Packers completely blew it.
A player, I might agree with that.
Yeah.
But as a fan, seeing boys play that hard, I'm like, that makes up.
And then plus,
I can't feel bad.
Also, I think the Blue Jays is the worst because it is the World Series, right? It's like it's such heartbreak. Like you go from basically heroes to just another mark in the record books, right? Like at least the Packers.
All the teams.
No, but I'm saying the Pack. No, not really, because sometimes you go to the World Series and you get swept or you lose 3-1 or whatever. The Blue Jays were the underdogs heading into that.
Exactly.
They played amazing and still should have won, but didn't win. To me, that's the biggest heartbreak easily. It's like I wasn't that upset at the Maple Leafs. They just didn't play that well, and then the Packers just kick you in the face and it's over with. The Blue Jays is like pulling at your heartstrings the whole game, which makes sports exciting. And I mean,
that's what's so much fun.
That's the whole point about it. But it was what an interesting year around here for sports-wise. So it's
get the potassium, they say. In the chat.
Yeah,
it's one of those. It's just a staple. You got to eat your fruits and vegetables. I got my. Well, I haven't even eaten the brunch.
Neil likes them
crazy.
I got a bit more ripe.
I do like the bananas ripe. So I'm eating the one from the day before. We had this like. What's the name for this? It's like. Shashuka. Shakshuka.
Shakas.
Yeah. It's like egg, a little bit of like salsa, tomato sauce. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it was pretty good there. Good breakfast. They've now got the message, and there's no more, peanut butter and jam or waffles or pancakes. Or we've got them in a headlock one day. It's never returned.
Elbow drop.
Yeah. Shreve saw the guy. And was just like, I went back there and he like had the guy in like a headlock, and I was like, this is too much.
That convinced him to stop bringing carbs. It was after the conversation you had with Michon that all of a sudden the protein started showing up en masse. And more thankful to you, I could not be, of course.
Just doing boss-like things, you know. But no, Sharif really had the guy in that. No. Okay, so anyways, we had. Look, I want to thank everybody for yesterday, man. And Joe and I went back and forth a little bit last night, and we had a bunch of fun, right? I mean, that was a lot of fun giving Obi the gears for his illegal picks, and then going back and forth with Joe about his rich tech robotic and things like that, and some of the good talk.
Wait till Sidhu has an offering.
Until we had some fun there. So thanks everybody for watching yesterday. That was a lot of fun. So we had a great time there. And we'll keep talking about it. We'll show you guys the picks. I believe Adara had done. Actually, I forgot to retweet if she got that out. So I'm gonna double check and retweet that out. And you kind of can see all of our picks. But that was a lot of fun. We'll update them maybe monthly or whatever, it's daily on the screen there with our system. But it's 8:30, right? We have the numbers coming out. So join us for that. Don't leave us, that's for sure. 325 right now for JP Morgan. Nothing's really going on here in the bank side of things. I just see gold trying to go upside right now a little bit ahead of the economic numbers, CPI, the exact look for this at 8:30. There's a whole bunch. CPI year over year 2.7 expected for 2.6. So instead we look for a little bit of a hotter print coming through. I thought silver was up a lot more than gold today. Hold on a second. Gold up 1/4 point, silver up. Yeah, so there it goes, man. Silver kicking it again one more time. So there it goes upside. Thank you, Randy, for the banana. And I think we're getting another hookup right here as well. Randy, the weather's getting pretty nice outside. I don't. You still got snow up in your? Yeah, okay.
Gonna last.
Because it was like 4 or 5 degrees here on the weekend. I feel like. Tropical. Did you guys get warm or no?
I know you didn't just say shorts weather. Randy just said it's shorts weather. It's not.
There was a guy at our hockey that was talking about wearing shorts, so you're not alone. That's for sure. All right. Yeah, that's right. We're covering. I'd like to see the mic kind of looks cool there.
Yeah, but it doesn't work.
I
Let's
know,
go to
that's
the
why it's
desk. We do have, I
fake
believe,
prop.
the first number of the day just dropped.
You did?
ADP, the employment change on a weekly basis. This is not updating in front of me yet, but as you said, the time would indicate that this should be out already. So 11.5, I don't know, are you seeing that anywhere? 11.5 thousand, this site is not updating in front of me, guys. So 11.5 thousand is expected. This is just the weekly ADP number, so nothing significant. Shouldn't move the market anyways, but I'll throw it up on screen whenever it comes out. There's, again, the big numbers, core inflation, CPI, month over month, all coming at 8:30. We get new home sales at 10 a.m. this morning as well. There's some Fed speak later on in the afternoon as well. But just awaiting this weekly number, guys.
Yeah, here. It's
Right back to us. Okay. Yeah, we're nothing
Always
happened.
got to catch me finishing.
I was actually eating a part of the banana. People are like, "Oh, you guys got to eat the banana." I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll eat the banana."
No, the reaction here really is, I'd say it's a continuation of metals right now, because a bit of a reversal, breaking up 52-week highs on SLV. This is the funny thing about this stock is like most of the days in here are actually inside days. Like you're getting really good gaps, and you're not really having too big of an intraday range, or at least not bigger than like the norm. Like you're essentially, if you get $2 or $3 out of a silver on the day, that's pretty much been it every single time. So there we go, the actual ADP employment change. It's weekly, so 11.75 versus 11.5 previous. The NASDAQ literally did not move on that. The ES absolutely not moving. We're still chilling at where we were before. It really is just silver breaking another all-time high. It's always the same thing. When I'm looking for that support, if we end up with an inside day, then I got to move up instead of 76, at least for now, maybe look at the 77 or just the prior day high bounce play. Because you essentially with this, you get the one dip, and then there's your long move. And it's like you try to scalp as many times as you can inside of that range, take the move, maybe you get one more dip by, but that's all you can ask for. This is actually moving. Not a single stock that I was watching outside of SLV here did much on that ADP, but this was already going.
Yeah, so silver can go based on obviously a weaker U.S. dollar. So as the U.S. dollar continues to kind of hover here, it just creates an easier cost to borrow. It's cheaper to hold the U.S. dollar, silver, if the U.S. dollar continues to go a little bit lower priced in U.S. dollars. But the carry trade potentially here for a lower rate environment, right? I mean, silver and gold, if the rates can remain low, again, it's cheaper to borrow to get into margin plays with the silver, with the gold. So as we continue to see a little bit of a weaker dollar, that should help the silver trade. And then, talk of basically no cut. I mean, yesterday we were at 90, I don't know, what is it, 94% or something? Yeah, there it is, 95% chance of no rate cut. So, an environment of steadiness helps. If this was potential for a cut, you could see more money going into equities rather than metals, precious metals. Industrial still does, silver still does have industrial uses, obviously, as we continue to watch out for the, the build outs that's happening in the data centers and whatnot. And it's why, well, you chose FCX, but it's a good idea, to also look at a copper and things like that as, we continue to use copper wiring for the home buildings and then the data center build outs, connecting everything all together there, the EVs. So there are lots of base use cases for some of these metals, including the silver and the copper trade, as we had just mentioned. So, yeah, so they continue to go one way. It seems like only up these days. I mean, copper's been an absolute beast, man. Like maybe 10 red days in the last 20 last 30. It looks like there for copper. So straight up. Nothing's really hitting on the scanner right now. I mean, Data Vault. Wow, I can't believe this DVLT is now under $1.
Crazy.
Or can I?
Well, I mean,
like we sat here and said this $1.50 on this name for weeks. That was a great out for anybody that was able to get that. And now that it's all the way back under here, that rate there, like, you know what, I should have just chose this as one of my shorts. Like that was boom, right into there, $1.50. We'll see. I don't know if it's going to be a short now, but all the way back in right there. So yeah, nice move there for Data Vault today. Just trying to see, like, it's done 2 million shares and nothing's really hitting on the hot list right now. Everyone's going to be waiting for the CPI inflation print coming through. It's Nvidia, Tesla, DVLT, Palantir 180. Like, there's nothing really kicking right now. So yeah, we'll wait for it, guys. 10 minutes to go, Brendan, and before we get this number. So all is quiet on the stock front for now. Even the bank stocks not really moving around.
Kind of normal. I think the other banks, I think, will be a little bit more exciting than JPM. But RCAT's moving around a little bit here, 5%. Kind of has an interesting high up here, like 1275. I'm guessing Sharif with the bang is interested in looking at that one in the small cappers. No, the top of the list when I look at the visualizer is going to be AMD, RCAT, ABAT. So there will be more as the market starts to heat up. And one of the places you can find things that move is by looking at options activity, Joe.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Tuesday. A lot going on in the options world once again, and we're seeing some increase in activity. So let's get right into things. Mind you, strike price is slightly mixed up, but that's all right. We'll be able to navigate this. Guys, Walmart at that $120 strike price, we're sitting at volume around 15,800 contracts and open interest around 15,900. Now, that is going to be expiring this Friday. Now, as for Alibaba, guys, at that $170 strike price, that is correct. There's substantial activity, 38,600 contracts being traded at that specific level, with open interest still sitting around 22,300. Once again, this is going to be on this Friday's expiration cycle. Now, as for the NASDAQ, guys, at that $630 mark, volume once again in the index pretty high, 88,300 contracts traded at that specific level, with open interest still currently sitting at 14,600. Once again, this Friday's expiration cycle. That is some of the outstanding options activity across the board. But something that hit once again a new all-time high, that is going to be SLV Silver at that $80 mark. I wouldn't be surprised if we do run into that by the end of next week, or maybe even this week. All right, guys, open interest substantial around 32,600. There's multiple ways that we can look at this, potential supply zone, but the way that it's currently moving, I wouldn't be surprised if that is absorbed. Now, as for the volume, 18,800, and that is going to be expiring this Friday. And you can see that the bid and ask is relatively tight, guys. Only $1 spread. That's not bad whatsoever, plus your commissions if you are going to be purchasing the contract. Now, as for your delta exposure, 0.367, so every $1 change in silver, you're going to see this contract's value change $36. And then with the gamma as well, you're going to see an increase of approximately $5.50. The at-the-money IV for silver is relatively high, around 84.2%. But something that I want to bring up once again, relatively interesting, and this is the actual call chart. And what we have here is you can see that we were touching all-time highs. We did slightly pull back off of it this morning and yesterday throughout the session, but with a high of around $2.64 last week, this contract was destroyed by Theta, with down 41.8% off of that previous pivot high. Now, if you have the ability to get out at the peaks before the expiration cycle, that's when you're going to be able to lock in maximum amount of gains. Now, as for the options activity, everything's looking pretty good so far today. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Yes, thank you, Joe. One of those names, I know the strikes mixed up a little bit, but Walmart 120 seems like it's incoming. The list of names, the list of names that keep making these fresh highs, like Alphabet, another all-time high, but Walmart very quietly, well, maybe not that quietly. I think it's pretty quietly breaking out here again, and ultimately this is. I feel like it's kind of a boring stock that does incredibly well. There was a good long opportunity for this yesterday when it did this, but ultimately I think it's a consolidation type of situation here. You might have the gap up and then we can go sideways, but it's hard to ignore the line of resistance, pre-market, 1, 2, 3, 4 times just underneath 119 bucks there for Walmart. So this is one that might go sideways for a bit and then potentially break out. But it seems like a pretty clean shot to be able to get to that 120 if it does. So Walmart got to be on radars. I mean, it's definitely an amazing stock, great company as well. Nick Dubbs, Super Chat. I am also very bullish on CRISPR. Could you elaborate on why you chose it for your tube top? It's so good, you got to put 2 O's in there at 3 stocks. So ultimately, it was actually number 4 or 5 on my list, and then I just didn't want to copy with Boeing. And I'll keep that real. I was like, yeah, I'm not doing it. But I had a bunch of names on my list that I like. Look, I think they're in a space where they're finally going a little bit toward actual like commercial production and not just this is a concept that might eventually make money. But most of it was technical. In terms of looking for like what has explosive upside because they're turning a corner and getting to the point where you're going to actually potentially see real revenues this year and possibly 2027. But it comes down to when I looked at this chart, just from the weekly in particular, this is what I went over, the fact that we're reholding the 50 and kind of bouncing the 200, and you have that flattening 200 after a long consolidation. Like, I feel like an inside move that bounces 55, 60 into this 80, 90 area. And if you actually get a breakout through that resistance, which has been there since 2024, I think you have explosive upside. So this was as much of the, and I also mentioned the lit grab under 40, and then, you know, to me, you hold that low for so long, lit grab it and immediately start making higher lows. And again, the flattening and now trending up of the major moving averages on that high of a time frame, the weekly, I just like that setup technically as well. Another super chat here. Gary, retired. Enjoy your retirement, Gary. Thoughts on buying SoftX into earnings when SoFi below 27.50? SoFi doesn't report for a while, though. I don't know off the top of
You know, it's well after the banks.
It's
probably
a while. I think it's
in
at least
2
a month
weeks.
and a half, maybe. Let's see.
I have it here.
Yeah,
I do. It's, yeah, they're saying in here, oh no, the 30th.
Oh, January?
Yeah, January
Okay.
30th. So yeah, 2 weeks.
Oh, it's only 2. Okay, wait a minute. SoFi only reports in 2 weeks. Yeah, I don't like playing any like the leverage plays, to be perfectly honest with you. You don't have to worry as much about decay, but SoFi is a wait and see. My approach for this entire pullback on SoFi was sort of thinking that it would pull back into the 200-period moving average. And I think they have turned the corner. Why I think this earnings matters more is mostly because I think they're going into the S&P 500 this year. And therefore, that's where the focus is. The reaction to the stock earnings has been usually disappointing. Like, it's fading gaps. Even if you go 10% on a beat, you end up pulling back anyways. But I don't think that's the focus. As long as they can maintain profitability throughout this year, I think you're going to get into the S&P 500, and that's going to be the catalyst for the year. So I'm more inclined to be buying dips into support and playing off of those earnings reactions to the downside, rather than making a bet that it goes up from here. I'm more of a dip buyer on SoFi, and then as those odds maybe increase, I think it's sitting at around 30-something% in the betting markets if these guys get added this year. So that's still, I mean, it's still being priced as a decent enough. It's not a long shot or anything, but it's not either a certainty. But I think you can still make that bet, but I'm a dip buyer on SoFi. I just feel like the trend is slowed down heavily here.
Here we go, man. 1 minute to go. We'll go back over the desk. We do have U.S. CPI year over year, month over month. They're all going to start to float out here in 1 minute. You know, obviously, a hotter reading will be negative for some of those tech stocks. And if we came in as expected, I think we go as per normal with kind of flattish to no reaction. So we'll see 2.6 or so expected on the year over year. And if it, hey, look, man, if it comes in a lot hotter, higher than expected, look for defense stocks, energy, things like that to start to pop off one more time as, you know, we'll have to start talking about interest rate hikes and cuts. So let's see. This is a big, big gauge. Let's go back over the desk. 20 seconds away, and then we'll see the market impact.
We are getting to a point where it's, you know, 0.1 up, 0.1 down. Seems like that's the norm at this point, month over month. But yeah, here's what we're expecting right now. Forecast right now, the headline number 2.6%, consensus 2.7% on that, and then down here inflation rate overall 2.7, exactly the same. Month over month forecast to head to the north side by 0.2%. 0.3 is the month over month number here. So 0.3 to the upside, so a little bit worse than expected. Overall, the headline number exactly in line with expectations, 2.6%. Inflation rate year over year, 2.7%. Again, the month over month number, there it is, finally populating, 0.3%. So the expectation there was 0.2%, comes out a little tiny bit hotter. Overall, though, guys, pretty much in line with expectations right across the board. Market liking this. To the upside we go.
Yeah, you always fear that it's a lot worse than expected or just different, right? I mean, it's the fact that it comes out as expected means the market can now sort of resume its regularly scheduled programming, which right there is a quite nice move. U.S. core CPI, so kicking out just a little bit higher there. I don't expect, I mean, we had a 95% chance of a no rate hike or cut at all, so no movement in the rate, and this basically solidifies it as these expected numbers coming out as expected. If anything, just a little slightly lower there, 0.2 versus 0.3, but that's what I'm seeing, and it doesn't seem like we're doing too much. Inline CPI inline and core CPI slightly softer. So that's what we're seeing right now, and yeah, boom goes the dynamite a little bit here. It doesn't look like Tesla's doing a whole heck of a lot. I would assume maybe Google would continue its upside glide a little bit, 335.
Intel's not 4%.
Intel was
Nvidia went green as well. So
okay, so there we go, man. I was waiting to write down something for the futures. I think now we can wait to go long. As yeah, there's Intel again, another one. Intel was number one trade for me yesterday. Was a big P&L day for me yesterday on Intel. We were going short yesterday on Intel and smoked it. And today, what a difference a day makes, man. We put on the bid here. So we'll have to wait to see if we can get a lower bid here for Intel. But yeah, nice number.
yeah, and silver also making some fresh highs there. So I mean, most things got a pop. I mean, the ES went to green, the Nasdaq went to green, basically a 0.5% move, right? We were never more than a quarter down, and now we're about a quarter up. But what happened in Bitcoin was at least a little bit interesting because there was an instant retracement as it just got bought right back up. Maybe you can see that on a 1. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, there was a pullback to right where it was before, and then we just came right back in. So the first thing that happened was when it attempted to sell back, they just bought it right back up in front of 92. So we're through yesterday's tops. Does look a bit bullish. We'll caution, these are mostly inline numbers, and we have seen when we get these 830 moves, typically there is some kind of a pullback. Not always does it completely reverse and pull the rug on everybody, but very rarely does it just trend up, be at the highs at the open, and then continue higher when we get an 830 number. So you're going to want to keep that in mind. But so far, so good. I mean, there's nothing not to like here. Let's just see how we react to a dip, and maybe look at how stocks or individual names compare when they pull back into prior highs. At least for Intel, that'll be the thought. Because, 45 and the prior high is not going to be a thing right now when you've just broken out the top. So I start thinking of VWAP, which doesn't matter as much at this time, and then pre-market lows, our breakout price at 830, which is 45.6 in here. How are we going to be able to handle that bit of a dip? So there is still some names to get to in terms of earnings. We already talked about JPM before we go back to the desk. Yeah, if you thought JPM was boring after the earnings before, didn't even move with the markets when we just had the numbers. So this is definitely a stock. I think you're just waiting until maybe after 10 o'clock or potentially tomorrow to see what the real reaction is for JP Morgan, because you're not getting much info here.
All right, let's touch on a couple other things here. Just getting super core data. Remember, they do release this now, this super core number. And I just mentioned, over the past couple of months, it's been a 10th up, a 10th down on the headline number. Now we're even getting into the point where they're reporting super core in 0.01% of a number. So it's 0.01. Right. It was 0.29 versus 0.3 on the headline number. So it's getting to a point where it's just fractional movements right across the board. This move on the overall market kind of running out of a little bit of steam anyways. But gold up again, silver up again. Gold is coming back in a little bit right now, though, still up 0.4%. But I mean, these metals have just been outrageous.
It's been ridiculous, and they made new all-time, both of them, silver and gold, precious metals making new all-time highs yesterday. We've seen this. We've seen the central banks continue to buy into the narrative that, you know, you need to de-dollarize and not expose yourself to possible risks when it comes to sanctions and whatever. And we've seen President Trump kind of take a renewed interest in that yesterday, threatening 25% tariffs on any country doing business with Iran, on any business that they're doing in the United States. That obviously puts into question some of the deals that he struck with China. China, Russia, as well as others are all obviously doing business with Iran. But Brendo, you and I talking off camera about the GDP print that we got, I think last week while I was gone. It was a 5 spot, I believe, a little bit higher. And if you're able to generate that kind of productivity and maintain a decent inflation rate like that, despite, you know, some aspects of the economy being K-shaped, this looks pretty healthy.
And a lot of people pointing to not only 5, but possibly even higher than that by the end of the year, which, yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of strength going into this. It's worth noting, guys, anyone who is watching the banks or JP Morgan specifically, the earnings call did start here at 8:30. So JP Morgan's earnings call on right now. I don't see any comments whatsoever as of yet. I will post any of those when they do come along here. But overall, the banking group kind of chopping around here sideways. But I mean, 69.90 here on the S&P 500.
It looks fantastic, and we glanced at 7,000 yesterday. Yeah. We were at that, but it's a steady state up. But you know what I've been noticing as well? The equal weight. Michael Noss would be super proud of me talking about the RSP right now. That also is starting. It's up 14%, I believe, year to date. The RSP. So keep your eye out on the equal weighted names as well. We've been talking more about the cap weighted, of course, with the SPY and the ES in general being more cap weighted. But good cyclicality and not just market dominance by the top 7.
Just hearing Meta here, yeah, through session highs anyways in the pre-market, back to 643 and change, got above 644 on the 830 number there. This thing's still, I zoomed out, still down significantly off the highs, cutting 10% workforce for Meta. So it is negative this morning once again on the back of what was pretty unimpressive yesterday.
And that typically is not something you sell off on. Generally, when there are layoffs, sad to say, usually the price action goes a little bit higher, and especially in Meta's case, where the streets really never warmed up to the idea of the metaverse in general, and you had the pivot, obviously, by Zuck in late 23, early 24 to focus more on AI. So that one was a little bewildering to me, but quite frankly, Meta's like in this holding pattern and has been for the last month, I want to say maybe almost 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's Reality Labs specifically where these job cuts are coming. So maybe the cost cutting aspect of this, the positive, but yeah, 18.5% still off the highs here for Meta, guys. Not much of a bounce yet.
No, and really, like, if you might like this pattern that it's doing right now if you're like a downhill skier or something. My 50 period happens to be teal, so it kind of looks like it could be snow. And all that's happening is every single day, we're just riding the 50 SMA to the downside. So no matter where we kind of start, at some point, like we're tagging that and testing it. Sometimes we get a small bounce, but even then, you're likely to run right back into it. I mean, the good news, at least, if there is going to be good news here, is you've been bouncing whenever you have that like pull back in. So in theory, like this kind of sets up as a potential bounce day. But yeah, I think penalty blocks is maybe, penalty blocks is not necessarily the right word in this particular case because I don't think it's been that bad in this range. I just think it's a wait and see. Like it's finally ground down into this higher low support at 638. So it just like if it breaks that, then pure penalty box for sure from a price standpoint. But as long as you're holding the 50 and you're holding that, like it's more of like a wait and see. And I said inside of this range, the stock wouldn't be the most exciting thing to trade. And then if it can get away from this compression pattern, then it gets a little more interesting for Meta. You would like to see them cutting jobs in a division which hasn't really done much for you. You would typically think that should be very welcome news. Positively. And so to get the opposite of that it's not encouraging at all for Meta. But we have seen some of this like rotation where you get a couple of Mag 7 names that look bad when the other ones are looking good, and it could just be caught up in that right now with Meta and Microsoft doing nothing, and Apple kind of falling, and Alphabet taking everybody's lunch, and Amazon looking better. So yeah, they're all kind of doing their own thing, but I am disappointed here. As long as you hold that 50 period, there's not much of a trade to be had because it's just not moving.
We'll have Brian Shannon here today in and around 2:30, 2:45. We'll ask him about the official penalty box and when Meta can get out and if it's in it and all of that. So good look there. This is the Mag 7 ETF. It's called MAGS, M-A-G-S. So this has all 7 equally weighted into its ETF. And you can see we haven't, really come close to making highs. I mean, that was pretty good, $68. I mean, the high is just 60, almost 70, 69.50 or so. That was made back in October. So we haven't made new highs since, last sort of earnings cycle. So we'll have to wait to see if now this sort of cycle creates that lift into all-time highs here for Mag 7 names, right? And so you're going to see like a name like Google's already at all-time highs. Apple's a stone's throw away from there. Then you got names like Meta and Microsoft that aren't near there, and Tesla, of course, 10% away as well. So this is an ETF that if you guys are interested in it, it's a small little dividend there because of names like Apple and Google pays a little bit. So we'll continue to look at this. This is, if you wanted to get, instead of the NASDAQ 100, which is primarily concentrated by the Mag 7, you can throw out the other, 93 names and just roll with this ETF. And you can see Meta, not helping this name either, right? So it's just an equally weighted Mag 7 ETF. So definitely check that out if there's something that you're interested in the space. You don't want to, I was thinking about like if you don't want to pick one, but you like them and you're not sure where to go, this is a way to get exposure to them all. And that way, if it's a downside drift in the overall NASDAQ, obviously you'll get pumped, but now you're not really, focused on which one of the big guys will work, because like last year you had Amazon flat, so this will actually help you diversify a little bit into all 7 of them. Because I don't know what's up with our charts here, but you did have a little bit of an appreciation into this name last year. So Mag 7, I like it there, and it looks like, as per usual, we do get the huge move up, and we'll wait to see for a long. I have the sticky note, it's out already. Like I said, Intel was the #1 name for me yesterday, P&L-wise. It'll be the #1 name on the idea sheet here today. And if the futures do come back into somewhere where we started this whole day at, I think we can go long down there as well. So Mag 7, if you were kind of interested in that today, get a little bit of all of them, and it's tradable. It's tradable for sure. So you can watch out for MAGs. Should be a good little chart there. Very, very similar to like an FXI, which would be your China 100. Mag 7, a good little look. And we had a huge run yesterday because of Alibaba and some of that love over there for China. And today Alibaba was slightly down. I think it was 164. Yeah, 164 and change. So yesterday's huge move up to 166, 167, getting hit a little bit. This could be a good breakout level for Alibaba as well. So yeah, all right, let's go back over to the desk. And yeah, keep your questions coming. Like if there's any stocks in the chat, we have the stock visualizer. Hit your $sign. Hit the like and the subscribe. I see that we are about 210 or so away right now from 550,000. So there it is, 549. We actually have the, if Andre can get that up, we actually have the screener up that will show us how many we are away from it right now. But over 4,000 of you watching, we need 200. And if I could just look here, like we have this sub on thing right now. So yeah, there it is. Get me away from there, man. I don't know who hits that, Andre. Don't do that again. 78, no, you can do whatever you want. 78 to 22%. So look, man, if 1 out of every 5 of you just hits it right now, we'll hit that mark real easily. All right, we just got 1 person hitting it. Thank you so much for doing that. We'll get a little more, and we'll go over to Joe. I thought we already did. No, we didn't do upgrades and downgrades. We're doing upgrades and downgrades. I think Intel will be on there. There it is right there, 791. So ooh.
Oh, now.
Ooh.
Get 800? Ooh.
Ooh. All right. Ooh.
3 more.
Okay.
We can't go to Joe until we get 3 more, everybody.
Okay.
Just get it to
Wow,
800,
whoa.
and then we can go
Hello.
get some upgrades. And
Hello, there it is. Let's go. I knew my random comments might work there, but that was fun, guys. Let's keep that going. We'll do that. How much fun is that going to be when we get to? Hey, Brendan, we still have another bottle, by the way, in the fridge. So that could get popped. It's in the second fridge. So Raheem brought those 2 big bottles for us. So all right, thank you everybody for doing that. Let's keep it going. If you want to see us drink early, get us 200 more of those, and we'll pop the bottles around here. All right, Joe. Upgrade, downgrade. Let's go.
No, it's dry January. It's dry January, guys. Come on. Let's get it together. Let's get it together here. All right, no, in all seriousness, guys, let's take a look at some of these analyst actions here today, this morning. All right, we're going to start this off with ARM. Yes, ARM going from a buy to a neutral weight here by Citigroup. You're down 2.2% here this morning. Now, one of Ramin's picks here, ASTS, also going from a buy to a neutral, guys, by B. Riley. You're down 1.4% here. And then we have Five Below by Jefferies, down 1.2%, with the price target being lowered to $210. Now, PayPal also outperformed to a neutral by Dewa Capital. You're down only a 50%, price target to $61. Now, as for some of the upgrades here, we have Intel, yes, getting the nod by KeyCorp here, 3.3% in their pre-market session, getting a price target of $60. And then we also have Alien Energy, 0.66% this morning. We're going from a market perform to an outperform by BMO Capital. And then MasterCard also, guys, getting the upgrade from going from a neutral to a buy. Substantial price target increase here to $735 by Compass Point. And then we have Lam Research going from $195 to a $245 price target by Bank of America. You're down a little bit less than a 50% here. And that is your analyst actions this morning, guys.
Lam is a rocket. I think we were talking about this in the context of there was a question in December about someone asked us about AMAT. It was like Lam's just better, and then in the context of ASML, like if you ever wanted to pivot, I mean ASML's been a great company, but if you ever wanted to pivot from ASML, like this would be a place that you could go and get not exactly the same exposure because one is a monopoly, but to make the stuff that makes the chips, and they've been absolutely flying, and a lot of this like AI play or the semiconductor play has been so pent up on a few names that some oldies and goodies have gotten lost in the sauce. But this is absolutely blowing up. And even just in the last week or two, it's actually gotten a little frothy. Like to go 20%, 25% just recently is pretty impressive for LRCX. Great name, but there was a downgrade on that list that I think is getting very close to its breakdown low. So I've been waiting for this one to get down to $100, and it's happening now, and that is ARM. So every single time someone's asked me, I'm like, nope, not yet. Fell in front of the 180, and I was a buyer in the April lows, and I'm looking for a pullback, at least back into the $100 level. The thing about ARM on this downgrade is just how range bound it actually has been. When you consider like the IPO and then the break here at 80, it's been 80 to 180 and just holding that range back and forth. So buying this one when it gets underneath $100 and then holding out for it to get into the 170, 180 range has been the jam. But it's a wild range. It's not like it's a small range or anything here on ARM, but it is headed back in toward that bottom. So looking for another bounce, which it was able to do successfully. I mean, 3 times if you want to count August. I'm really going to call it twice that it was under $100 because this one doesn't count. Like to me, if you don't, it didn't spend a day under $100. Like this time it bounced under 100, but every time it's gone under $100 in recent memory, it's been a great bounce and almost a double up. So looking for the same thing on ARM, possibly sometime this month, maybe a little bit later.
All right, so I have here, I have Intel as a long, and just put the sticky note in the chat there. I have ARM as a short. So yeah, I'm just going to play those two upgrades and downgrades as they lie. So Intel's long on dip buys, ARM short on any move higher. I think it's a very, very standard play for sure. I still have Alibaba up right there. But yeah, we can talk about ARM because Intel was so good yesterday. I just hope I don't like we did really well on it. I want to make sure that we keep it sort of in the pocket. I don't want to be wrong and give up everything that we had made yesterday. But there's the 200 period moving average. So a green right there on your 200 period moving average, and that's what we'll be looking at here for ARM. Again, could be a nice ripper though early if the market could hold. So we'll wait to see if there's going to be a topping tail candle or something there with ARM. So I won't reach for it, but I will look for the short. So yeah, everyone's saying AMD stand up. Yeah, I mean, it's the same upgrade cycle here by KeyBank that creates this move higher. And again, I think it's like a short under 220 and a long above 200. So we kind of sit in the middle, and there's your 200 and there's your, I guess it's kind of like 225, but this is the thought. So while as my kid is saying right now, my son is like, whilst everything. I was doing this whilst watching a movie. 225, 200, so you're caught in this little channel. You're not too far away from these levels again, so maybe AMD does get back up here. I actually sold up here but have not rebought, so that will be a waste of time if it does get back up here, but we're gonna wait to see what happens right now with AMD today, up 4%. I'm choosing Intel, just like Pikachu gets chosen quite often, and I choose Neil for the following ad.
Let's talk about PDS Biotechnology. That's PDSB over on the NASDAQ. They're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer, with an initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common types of head and neck cancer in the US in just a few years. You can learn more by visiting www.pdsbiotech.com. Shout out to them, and want to thank them for sponsoring that portion of the show. We'll get to the desk back in a second. Daniel, I just saw a question there from Daniel, and it's back to ARM, which we were literally just discussing. Are you thinking to buy ARM at the 108 price? No. My plan of action is absolutely not to be buying down here. Like, I want to wait for a test underneath $100. And my point was, I missed this dip buy in front of 100. The first time it happened, I got this one essentially because of the April lows. Let's be real, I just got kind of fortunate. And then it gave you a nice ramp job, so I'm looking to buy again underneath the $100 level. Maybe it'll be at 100. It's just not here, not at all. I don't think that we're at the spot yet. I mean, it did do a death cross if you're into that sort of thing as well. Not much of an AI push for them at all, so they're getting beat down a little bit here on ARM. So if you're playing inside the range, because it's incredibly weak relative to the space and relative to the overall market, typically I'd like it to actually get to support before considering buying back in or rebuying the shares that I sold. So that's my look on ARM there. I saw someone in the chat just said we're in a bull trap right now. I don't necessarily want to overreact that far, but we have noticed, and if you've been watching the show for a while and you see at 8:30 when the numbers come out, oftentimes we'll get that massive move up, but there is a dip. It's very, very rare that you get an 8:30 number that pushes the market, say, through a breakout, through yesterday's highs, that sort of a thing, and then we end up at 9:30 at those highs without a significant dip back all the way in. So we haven't filled in the entirety of the gap here on the Qs, but we are now back to flat. I think that's a good litmus test as well. He's kind of coming right back into flattish at 627 here on the NASDAQ, or on the triple Qs, I should say. But still could be a little ways to go. What I do like, one of the names that I like for long today, is silver not pulling back. So when the market doesn't pull all the way back, but pulls a significant amount, silver is still holding higher highs, higher lows, so you're still trending up here on silver in the pre-market. That's the kind of thing I want to note, like what remained relatively strong in the midst of this pullback, and it might give you a bit of a hint as to where you might want to be looking at 9:30, which is just over a half an hour away, boys.
Shout out to Adara, working hard in the background as always. Already has a full CPI recap out on TTV Research on X. So if you're looking for that, go check that out, TTV Research on X. Adara never stops.
No.
Never stops. Shout out to her. All right, Google to the upside here just made a new high, coming back in real quick. We're sitting right on this resistance area from the pre-market early on this morning. we get the 8:30 number. The initial reaction here for Google was actually down, and then it just ripped up to new highs once again. Couple things for Google if you missed it yesterday. Your Apple iPhone is going to be powered by Gemini, or Siri at least will be powered by Gemini going forward, which I was kind of testing the waters a little bit with diehard Apple fans that are in my immediate circle last night, just to see what their thoughts were on the fact that Google was going to be a part of their iPhone. And it was overly negative.
Really?
Yes. But this is coming from people who I don't think have much experience or exposure to Gemini at this
probably
point,
why.
and how great it's been. So I think it's a great move. I mean, there was also a note this morning saying they're going to move premium pixel manufacturing to Vietnam. Yeah, by this year, by the end of this year. So a couple things.
So a couple of headlines. Those are great segues, Brendo. But personally, I had an Android device, but it was a long time ago. But anybody who's used Google's voice dictation, whether on a Google speaker or it's exponentially better than Siri, and it was never close. So I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing, because Google seems to have gotten that right. They've got so much data off which to work. So I do like that, and I do like it a lot. But Apple didn't come to this conclusion quickly. You know, they tested chat, they tested Anthropic. There were many different LLMs that they tested. It seems like Google was the one that they've done business with in the past. Apparently, Ken, we don't really know, but it's going to be about $1 billion a year that they pay Google. But Google's already paying Apple $20 billion a year. So that's one side of the announcement there. The other side is, as Brendo mentioned, they plan to develop and manufacture the high-end Pixel smartphone in Vietnam later this year. They already make stuff there, so this is going to already build on the plants and the focus that they already have in Vietnam. But they're also going to do new product introduction, NPI activities in Vietnam. So it's a kind of, NPI is a critical phase in the process development, the testing, the refinement, sort of that feedback loop that you do before you launch a product into market. So that's going to be done there, and that's going to save a lot of money according to sources. They're still going to make the lower end Pixel and some lower end devices in China. That's not going to move, but clearly a strategic shift here, kind of learning from a little bit from Apple, right? With a whole beef, right? With Apple making the majority of their iPhones in China and then moving it to India. They're choosing Vietnam over India.
Yeah, it's curious why, maybe just a capacity situation, but it's curious why only the high-end versions, not the full lineup, but maybe it's a capacity type of situation. But big day yesterday, guys, for Alphabet. We're higher here once again this morning.
I mean, diversifying out of China, you just look at what's going on geopolitically. Like, you get this tit for tat. First of all, like Venezuela, half of that was about China anyways, and now you have what's going on with Iran, and certainly, like, the potential for the U.S. to slap a 25% more in terms of tariffs, because China is going to continue to buy oil from Iran. That's not a good sign. You take of all the progress that got made and like the small deals, and that could go a little bit backwards. So I mean, yeah, diversifying away from China is going to make sense. As far as Alphabet today, like, it's another all-time high breakout. Weird thing is that the actual breakout yesterday was one of the weirder ones you'll see, because it broke the top on news, gave it all back, and then had a pretty significant, like right at the end of the day, in the last 30 minutes, you had this dip into the prior high. It's like, if you forget about the news, that was a pretty constructive breakout off the 331 level. So you have a couple of places to look back. We closed at 32, so that's the obvious, like, that's the first look, is typically going to be the prior close, but then you still have that 31, which I think can be in play today. The fact that it's pulled back a little more than the NASDAQ gives me a little bit of pause, because the NASDAQ is a little closer to the highs, whereas you're back to where we started when we had that CPI number. That doesn't give me those feels. Like, when I looked over and it was pointing out silver to you, silver's right back at the highs when the market pulled back, and Google's right back to where it started when the market is actually bouncing. So I would sit this one out for the open. The way that it head faked yesterday could mean patience pays off, but this is the Mag 7-1 on the run right now, no questions asked. So it's the only one that on the day trade, well, that's not fair to say, because Tesla's making a bit of a bounce too. It's the only one outside of, say, Tesla, that on the day trade is actually giving you big opportunities to trade. The others have been pretty quiet.
Yeah, Google was going to be my #1 pick yesterday, but then it was just like everybody. It's not. We all picked kind of like more exciting names.
We ended up picking a lot of shot play.
That's what I mean. So it's like I was going to do it in my last one, and then I was like, I got to do Big Bear AI because how else am I going to compete with some of these ones that might blast out? But like Marissa just messaged me right now, and she sent me a screen cap of her Find My, which is like an Apple thing, and because her AirPods are in my car, so it's like, oh, my AirPods are in your car. It's because she lends them out to the kids, and then they leave them everywhere. So yeah, Apple I think is gonna win. Like it's a, we've already talked about this, man. It's the #1 consumer product name of all time there, with the invention obviously of the iPhone. And I heard Brendan say like when they said Google, it looks like they're kind of copying Apple a little bit, and he was like, go figure it. I mean, I just think that that's part of the game, right? When you have something that works, it works. And I said already, I thought it was like a rotation out of Apple just at the end of the year as people were looking to position themselves into some names that could potentially run. And it's been a good year, like, for Silver and for some of these names, SMR and things like that have run over the last 2 or 3 weeks as people get, ready for space and all of that. So I think Apple will eventually, when people start to, run out of ideas or are already potentially levered into those names, I think money will come back into Apple. I mean, this is probably the largest held name institutionally and retail-wise. So when people are looking to sell, I think that they go for Apple. But I don't know if Neil said this or not, but I think Google is, the cream of the crop. Gets you a little bit of everything. But the problem is valuation right now with a PE approaching 30. It was really attractive down at $18 when it was at 160, right? Now you've really matured into that. And although it continues to run, and what a year Google's had, and even just the last, we say year it's had. I actually meant from back here, but if you just go over this year, you're straight up, man. And it's just, 50 period, 50 period, that's what we've been watching ever since we broke it. So we broke it back in May there, and then all of a sudden you get the government, and that's court favorable decision there, and it was off to the races. So I think it just goes higher from here, man. I mean, I'm using Gemini. I told the story here yesterday. The kids are using it now, and it's just, I don't know. It's an interesting product. The LLM game is going to be one that is around for a while, but the benefit of Google is they can match it with search. They already have the big customers. People are very, very familiar with all the products here in the G Suite. So I like Google moving forward more than Apple, but I don't think you can go wrong pairing them together. So, a match made in heaven for us Apple users, as Siri will get the refresh that we're all hoping for. So that's a great thing. I don't really, I know you're excited back there, Sharif. I don't really use Siri that much anyways, but I do find that it would make it easier, I guess, to talk to your phone and maybe schedule things in, I think, like with the Gemini app. Yep.
You know what I've been doing lately? The instruction to Siri is, hey, you know who? Yeah. Check with ChatGPT, right. And then the following. I don't even ask Siri anything direct anymore. There's no point. It's hot garbage, right? But every time you get a response back from Siri via chat, it's like, check for mistakes on important information, because we all know the hallucinations are ever present.
Apple, I haven't had one long enough to understand this, but the one thing that I loved about Gemini on Android phones was, like if you were at the gym or if you were running or something like that outside, you could, and listening to music, you could skip a song just by giving it an instruction, like, hey, G, next song.
You can do that with Siri. So it integrates with Spotify. So previously, it wouldn't integrate with third-party apps. It would have to be Apple Music. Right. Not anymore. So you can be like, hey, go to the next track or whatever.
Or if you're driving or something like that. Like,
exactly.
That was my best use case by far, is like if you're in the car listening to music, with YouTube or whatever, you can skip a song without even touching anything.
I mean, I think, as you guys were saying, I think it's just a matter of implementing it, right? Like, I know if you have your AirPods in and your phone is ringing, you just nod your head and it picks it up, right? So there's lots of different little things like that. And I think that, with Siri, you're going to be able to say, hey, blah, 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 skip track or whatever. But yeah, to
basic stuff.
To Sharif's point, you could do it now. But I don't think, I don't take offense to, there it is, we're starting the show all over again. We did not have a great start to the show. So let's just regroup. We are now live every day at 9:04. But no, I don't take offense to it, but I think what Sharif's saying about Siri being hot garbage, it was never really meant to be this LLM. So we're now spoiled to ask every question. Like I'm in the car now in the Tesla, and I'm literally like, hey, Grok, you know, what time is the Leafs playing tonight? And obviously they get it to me immediately, right? And I think basic questions like that is no problem. But when you want to start to implement it, like, you know, into your calendar, like say, hey, Siri, put, you know, today's date with my wife in the calendar. We're going to this restaurant at this time. Like, I think that's the part that's going to be really cool when we look at my phone.
The little
I shouldn't have said that, my bad.
Like you finish a phone call and you just had to maybe cancel a reservation or move a reservation, and you're like, okay, I don't want to have to. And you just say, hey, can you move my Friday reservation from 6:30 to 7:30? Like little things, and it fixes your calendar for you. We've gotten completely spoiled by that. I think all that Apple had to do was just find a way to get on par, and it didn't matter whether it was Siri or partnering here. It's just a matter that they did it. And we haven't talked too much, or I think even at all, about some small cappers that are going this morning. So just a quick little pivot because EVTV again. I feel like in the afternoon, this is the one that we were joking about, that if you you just pick this one for the short if you could, because it was up a bajillion% yesterday. But they did get they had a big contract that they were able to get yesterday, and that's the reason for the run. And it is catching a bit of a bid again. Heck, it's almost at VWAP, everybody, bouncing off $3, 27%, 27 million in volume as well. But it's under VWAP and a little bit off of the post-market highs. Remember, this ran pretty heavily in the aftermarket if you're paying attention yesterday in the afternoon.
Someone in the chat, Tony in the chat says, why don't we just use our brain? And I was like, my brain doesn't work that well, you know, so I'll continue to use.
It's about convenience. It's about being efficient.
I mean, yeah, exactly. It's about like, because I was thinking about this.
Less time in the day. I don't know.
Yeah, like back in the day, like let's just say even 20 years ago, okay, when like, you know, we didn't have all this information, you'd have to have actual knowledge. Like someone would have to say, is, you know, blah, 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 still alive. You didn't have the ability to go there and just search it immediately. Now we can literally just say that question into the universe, and one of our systems will immediately give us the answer.
One of the downsides,
it's amazing how that all works.
One of the downsides I do find is like how we're like in terms of getting places, like when we learned to drive, you had like at best you maybe could print out a map, or you were actually using maps.
Oh, well, that is what you would do, yeah.
And what I found, like I get it, like it's a convenient, you're going on long trips, you're not gonna know those places. But what I found is people now don't know their own cities and neighborhoods at all.
Yeah, they're lazy.
Because you don't have to. But like, yeah, you should be able to navigate.
Yeah.
And it's made us lazy in some ways, but that's all part of progress. Like progress just works that way. Like there's gonna be, everything is a trade-off. There's nothing that isn't a trade-off. You're always gaining or losing something. It's just a matter of the trade-offs making things better overall. And to me, it's making it better overall. So
now you get into your car and my map automatically sends me to wherever I'm going. Like it's absolutely insane because it connects to the calendar. You know, so anyways, all right, sticky notes are now out. Oh, it's 9:08. We got to get to this rundown. Wow, we are, good thing we did start today at 9:04 because we're getting on in time right now. But make sure you do join us every morning. If you're just joining us now, it's 8 a.m. We are live every single day. And we are now 187, it looks like, away.
187.
There it is from that. So I think if we start hitting it like right now, then we'd be up to 814, and then the next one after that would be 815.
Usually, or we just skip 15.
And if someone just hits it right now, it would be 815.
Get two people right in a row, and we'll get to 16.
All right, let's throw it back to the desk. This is not working. Okay, so we'll throw it back to the desk right there. I'm still looking at the other one now that it's still 814. All right, Brendan, let's kill them with our knowledge of the market, and maybe we'll get one more subscriber there. So back to the desk. We have our rundown. We have our watch list. Let's go.
All right, guys, 695.16. That's where we closed yesterday on the SPY. The SPY, we're up 0.12 with the overnight high, guys, being 697.28. We just actually popped into that high when we got the CPI number. So we're looking at 697.50. That's going to be our first area of resistance. If we sell off for whatever reason, we're looking to this 4-hour candle low, 694.25, Brendo, as our first level of support.
All right, let's get right into it here. Lots to talk talk about this morning. Intel just making a new high as we speak right now. We'll cover both of these, Intel, AMD. KeyBank with a nice upgrade here. It was 2 days ago. We had both of these to the upside. Here we go back to highs.
All right, so a bit of a couple of different reasons why these were upgraded, so I'll cover them briefly. Let's start with Intel. They get the nod here to overweight from KeyBank. Look, they're saying Intel is largely sold out of their server CPUs through all of 2026, with basically the hyperscalers absorbing the majority of the supply. That gives Intel room, though, to consider a 10 to 15% average selling price increase, an ASP increase, which is obviously very beneficial for margins. They also point out to the improvement in the yields for Intel's 18A node. This is for their foundry business. It's very similar to the Taiwan Semi 3 nanometers. So they're saying they're getting a lot better at that. Let's talk about AMD, because that one was also upgraded. They also get an overweight rating, and they're saying they're also pretty much sold out of their CPUs, server CPUs for 2026. But they're saying now their server CPU business will grow at least 50% this year, and they expect their AI-related revenue to reach about $14 to $15 billion for the year, powered by, Brendo, that MI355 and the upcoming MI455.
A little bit of AI positivity right across the board. CoreWeave, I just started popping up. Not really. Almost tag 90 there, coming back in, but monster day yesterday for CRWV as well. So
yeah.
Intel or AMD, or maybe both today, guys?
I'm Intel, but
I have Intel, but I think you can't go wrong. I think in terms of trading vehicle, at least over Nvidia, that's for sure, because Nvidia just really hasn't been moving a heck of a lot lately. So you've been looking elsewhere in chips. Like yesterday, CoreWeave was probably the biggest mover, double digits for sure. But look, Intel's on the breakout path. So right now, it's in a long setup. So looking for that long. When it's in its little pullbacks here and here, that's when you can maybe favor that short. But it's a fresh break, consolidative day yesterday, and now we're getting the breakaway. So I'm keeping it pretty standard. Looking, pre-market low is going to give you 45. Well, I guess yesterday's high, pre-market low is going to give you around the 45 quarter. I think as long as we're holding 45, I like it. You don't know at 8:30 necessarily what the market reaction is going to be. So at the time, it did seem like the dip and rip was going to be a much easier pullback in a prior high. I don't know that that's going to be the case. If we do get a dip into VWAP, that'd be the first place I'll look, right about here at 45.5 instead of that 45 even 2-quarter on INTC. But it's getting a little frothy where you're going to start to want to see actual progress made. We can wait till earnings on that, because I think they're going to need to show us that they've improved their yields. I think they're going to need to show us maybe some more clientele and margin improvement. There's a lot fundamentally that Intel needs to prove. I mean, the bottom's in technically. It is what it is. Like, this is clearly an uptrend. But they have a lot to prove it when it comes to earnings, because they're still, I'd say, in the second or third inning of this turnaround from a fundamental standpoint.
yeah, I mean, I think it's had such a huge run. I do have Intel right here written as a $45 log. So let's see if it does fall back in. We're using kind of like the 200 period. I talked about the KeyBank upgrade. We just talked about that. That $60 price target. We could get there. And then I think that would be well overextended at that point. I mean, remember, this has... The minute that we heard the U.S. government was involved in this name, and then you get that break right there, we had a hard time breaking through $27, $28. And then in that one day, we took out all of those levels and never really came back and even looked down here again, you know, like, so that breakout definitely confirmed, and then boom, goes the dynamite right there. Maybe you had a little bit of a 2-day pullback as it slows down, and then it just went, you know, and so right now, here goes Intel to the upside. You are getting into another cluster, of course, up here around $50. So that would be, you know, the next sort of take area. Could we get there today? I mean, it's 10% higher than this. I think it is possible, as a lot of traders will run over to Intel, I believe, and just support this name. Like we said, it's just a good turnaround. I don't know if I want to be in this name for too much longer, but I don't think there's been a problem holding on to this. So we'll still hold on to our Intel, and yeah, I'm looking for a 45 dip buy. So I'm actually sitting here right now at 45.20. So where the 200 period moving average is, we'll sit there, we'll wait for it. It's kind of the top into yesterday's afternoon. If we can get some 45.20s, let's go, man. Yesterday, we were short Intel right away off the morning, and it was my #1 stock. And then it blew up, and we got out and was able to tick out of it right here at 45.07 or 45.10, whatever it was. But we hit it in this range yesterday and kept on playing the short. So if it does this kind of a action here today, then we'll just go the other way and we'll look long on an upgrade, right? And so I know the other side of the story is AMD. And for me, I still want to fade this name if we get, to me, it's just into this area. So I said it already, we're in the middle right now. I'd really like to look at this thing around 220. So I think that that's possible today, or a bid down here. It's not going to get the bid, but you're only 2 days away from this name being at 205. So I don't know if I want to buy this right now at 215 or 220. You know, it's been a big move over the last couple of days. We like AMD. We obviously like the space, but for me, it's an Intel play today, just more volume, and cheaper stock has the ability to go a little bit higher there. So, all right, man. All right, I haven't even looked at the banks here on this. Yeah, because JP Morgan is having their press conference right now, or their earnings call, sorry. So we're going to figure out if that's done anything, if there's any key stories about it at all. I do know that we have David's super chat. We can.
Let's just throw it up right now.
Do we want to? Yeah, I didn't see what it was.
We'll quickly read it out. Thank you, David. My account yesterday regarding the 2025 discretionary line note taking, quote, YouTube TTL, and then you responded 1,000 kilos of tilapia. Yes, the fish. Yeah, the fish. I love that you keep that detail. Thank you for all those super chats. Although I can promise you, we do not put the super chats to use to get more tilapia. We get enough of that with the lunches.
Oh man, I don't even want to get an early look at the lunch. I'm going to wait for the lunch. All right, let's go back and hear from these guys about the banks.
You just know now it's going to be tilapia.
All right, you know it's coming at some point. Quickly, there's a note on Apple. Apple launching, stepping into Adobe's sandbox, by the way. Apple is launching Apple Creator Studio on January 28th, bundling Final Cut Pro, Logic Pro, Pixel Maker Pro on Mac and iPad, plus Motion Compressor main stage on Mac with new AI features and premium templates in Keynotes, Pages, and Numbers. So $12.99 a month for all that.
How much is that cheaper than the Adobe? Isn't Adobe like $100-something bucks?
Yeah, it's much higher. So anyway, JP Morgan still on everyone's mind. Jamie Dimon actually speaking right now on this call. So just a heads up, if anyone's watching this, we are getting a slight uptick. I haven't seen any comments that are out of the ordinary, or I mean, he has this ability to post these just insane numbers, record, right across everything, right across the board. Yeah. And then he gets on the call and he talks so cautiously and so, not positive looking forward. I mean, he's just talking about the Apple credit card right now, yeah. But overall, this thing not doing anything.
Well, it's always that old adage, right? You underpromise and overperform. But that Apple card will feature in a second because it's one of the reasons their profits are actually down year over year. Otherwise, it was stellar. Let's talk about it. EPS 5.23, beating the 5 expected by the street on revenue of 46.77 billion, beating the 46.02. Notable, though, because it was a very, very tough year-over-year comparisons. Remember, we had that whole post-election tailwind last year, so there was a lot of strength. Now, let's talk about the area where it didn't do that well. Reported profit fell 7% year-over-year, down to 13.03 billion, really as a result of one reason only, that $2.2 billion reserve that's tied to JP's takeover of the Apple portfolio, I should say, from Goldman Sachs. That translated into about a 60 cents per share headwind, masking, the underlying operation here that's been doing quite well. Wall Street trading desk continues to benefit Brendo from high volatility. Investment banking stability or activity has stabilized after, a weaker prior cycle. But they're in this Goldilocks zone, right? You have easing rates, you have stable consumer credit, and you have a lighter regulatory pressure. Apparently, they're supposed to have a deregulatory tailwind that we've been hearing about since President Trump was reelected. We still really, though, haven't seen it.
I mean, it is a positive environment for banks in general right now. But to your point, tomorrow we'll get, more tomorrow, more on Thursday as well. But Citigroup coming up on Wednesday with some job cuts announced today as well. It's not really doing anything, but worth a note here, guys, for the banks.
I'm thinking Citi and Wells might move a little better than JP. But, I think when you print money the way that JP Morgan does, you want to have someone like Jamie Dimon that's going to be not protectionist isn't the right word, but careful and measured, at least in terms of rhetoric and outlook. That seems perfectly reasonable to me. On a weekly, one note, this isn't a trade for me today. I think JP is a very good reason to wait until at least the middle of the day, or maybe like 10:30, 11 o'clock. Also, maybe give it the 3-day rule on a higher time frame. But on the weekly, you do have a bit of a reversal candle coming in, so it wouldn't be unreasonable. Like if this gets a temporary top, there's a lot of probably good support here in the 280 to 300 range, which would be fantastic if post earnings you're able to get a bit of a dip into. So I think that's what I'd be waiting for, just in case they decide to get irrational about this one for a little bit. Might give you a bit of a dip buy, but I'd wait for it, not today.
Andre, let's get that counter back up there, because there it is. Look at that, 833. So we're starting to get much closer.
What's happening today?
Right now? I would say it's going to be happening. Hopefully, it's going to be happening before 10 o'clock. I'd like to see that happen. So let's get that going. Yeah, I was the same way. I mean, I didn't actually wind up selling any JP Morgan, but I was nervous about it. And I think that if you were going to sell yesterday, you could just sell today. I mean, not much has really happened here. I was nervous, exactly what Brendan said there. And I mentioned it yesterday, and Jamie Dimon always tends to look at what the negatives and what the possible sort of headwinds would be for the company. And if he's doing that right now and JP Morgan's going higher, then I like. So I am very, very pleased with this report today. And I ain't no bank analyst or anything like that. They can run through the numbers and tell you all that, right? We can tell you that it was a top line beat, top and bottom line beat on EPS and on earnings per share and on the forward guide as well. So it's a nice, and on the revenue number. So it was a nice move for JP Morgan. I would say there's a very good possibility that once this market opens up, we do take out this 328, and then you can use sort of VWAP in and around 325 to try to support that hold. But the thing about it is, if they're still talking right now, you are always at risk of a possible meltdown or up on the stock, depending on what questions are asked and how that all goes. I don't see them on here right now as an imbalance, so there's definitely not a whole bunch of interest in someone jumping this stock right here. So I'm going to wait on any JP Morgan love or hate until this market opens up. So right now, the stock relatively flat on their earnings, and I think that's good. I mean, you want to sort of see continuality in the chart, and it looks like we're going to have that. Like, what you don't want to see is like these breaks, like we saw back in last year, this quarter. So now we'll have to wait to see if we can hold right there. I mean, this is heading into the tariffs, but just last February, you just want to see a hold of this area, and we don't have to even test $300. So that was my nervous sort of spot, and it doesn't look like we're getting there. That would be obviously a 10% move, and the bank doesn't have that in it, not today, or else it would already be going. So with 9:22 right now, we have a few more stories to get to, and then this market will open up. So let's go hear about Meta. They just hired a new president yesterday, and then followed that with some cuts in Reality Labs.
10%, to be exact, coming out of Reality Labs. This thing still, if you joined us in the first 30 minutes, we touched on this real quick. Make sure you're joining us at 8 a.m. every single morning. 18% drawdown still off the all-time highs when the market's there or thereabouts. So relatively weak, definitely for Meta here, but maybe some cost cutting could ignite this. Who knows?
They've had some hiccups too, right? I mean, we've seen their new AR glasses taking a little bit longer to get to market, and then even the ones that were tested, quality was a bit of an issue. That seems to be a bit of a consistent thing with Meta's products, especially if we're comparing them to the premium Apple products. But as you mentioned, 10% job cuts in a 15,000 strong division, where of course we're talking about Reality Labs, which is now shifting its focus from VR to AI wearables. This is after December, Brendo. If you recall, the company announced job cuts there and budget reductions of around 30% of the Metaverse group, and reports now are suggesting that Meta executives are also considering another 30% budget reductions for 26. The previous one was for 2025, despite Zuckerberg previously positioning Metaverse as central to the company's future. There seems to be a bit of a shifting focus now.
No love yet. Do you want to cover Dell here real quick? No love yet for Meta. Let's cover Dell here real quick because we're getting on in time as well. Delta out with earnings this morning, for the most part, better than expected right across the board. They got it higher. But I think the forecast, or part of the forecast that came in a little bit questionable, was, as we were discussing earlier, they pointed directly at the front of the plane where all the growth is going to come from versus economy, suggesting that that part of the overall economy is still struggling.
Exactly, and we'll get to the number of expansions in a minute, but I'll just cover exactly how they did. So look, they printed $1.55 on EPS, beating the $1.53. That was the beat. There was a slight miss as well. 14.61 billion in revenue. That missed the 14.69 billion expected by analysts, but their Q4 profit rose about 45% year over year, taking home a little bit less than $1.25 billion, and they're guiding pretty aggressively as well. They're saying their earnings could jump more than 20% this year versus last year, with adjusted EPS coming at 650 to 750. The street was looking for 725, so a bit of a wide margin there. But here's what caught my attention. The delta sits at the top, as Bastian said, of the K-shaped economy, where some people are doing well, some others are not. And building on that, nearly all the planned seat growth this year will be in premium, Brendo. Premium ticket revenue rose 9% year over year in Q4, and it's now bringing in more revenue, not just profit, more revenue than economy. So it just shows you how much focus they are at expanding that
And
premium seating.
Even at just a third of the plane currently. As you were saying, though, on a comparison basis, it was a single flight.
Yep.
Economy ticket, $500. Premium ticket, $4,500.
Exactly.
Just that massive gap is crazy. But anyway, as I said, following up on that, if you make the economy experience bad enough,
Exactly.
you get enough people saying, okay, well, how much is it actually to actually be able to breathe, guys?
On top of that, fleet expansion is going to be a story too, because they're getting 30 787 Dreamliners, an option to get another 30. So that's a potential 60 more Boeing 787s that are coming down the line. Now it's going to take a while, but it's still been positive news for Boeing. I like them a little bit more than Delta here today, because you're making a bit of a breakout. 52-week high is going to get taken out here on a closing basis. Pretty much already has. It did yesterday. So I'm looking for a dip into this 238 area. On Boeing, we are starting to pull back. I like that headline for them. You already had consolidation break, confirmation there, so looking to buy the dip, as we're now in a new range here for Boeing, and the Delta earnings gives you a positive headline for this name, which I'd rather have a look at.
I was going to say here, for me, as we get into what is right now earnings season for everything, we have to look at the JETS ETF. And I've talked about this. I've mocked the JETS, 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 as we've looked at this name. And we've talked about this name on that dip down right into there. And here we go at the highs right now. This will get you access and to all of the airlines. So if what they're talking about behind us there, you know, a little bit of an expansion there of the premium seats and where they're making all the money and so on and so forth, that's going to be true hopefully for many of the airlines. So if you do like what they're talking about, this looks really good as an ETF. So I think this JETS ETF worth talking about and worth having a look if you're excited about the space. And it's like that Mag 7 ETF. You get them all with one fell swoop. You even get Air Canada, Brendan, in this JETS ETF. So I think that's something to look at if you guys are excited. We're just going to sort of speed through that, go back over here, talk a little bit about SanDisk or whatever names they want to as far as the memory is concerned. And then if my memory is correct, we open up in less than, greater than, almost, exactly right now, 2 minutes.
The clock is on. Not one, but two positive notes here from Micron this morning from analysts trying to squeeze a little bit more out of this two-day pop, right back to, you know, basically the highs here from Micron anyways, but as Sean was saying, you can look at any of these today.
Exactly. SanDisk, some others as well, if you don't mind trading Samsung on a different exchange. Bank of America raised the price target on MU from 300 to 400. Analyst there, Vivek Arya, reiterated the buy rating. He notes the stock still has potential upside despite the massive run over the past year. The new target implies about a 16% upside from where we are. Brendo, it's the same reasons we've been talking about a lot. Spot and contract pricing, both for DRAM and NAND, have surged in recent weeks, and they continue that. They expect that to continue, I should say, into the first quarter of this year.
Coming back a little bit right now, guys, remember housing data at 10 o'clock. We have some Fed speak coming up a little bit later on as well.
For Micron out of that group, quintuple top on the 15-minute here. The last 5 days, you're essentially at the same high at about 347. If we lose this bid early, this could easily gap fill at 344. There was a slight move to the downside in the market, but also in some individual names. I did not see them on the imbalance locator. But Nvidia did have a little bit of a drop here, kind of losing the bid, losing about 50, 60 pennies. Tesla as well lost a couple of dollars. Didn't see an imbalance on that either. Tesla has a pattern. Last 3 sessions have gone heavy dip at the open, like $4 or $5, and then absolutely rip your face off. So if it does the same thing, I'd look at this 447 level, dip and rip. But I just want to see that reversal candle on that initial, one of the first 3-minute candles. Silver is too far to chase at this point. It's crazy. When we sat down, this thing was under 78, and now we're at 80. So we're going to have to be very, very patient for plays in silver, maybe back into VWAP. The opening bell brought to you by 3D Capital, IDK on the CSE. And this Tuesday bell, well, let's ring it right about now.
549,845. We're getting closer and closer. I'm bidding Intel 45.20. We'll see if that comes in right now. And the NASDAQ just goes right back into VWAP. So here goes Intel. Like I said yesterday, it gave us an opportunity to go short. Today, I'm going to look for a long on a key bank upgrade. We'll wait to see what's going on with that one. My next trade was a Google long, and that dips right into the 200, but just a little too early to make a move now. As you can see, the market just bouncing around like crazy, and I want to trade this thing with a couple hundred shares, so it's like to take this risk a little bit too early for me. Then the short that we didn't get to was ARM, so I was going to short ARM at 110. We wrote that level down a long time ago, and of course it comes right up there again in the pre-market, then gets hit. So ARM shorting in around 110 if we're able to do that. NASDAQ try to get a long. I was looking at yesterday's close, so we can see if that hits. And then Intel, my number one trade idea that is now gonzo right there to the upside. I just didn't want to take the break. We could have taken that 46 break and coulda, woulda, shoulda, and should have taken it right there. So there goes Intel, monster move higher to start the day, now up 5%.
Yeah, you can't stop that one. And remember, it wasn't just the Intel that got that upgrade. It was also AMD. AMD likewise up 5% as well, as that's absolutely flying. Boeing has moved to the upside as well. It just broke 242, so the dip into 238, not seemingly as likely as it did before. Nvidia is still going down, believe it or not.
Really?
So yeah, it's just one of those mornings where...
Okay, so it's told us what it wants to do.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
Oh, Tesla is doing that drop. But remember, yesterday it was the initial 3-minute candle was an instant reversal. So if we don't get that, then I don't...
Google is, Neil, Google is...
All-time high again?
All-time high. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, right now I had the all-time high. I think it was opening up at the all-time high.
At open, it was all-time.
If not over, yeah. The all-time high was 334. So there we go, man. 338 right now, just like... This is so funny because Apple, the smartest guy in the room here, like these guys don't dump any money into anything, and they just say, you know what, we choose you, and Google's like, we accept, and this stock heading to the high side right now, but I would say the smartest one in the room is Google shareholders, because they're the ones moving on this news, and it looks like Apple right now just trying to get going. They did have a nice downside play, and there we go. Oh, hi, good morning, Adara. I have not seen Adara yet this morning. First of all, Adara, how are you doing today? I hope you had a great evening, and you've got some breaking news for us.
I do. Thank you, Sean. I had a great evening. Hope you all did as well. I don't know if this was covered before I hopped on the desk here, but right around 9:28 a.m., we did get a new Truth Social post from President Donald Trump talking about great bracket low inflation numbers for the USA, saying that Jerome Powell must cut interest rates meaningfully, and if he doesn't, he will just continue to be too late. Also saying, once again, thank you, Mr. Tariff. So Trump here talking about how tariffs have impacted the market in a positive way, specifically the economy, and also talking about how Jerome too late Powell must cut interest rates. Economic data we do have at 10 a.m., U.S. new home sales and new home sales change. At 10 a.m., we'll also get some comments from Fed's Muslim. Back to you.
All right, so we got our first position on board right now. You can see it, it's ARM. We're going to stop out, hold on a second, ARM. We're going to stop out if it breaks 111. So I'm just looking for more than $1 on this name. So we're short here at 110. It's a position that I wrote down that I liked. The 200 period's at 50, so we'll take 50 cents on let's say 25% of it. So we'll put one right now at 109.55 or so, and we'll just take out like a quarter of the trade, okay? If that does, sorry, 20% I put down there of the trade. So if we can come back in, that's good. And I am sitting to get a little more short ahead of 111. So if that does pop in, that's the first trade of the day for me, and it was just following the rules, and that actually just popped in there. So I was offering on here 110 for ARM. ARM catches a downgrade today, talking about cell phone weakness. I don't know if that part is true, but and it was Bank of America downgrade here, revenue slowdown, and too much of reliance potentially on SoftBank. So let's wait to see if they need funding. I don't know what exactly that means, but there we are. Now we are into the short, so perfect. So we have 50 cents worth of risk right now. That's perfect for me. We do actually understand something, that there's going to be what we call slippage here. If this breaks 111, it's going to rip. So here it goes right now. It looks like we'll take our first loss, but it looks like if it does break, watch out for some kind of slippage. You'll probably get 111.20s or something, but we are at a breaking spot for ARB. So boo on this first trade right there. And then I'm going to throw it back to Neil, but I'm just going to look back. Intel coming back into the 200 period.
Meanwhile, AMD's going in the other direction.
AMD's going the other way.
Like AMD's continuing to fly here, so is it a pivot to AMD?
Still going to try to wait.
If I want to pivot, I'm still going to like to try to go over to Intel. One quick note. I didn't really get to this name, but SMR yesterday was a pivot back and forth, really nice pivot off of both VWAP and the $20 level. It looks like it's trying to hold that 20 here. So it wasn't necessarily on my note, but I do like this chance if it can hold on to the 20 level to at least play into 20 and a third, or sorry, 20 and 2/3, like 20 half to 20.65.
There goes ARM.
So I want to throw that one out there as a potential idea. Silver is still an incredible. It's a big rally, but I said I'm not chasing it up here. It needs to pull back and show me some kind of a dip buy opportunity. I'm not going to fight this one. And Intel is, like, if it's not trading towards your plan, then you don't have to trade it. That is a huge failed break. And suddenly AMD looks strong, and this is looking very, very weak. But it is trying to bounce off the first level. I said first shot would be if it pulls back into prior high. It's just a little too heavy to try to catch this falling knife you get. I'd like to see some buyers emerge before just stepping in on that bad boy. Tesla closes the first salvo under 450. So even this is not really looking like that reversal yet. It's close. Like, there's your bounce. If we can manage to hold up here, maybe retake this 450, then I'd like that play as well. The market's bouncing. Too much weakness on Intel right now to try to catch this bid. It's just broke the low again.
Yeah, so I'm long on Intel right now. We did not have very much slippage at all. We got 111.10s there. So we'll have to slap, we'll talk about the trades we win and lose right there. So there goes ARM flushed through. And maybe now it's a short, but like on a downgrade with the market going to the upside, this name should, like market barely going to the upside, should not be doing this kind of a move. So I'm not going to get back into it. Obviously read wrong on there, but we did not read Intel wrong. Intel falls back in. So we're going to take a piece out right here if we can get it. Like, it just went to 59 and I wanted to analyze that loss, and we should have got some out right there, but here it comes right back in again. We were just long at 36s and it went up to 59ers, so not a bad play there. We are waiting for 45.20 as we had said before, but we're getting close enough to that right here, so we'll see where that goes from here. But so far so good, and we're offering 59 right there on Intel, as the market's not really doing a whole heck of a lot. So I think we can be pretty patient with what's happening here today. Google did make a move down, and we did not buy it, and we should have. I mean, it came back into 336 into VWAP right there, and then just continues its trek a little bit higher. But with the market kind of just flat, might be worth looking to see if JP Morgan can, if JP Morgan gives us some sort of an indication. Right now, the ES also pretty flat, but there goes the bank name that we're looking at today. There goes JPM. And I had said that, it was possibly a sell yesterday. I didn't do anything. And yeah, that makes sense now, down 1%, but let's not cry over that kind of a move. It could get a lot spicier, as we know. All right, Intel, let's go, man. We're at 59. There we go. It's a banger right there for INTC. So we got it. So far, so good there on Intel.
Yeah, Tesla just got low of the day again. So this one looking absolutely nasty. So far, it does not give our confirmation above 450, so we're going to have to back away from this one. Boeing is still flying. There hasn't been much of a dip. This could be the first chance here in Boeing, as it's putting a little bit of a dip through 245. It's a huge breakout on the daily I feel like I'm going to regret not keeping this one as the pick, but yesterday everyone was going like ham with the runner style picks, and I did not want to be copying anybody, so it is what it is. Dara, congratulations getting to this one first. 2%. The note today, they didn't report, but Delta's report adding 30 787 Dreamliners and then a potential 30 more for up to 60 of an order. So I'm going to look for the dip into the volume weighted average price. Not all-time high, but 52-week high right now on Boeing. So add that to the list of names that's absolutely breaking out in a nice way. Just sitting here in front of 243, try and pick up the long. And Tesla, okay, Tesla's now coming through. All right, this is where you got to break the 450 here on Tesla. I want it coming right back in and breaking that level. If we can do that, then we'll look for the play into that high. Well, the high is like 452.5.
All right, we're just cruising right now, so we'll just go chicken dinner winner with Intel. But I mean, it got to 80s there, and we didn't do anything about it. So I'll put an offer at 75 and see if it comes in again. We're just trying to chill out and wait for the best opportunities possible. And right now, I'm not really seeing a whole heck of a lot. My scanner is pretty bland right now. Intel, DraftKings, SMH, Disney, SMR. Maybe we can have a quick look at SMR. There goes Intel flying upside again, and then it just got hit at downside a little bit. So we get into the 70s, and then it gets hit. Let me put an offer quickly here at 69. We grab that offer, then we get the 74s, and here we go, man. It's a money-making trade right there as we get back a little bit to flat on the day, obviously, with that one. And then ARM does make that pull up and then pull back in there. So that's ARM. And we said we'd look at the nuclear names right here. Not going nuclear today, it doesn't look like, but SMR up 1.6. We'll take that. It was a little higher, obviously, into 2030, 2040. A little bit of a dip down ride for SMR gets us into 1950. That could be, wow, here we go, man. Yes, sir. The money bag is right there. This will be back-to-back days that Intel will carry the day for us. It is your number one idea there on the sticky note, about to be dollar clubbing right there. And again, you hear some different strategies, right, on this kind of a play. I was waiting for 45.20. We are just minutes, like 1 minute away from getting a big boy trade on there. But there it goes, man. Getting ready to print your dollar club right there on Intel. So far, so good right there on that one. As we'll go 1 for 2 and net positive here so far today. So let's go, man. Intel 46.20 back to, or trying to get up to the high of the day. But yeah, Google's up to 340, and there goes Intel with what looks to be a good trade there.
Yeah, it looks like a good one there. It'd be flat for me on Tesla. It broke, tried to make that first dollar move, doesn't get through that 451, unfortunately. We're able to get some out in front of this resistance, but if we're not going to close above VWAP, look, we're actually at the low, right back at the low. So we're looking for that reverse play in Tesla. Did not get filled on Boeing. Why didn't I get filled on? That's really, really tight. Oh, that's tight. Really tight. Really, Boeing? All right, so Boeing bounced right off that 243. I'm just going to let it close above 243. If I missed that wick bottom the first time through, if it hits it again, it's probably not a good fill. Let's see if we can hold above the volume weighted average price before we get into this. Silver's done absolutely no pullback whatsoever. And I'm starting to feel like if it's not going to break through this high, this might end up being a trend reversal play, unfortunately. I was thinking long off 76 in silver. We're not getting anywhere close to that. If you cannot break the pre-market high and you break trend, that's almost always a short play. So if it does break the high, then I want to be long to the trend on SLV, which was near the top of the list. But you don't know it's going to run $4 or $3 after that number came out early in the morning. So there's my support. Just draw it on the 3-minute. It's not that hard to do. And if it breaks, I'll look to reverse this one. But we'll go long in front, at least to begin with, as the market right back to HOD. So we did dip, and we're right back at the highs. Now the longs can confirm a little bit here.
Okay. Yeah, we're just waiting for something better. It's too bad because we were literally a penny away. I put in the chat, we talked about that 45.20, but it's a good thing that we started the bidding a little earlier, but it does fall back in, and there's a big trade right there. But let's just go back over and have a quick little look at what exactly is happening in the sort of the broader area here. It's 943 right now. This will give us a little bit of an idea of maybe where to look right now. So Eli Lilly down 0.6. The banks getting hit there. We've already looked at JP Morgan, Visa, MasterCard still getting hit there as we worry about, possible downside play there with the credit card interest rate being put into question by Mr. Trump. We do have $90.70 right now for Netflix, so that's nice. We recently bought some there into $90. That's a good one. Google is still $339, $340. That's going. There's Micron down finally there, and Intel up that 5.1% and doing really well there today. It's up 8% now?
No, I said AMD as well.
Oh, AMD as well. Yeah. AMD up 6.5. Yeah, they're going. That is for sure. Meta downside, Palantir downside. So a little bit of a mixed board to start with. Costco down as well. So yeah, that gives us what we're talking about here. We're going to go to Adair in a second. NASDAQ flat, ES flat. So right now, pretty flat on the broader market, but we got the banger here in Intel. We're just waiting to see if anything else starts to move around. ARM, the other trade. So we're going to go 1 for 2, but green today. This is pretty good. Back-to-back trades there for myself, but let's go see if Adair has a story for us.
Keep an eye here on META. This one obviously dropping quite a bit. We know we had the Reality Labs news about the layoffs heading into yesterday's close. Well, today I'm hearing some news. Apparently the company is seeking doubling of its AI Ray-Ban capacity to 20 million units in 2026. Also seeing reports suggesting that the company thinks that maybe these AI glass capacity could exceed 30 million units if there is demand. So again, these Ray-Ban AI glasses here for META, not helping the stock too much. Still in your day's lows. Back to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Adara. Remember, I saw people putting in, why is this not loading? RVMD into the chat. Remember, there is some takeout and buyout speculation with this stock. That is not finalized. Not yet anyways, but I think that they are in late stages at least. So the headline, keep your ear to the ground. Obviously, we have Adara here, so you're not going to miss anything as long as you're tuning in. But this was a lot higher on the initial speculation at 130. It's trying to fill in a little bit of that gap as we speak. Pretty thinly traded stock. So it's the kind of name, if there is news, like if there is some kind of an update on that deal, it's probably going to halt, just given how thinly traded it is. So silver, it's on trend. So we're going to buy dip in front of the trend line. And this is, well, I like to say is called the blue sky setup. There's nowhere to look. There's no levels to play off of at all for silver. So there is nothing right now except for this trend line. And maybe if I see some big sellers in there, like someone sticks an offer at like an even dollar, like a 50 or a 75 on SLV as it is continuing to blast higher and higher. Let us know some of the small caps you guys are watching out there. We will try to keep track of them for sure. I have nothing that has halted or gone crazy just yet. There's this AHMA stock, but I didn't really.
Twice.
Yeah, but I don't see many people.
That's halted many times.
I have it twice.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're right. It halted 4 times, but this one's halted to the downside. It hasn't really held open for long enough that you could actually have been trading this outside of the pre-market. Up halt, down halt, down halt. Looking like it's going to open flat, at least 82% to the upside. These are the ones I stay away from, the ones that aren't trading at all. It's just going from halt to halt. If it can calm down, I think that looks a little more constructive for most of our traders.
I can't believe I missed that one. Stupid trade, but that's okay. Intel maybe will give it to us again. We're actually out of about 2/3 of the trade up there as we got higher than we had thought this was going to go anyway. So 46.40 right there. Nice trade for Intel. Yeah, just waiting to see if there's any other movement to be expected here today. Hopefully we do get something. Check back in on ARM. Not much going on. Check in on BBAI, a play that we had made yesterday, $6.20. I like the name, but ticking a little lower. Oh, Palantir. If you're going to talk about the mini Palantir here with Big Bear AI, but that's also down. Okay, so this is an exciting name right there. Spot gold right now hitting record highs. So GLD, as Neil's also in silver, as you guys can see. But
that tripped me up that nobody took gold and nobody took a semi. Nobody.
Well, that's why I was trying. I mean, I was trying to convince people that we should be going more. Even yesterday, I said we should do more than that many.
We can do like a quarterly. You know what would be interesting as well? Just thinking out loud, we can do one after earnings season is done. It's probably forget about the quarters. You should do it at the end of earnings season if you're going to make any additions. All right. So I just saw someone Stick it in there. Well, I just saw somebody kind of, I said that every quarter in 50s, I would look for sellers. Well, I just saw one at the 70, just above the 71 level at about 75. So I'm going to rebuy this one on the trend line, but it gave you like kind of the measured move. Like you go here, that's 80-20. And that's about 60 pennies. That breakout gives you about the same thing as well. So the range that it's breaking out from on the trend is exactly where I saw someone start to sell. So try to buy the dip on the trend line again on silver and see if this rally continues. As we're going to the desk.
No, we're going to talk right now quickly about Beta Pro. Savvy Canadian investors, thank you, Randy, looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100, S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily right here, featuring built-in FX hedging. This amplifies short-term exposure to these markets. So if you are an active and an aggressive and a sophisticated trader looking for that hedge with the Forex, please check out Beta Pro and go get them right now by scanning that QR code. You want to them for their continued support of Trader TV Live. I want to thank everybody else for supporting us as well. We are now 141 away from 550,000. So thank you to everybody again for your continued support. And we'll still be here as long as you guys are still here, okay? So that's a promise that we can give to you for sure. All right, so $1 in right now on Intel. Just going to scalp out a little bit more. As it does come back up, we get a 25 fill there. We still want to try to hold for a bigger move. I mean, even though it's up 5%, the news is in our favor, right? And whenever that happens, we should hold it. But we'll take another out there at 29, and now we'll watch. We have U.S. home sales coming out as well, so that could spark right there, and there it goes, man. Let's take out one more. As there's Intel right now, your official dollar club, and we should be really dancing in the streets, but we did miss. And it's funny because Create Space there in the chat early asked me, what am I bidding? And I said 45.20. It came in. We took a dip buy opportunity into that, and then it Rip City right there to the upside. Your number one trade idea written down right here. It didn't come in exactly to where we wanted it to, but enough to get us long and really create some nice opportunities there. So there goes Intel, and then a quick look at JP Morgan, and that one is really getting hit. And we called this one that this could possibly be the situation, and we did not want this one to get near that $300 mark. So that's really the area there as per that. And thank you, Mike PD Rider, for that comment right there. This man makes many, many comments, and we do appreciate everything there. Neil's got silver, we've got Intel, and so far, so good. So thank you, Mr. P. the Rider. And I don't know, whatever you're looking at, put in the chat, and we could have a look as well. Amazon also moving quite nicely.
Is it?
Yeah, it's
the market's pulling back. I'm surprised because the Nasdaq's pulling back in here. So my first thought was that the Mag 7 might be. There we go. No, yeah, just pull back, lost VWAP. Here's what's happened over on in the Nasdaq. I mean, I showed you guys the last out in silver. We'll look to go on trend. Nothing's changed. This is eerily, just kind of weird. So you've got the number at 8:30, and then we have a wick high at the open, almost identical, and breaking back underneath 26, and now underneath VWAP. This is a little bearish, everybody. A couple of topping tail candles, both at the 8:30 CPI number, and then at the open. If we lose this bid here, you could be looking for a bit of a reversal. I should double back on SMR. That was one of the only things, because if it's under 20 bucks, that's way under 20 bucks. So SMR does lose the $20 level, but we were looking at silver at that moment. Maybe I get a bounce and I can short VWAP on that sucker. But if the market's coming back in, then it's probably an opportunity to see if this trend is going to hold here in SLV. So we'll pull back into the pre-market highs. Well, I guess that, yeah, the pre-market highs still, that'll be about 80.20, and we'll look for some kind of a dip buy and bounce play. Tesla's still languishing underneath the 450 level. It's trying to go, Tesla. Now you're getting some real support at 448 at least, looking a little bit better than it was before. Early was just looking for that one smash that would go right away, and it just absolutely did not. Now I'd rather be a little bit more patient. See it try to close, holding this area or holding over the 450 before jumping into that bad boy. So I guess it's going to be silver. You sort of stick with what's working. It's pulling back into the trend line. We'll see if we can't pick that one up. As I see David's got another super chat.
Okay.
And all I saw was the first couple of words there, and Michael J. Fox's long-term buy and hold of the day. Biogen, did not know he was Canadian till last. You didn't? Oh, really? Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, absolutely.
okay.
Michael J. Fox is Canadian. Back to the Future still wants that hoverboard.
The best.
You can buy the Casio. It's like there's like a Casio's making a Back to the Future, or they made a Back to the Future edition watch. I suppose maybe it was the one worn by Marty. I have no idea. Somebody sent it to me.
Okay,
It was already sold out.
okay.
It's the one that had the calculator on it. Remember?
Yeah,
actually
Casio. It's a Casio.
Physical keys.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
Buttons, I should say.
I think we all had one of those at one point. But yeah, that's pretty awesome.
That was a
Some
legit
of those
watch.
things are getting sold for
Anyways.
very high. The Kardashians or whatever were buying the Pee Wee Herman bikes and things like that. There's so many different things that people
I don't know
are
about Pee Wee
grabbing.
Herman though.
No, I think I think it's just something that's going up in value. I don't know. As collectibles are definitely a thing.
That guy was
What's
a
up,
problem.
Andre? There it goes, man. Yeah, there goes Intel. Just an absolute banger. And I mean, look, guys, this is what I'm doing and why I'm sitting in these stocks and why we keep talking about it. You don't need many trades, right? I mean, yesterday I traded 4 names, went 3 and 1. Today, Intel is right there. Sure, we'll lose on ARM, but we'll make that up tenfold with Intel. So far, so good right there as we get to the day's high again. I said we were going to wait for this. So we actually still have on board about a quarter of this trade. So far, so good. Yeah, we do know there is mic static issues. I don't, we haven't really been able to figure that part out yet. All right, so I am looking to get longer here, or longa, into this place, the NASDAQ right now. As we start to head a little lower, I'm bidding 90s. I believe it's 90s, 91s, right? Okay, so I don't want to miss this like I did Intel a little bit there, so I'll buy some 96s there. I am bidding 91s, so we'll pay for a little bit there right now on the dip down, but we are waiting for the 200 period to cut. How come I get Andre coming over here and you get Ramin coming over here? Like, I feel like I got the short end of the stick there. But here comes the TQs. Right back there to the upside, coming in again. 5620s would be a good out for me on the NASDAQ, but we do go long in what is another open position for me right there. And here it goes, man. Let's go to the upside right now. If we can get some 03s, we'll take a little bit about that. And then there it goes up here into VWAP. We just bounced off of that. We'll see if we can get it. And then we'll look for a little bit of a higher take right now. $1.25 in the money on the NASDAQ, on Intel. And there it is right there. A nice little win so far on the TQQs. So we'll just wait on this one. If this drops 55, 60s, then I'm going to get out. I don't know really why I'm using that. It's right here on the 200 period moving average. So we're going to wait to see if the TQs can keep on going. So yeah, we do have numbers coming out at 10 a.m. Housing
starts, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We'll have housing starts in about 3 minutes and 138. 138 away from 550,000 subscribers. I want to thank every single one of you for getting us to that milestone. Always looking for bigger and better. But as we said, numbers in about 3 minutes. I don't expect it to move much. Well, I shouldn't say that, but I don't expect it to move much of anything with those housing starts. If you are paying attention, Open Doors at a pretty key price, losing $7. That's been a big level for the stock. I wouldn't wonder if it ends up staying bearish. This losing the 50 period is probably a little bit of a trade, but I'm going to stay away from that. Boeing is at least settled down here after making a fresh high, 52-week high. I don't want to say all-time high. It's trying to hold that VWAP. The first time, like, it's basically wicking like $1 or $2 at a time around. Now it's a little bit more condensed. If you can put a little bit of a green candle in there where you can have reasonable risk off VWAP, I'll look to rejoin that. I'm back in silver on the trend line, but I showed you guys that already. Let's see if Boeing can give you a little bit of green. Nice order from Delta. I don't love the lower highs that we're seeing, so it has to show me some kind of a bounce. Even just, well, I can actually almost draw a trend now. Even just re-breaking this trend line might be the way to go, as this is looking a little bit weak. And I don't think the futures just keep bouncing off exactly.
Yeah, we have the numbers coming, so I don't.
And with the number coming, I might wait till the back end of the number, like after 10 o'clock, to take a second look at Boeing over there. And Tesla's still under 450. Nothing doing with that stock. It's been incredibly disappointing for Tesla. Toby is asking about that DVLT. I hope for your sake it's over $1 again. It is not.
It will not be.
No. DVLT still, oh, it's up today. Yeah, okay, it's up today. Actually bottomed out at 83 and trying to make that battle back. Now, this one had a really, really rough day losing that $1 level. How about that for a punch? You could have just shorted this at 99 cents. Now, I'll stay. Penny stocks the day after they lose the dollar, that's really not my cup of tea. So 2 minutes until we have housing starts, I believe it is, that's coming out. Take the dip buy that we're able to get on silver. This one never gave you a chance unless you were trading it before 8 o'clock to play off of yesterday's high. So just join the trend where you can. If it sells at the exact same place as before, which is right around 80.80 and that 75 marker, I'll probably jump out and then just play the trend again because I had to step away from the trend line a little bit here.
All right, man, 1 minute and 20 seconds until we get new home sales. Oh, no, sorry, it's, I was just looking at it actually. Yeah, it is new home sales. New home sales for September.
I was
yeah.
wrong there.
Yeah. So that's why I wanted to double check it.
I said housing starts, my bad.
Yeah, it's all good. And so we're just in this right now. I'm going to give this a little bit of a rest. So my stop is right here at 55.59. If it does break below it, able to and willing to take that out. So I'm just going to put that stop. That stop didn't go out for some reason. So 55.59 right there. We'll stop out of the NASDAQ if that does hit, but we are now long at 92. And then we just dumped a little bit more of Intel as that's just up here again. So we're at the highs. So we do want to get out of these names if we can. So right now, Adara with happening now and your new home sales. Let's see if that can affect this market.
We're going to wait here for new home sales in 30 seconds. New home sales units, we're expecting 715,000, previous 800,000. New home sales change, expecting negative 10.6% here month over month. Previous was positive 20.5% month over month. So needless to say, we are expecting a bit here of a month over month decline when it comes to these new home sales. Usually best stocks to watch for this type of number are things like open door home sellers or potentially home builders, but more likely some of these home sales stocks. We obviously had CPI in the morning here. New home sales, 737,000, a little bit higher here than the 715,000 we were expecting. New home sales, a little bit or change month over month here. Bit better than expected, negative 0.1% versus negative 10.6% expected. So again, negative 0.1% new home sales change versus negative 10.6% expected. 737,000 here is the actual print. This is coming off some well-received CPI today, both the core and both the core year-over-year and month-over-month CPI prints a little bit cooler than expected, though year-over-year and month-over-month non-core, both right in line with expectations. Here's the NASDAQ doing some very rangy action here. This pre-market high of 629 halves, more or less. Low here of 627, slightly higher low here for the QQQ. In addition to, of course, this economic data, we don't have any more today. We do have Fed's Muslim, who's set to start speaking right now at 10 a.m. Eastern. And at 12:30 p.m. Eastern, so in 2.5 hours from now, President Trump is scheduled to tour a Ford facility. So keep an eye on F, ticker F, at 12:30 p.m. You know me, I'll absolutely be covering this for you guys with vigor and zest. Let's talk here about AMD. Advanced Micro Devices, one of many semiconductor stocks getting a positive note from KeyBank. I think the most obvious here were AMD and Intel. They both were upgraded from sector weight to overweight by KeyBank, but KeyBank also issuing positive notes on Nvidia and Micron. Meanwhile, other semiconductor stocks were downgraded by other analysts. That includes SMCI and also ARM. Now, we're going to take a look here at JP Morgan. This name reported earnings this morning. We know banks kick off the earnings season, and JP Morgan, the first bank to report this quarter. Having here Q4 EPS and sales above estimates, guiding roughly $95 billion to your net interest income for 2026, excluding markets revenue. This was very well received. But investment banking fees did drop by 5% year over year this quarter. Get ready for Citigroup, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo tomorrow morning. Before we send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics. Millions of concussions, 0 approved therapies. Oragenics, trading on the NYSE as OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Oragenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead and book a meeting today. Thank you to Oragenics, and let's go back here to Sean and Neil.
Thanks, Adara. Yeah, Joe right there is can't believe his eyes here with Intel, and nor can I, but I think it was the #1 trade idea. Both of us talked about this earlier on. We chose Intel over AMD. It came within 2 pennies of getting a shit ton of shares, but we have enough to make this a big trade. So there it goes, Intel. But we did just lose the bid there on the TQ. So we talked about getting a little bit not as aggressive with it, so that's fine. But we do wind up losing there as it comes right into our level on that report. So there goes the NASDAQ. I don't think we need to get into this name anymore. The trend is definitely downside. So let's just sort of appreciate what's been happening right here so far today. There's only been one little bump up, and it was right there. I wanted to test this at the 200 period, which was right there at 70, and then we gave it 10 more cents right into these levels. So I think the NASDAQ is able to cover this all back up and get to where we were yesterday morning. So we'll see if we can get down about another $1 or so here on the TQQ. We tried the long, it just didn't hit. Good outs there. We got a 47 fill. I'm gonna take another fill right here at 73. Okay, we get it. And now we are very, very light into this Intel trade. We're under 10%. We're about 8% or so left. So there it goes, man. Nice downside target hit for Intel early. And taking advantage of that is for sure. So we just have to wait to see about this TQQ trade. Maybe we did get flushed there at a level that we like. I don't necessarily want to get back into it too hard, but we'll get back into it right now, and we'll just use whatever that local bottom is now. Because again, hard to trade, into a futures or into any sort of a play into a number. So let's go 55.50 right now. If that breaks, we'll get out. And just playing off of that little low bottom wick. Let's see what happens here as we get back into the TQs.
And pull the reversal on silver. I haven't been doing this as much as I should, which is if you're playing on the trend line because I'm chasing the move, and reverse it once we break the trend line.
Boom, boom.
Look into this VWAP here if we can grab it. That'll be about 50 pennies, which we're getting on the upside. So I think the range is still staying the same. You go with 50 on the breakout, looking for 50 into the volume weighted average price. All right, suddenly there's another trend break, which is on tap for me, and that's going to be SMR. SMR is now bottoming out through yesterday's low. It's only down 1%. But when I see that trend like this off the open, where it's that clean and we're at that support line, I'm going to look for a break back upside here. Maybe you can get the VWAP and I'd look short again. But for now, the trade on SMR, there hasn't been much, is going to have to be this trend break. It's about 1950. If he can do it in the next 3-minute candle, that'll be the next on my radar after the reversal in silver. Was able to get it halfway to VWAP. We'll see if it can take out the other half. But first trade on SMR, potentially, if it can just get another couple pennies in here and break out this local high, SMR. We have a Fed's Musalim?
Yeah.
Musalim speaking, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Keep ear to the ground. Adara will keep us updated.
Fed Muslim. Yeah, if I hear anything, I'll let you guys know, as will Adara. But bang, bang, and bang. Yes. So, we are now positive, well positive now on the futures trade right here, as I'm now waiting for 95s, and then we'll see. You know what? I'm going to cancel and put a little less upside right here. Get something out right now if we can in the low 90s and see if this one wants to continue upside. Sometimes, holding it into the number can be risky. We got taken out on that, but then we still didn't mind the long, so we'll take that against that level right there. So that worked out. Will it work out long time here? I'm not sure, but it was a good re-entry there. Thank you, Vizbot, into that one, but I don't know if that's going to go. Vizbot is from Big Brother, I believe. So shout out to.
I'm not familiar with that.
Did you watch Big Brother?
I have watched Big Brother, but I don't watch it. Like I think
No, I haven't watched it.
I think I watched one season.
I haven't watched it in 10 years
ago.
but yeah, Vizbot, I believe.
It was a long time ago.
That's from Big Brother. So okay, yeah, I haven't watched it in decades. That's for sure.
If I told you,
probably about a decade. All right, Adara's got something for us.
I had to watch Big Brother for school, perks of doing an arts specialist. I do want to talk here, though, about Fed's Muslims comments. That's why I'm here, because Fed's Muslim actually being a little bit dovish here, certainly open-minded, saying that policy is well-positioned to balance risks on both sides, that he thinks policy is right around neutral, and that today's CPI print is, quote, encouraging for views that it will converge more towards 2% this year. So basically, Fed's Muslim liking the CPI print and liking what it means for inflation this year going forward. Back to you.
all right, Muslim.
Yeah, Muslim there. Intel is now $2 in the money. It just elevated out of nowhere right there. Wow. Still to have 10% is still good enough, man. So we'll get another piece out right here if we can on that move. I was literally just looked over and was like, what in the? So that's a good little move there. We'll take out a 30, and then we'll put something near that high of 40 again, and then we'll have to just let it cook. I mean, it's already cooking. Right now, 5% left only on that one. And then another out in this 90 area, as that is our 21 period moving average. So trying to take some out there. Generally speaking, we'd like to see a 50 period or a VWAP break to really have some continuality to this trade, and maybe even a break longer if you want to punch longer if it breaks this 56.20 mark, because then you'll have support from down here. But yeah, unless and until some bigger names like a Tesla or like an Apple or something get going right now, then we're going to have to sort of wait on all of that. And we also do know, as Adair's covered it, JP Morgan, not, oopsies, that's the Canadian one. JP Morgan right here, not having the greatest day as predicted, but that's okay. That's what happens on banks. So another one for Adara. Let's go see what she's up to again.
So I said that Muslim was being a little bit dovish. Then he made this comment, quote, "I see little reason for further easing of policy in the near term." So even though he says that, the CPI is a good look, he still doesn't see any need to cut rates right now. So Feds Muslim kind of tampering any optimism in his comments by saying that he's not ready to cut currently. He also said that materializing job market risks or faster fall in inflation might make cuts more appropriate. So again, if we see more issues here with jobs or a larger fall here for inflation, that's going to make more sense for cuts. At this point, sure, the CPI print was good, but he doesn't really see a massive rush to cut currently. Back to you.
It is deciding, at least for now, to resume underneath the pre-market lows. I hop back in on silver because we actually end up closing a second bar underneath the trend line. So it got out break even the first time because I just did like a snap reverse when it was breaking the trend. Instead of just getting out of the long, I reversed into the short. But I'll give it to the prior bar, so give it a little bit more standard on SLV and see if we get into VWAP. Tesla is doing way better now. Now we're actually going to close a bar above that 450 level. Of course, it's not an Amex stock like SLV is. Let's give it a second. So last time we just took a straight breakout. Said after the open, let's see it hold on to the volume weighted average price. This is the candle that did it. Looks like I'll now look for a dip into 449 is going to be the key. SMR took the reversion shot. This one just sort of set up out of nowhere. It wasn't moving before. But if we break the prior bar, which is the low of the day, I'm out. It either goes to VWAP or breaks. If it breaks under the low, give it a couple of pennies under the low because it happens to be a round number, and I don't like stopping out at like 39. So I'll give it just slightly underneath that low of the day on SMR. But Tesla's suddenly looking a little bit stronger than it was before. I want to see actual closes above. You want to see higher highs and higher lows generally, but where the resistance is, if you can start closing candles above that, looking a little bit better for Tesla. It's a weak market-ish, so you want to be sure that we've caught the other end of this like tail on Tesla. Muslim's still going on and yapping a little bit here, but he hasn't really moved the market much. We were topping out regardless.
Yeah. I'm okay with him talking, but I mean, it's not helping really our futures position. Oh, we do take another piece out. Like we had less than 5%, so now we have 3% left right now. So we'll put the money in our pocket there. And here's one last average in. I mean, we were able to get it all back there on the futures. It does fall right back in here on the TQs into this level again. So we'll see if it does want to give us a little bit of a scalp at this point. I think it's worth taking. So we're long right here at 63 and our out is 50s. So looks like we are pushing the low end right now of the NASDAQ. So where was my stop again? Oh, 50, yeah. So,
okay.
Not that much risk I want to put on right now into a falling area for the NASDAQ. So let's be very, very patient there. We can check out if Nvidia's doing anything. That's trying to hold near the bottom. AMD, I think, has reversed. Yes, so AMD does. Okay, so AMD gets to that area that we talked about, man, right there, 222, like literally, and then falls right back in. So that was almost textbook right there on advanced micro devices. So yeah, we're just going to wait for the futures, and hopefully the TQQs can continue the upside. We do get a 68 fill there, but we need a little bit more than that, obviously, and let's see if we can get it. Here goes the NASDAQ near day's low, and the ES as well, man. This is the Japanese yen dropping the lows, and also JP Morgan continues to get hit here as well. So not a great start to the market today as we hit the skid a little bit, but Tesla's looking out to day's high, 451 on Tesla.
But let me ask you this. everybody, Sean and everybody, if someone handed you 1.25 million to trade, would your process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity that Funded Futures Network provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to large sim and live funded accounts every day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast same-day and daily payouts. And now the evaluation accounts are 50% off temporarily. Buy one, get one free, no activation fees. You can find the link below in the description or scan the QR code you see out in front of you today. Shout out to Funded Futures Network there. As you said, Tesla is trying to break out. Tried grabbing the bottom tail of this, we'll call it that 450 reversal candle. You've definitely broken trend. The original breakout at 450, like you can see, it went to $0.50, lost to $0.50, that kind of a deal. But I'm looking for this to hold on to said volume weighted average price. SMR has yet to run the high, unfortunately. Yeah, it's still holding. I mean, it did the trend break, a bit of a reversal, and it's holding the low for now, but this needs to get back up and break through the volume weighted average price to look a little bit better. Boeing, thank goodness. All right, so we didn't get trapped on the way down there in Boeing, and suddenly this looks a heck of a lot better. Now we've got an actual trend line with Boeing to try to join in. So it's very, very close. Tesla did get the fill in front of the 450. I bid 25 instead of 22s. I always bid 22s. I don't know why. But now we get a breakout of a trend here holding above VWAP potentially on Boeing. But I'm going to want confirmation of this because like overall, like you're looking at the NASDAQ, and I know the NASDAQ's holding up much better, but the ES lost 7,000. I really don't love that. Like we just lost a bit underneath 7,000 on the ES, and that's the overnight low. Let me just zoom in so you can see better. And that's the overnight lows as well. So you do have the S&P weaker than the NASDAQ. I mean, some of that's probably going to be due to possibly like the banks and some other sectors. So Tesla bouncing, but I really want this one entry into Boeing if we can break this trend, and then I put my stop here underneath 243. That'll be the next trade for me almost certainly here. Boeing with that delta, hopefully bounce up 1.5%. Should have made that pick, but that's now a Dara's pick again this year and already starting off pretty well.
Yep.
We repeat picks. We had a couple overlaps last year.
Yeah. It's he could have picked it if he wanted to, but he likes the other names better.
You know what? It wasn't just that. It also did come down to like the theme did feel like take more shot plays. So I went down my list and took something that I thought had just more upside. Obviously, it's got more risk too with CRISPR. Way more risk in CRISPR than Boeing. That's not even a comparison. But I just felt like it had more explosive upside in the chart. That's all. And that's the whole thing. Like
the idea behind
aspect of it, you have to start looking at, okay, well, what did everybody else pick? I'm going to need way more upside. Like bro's got Sidus to the short side. Like that thing.
He's already disqualified. But yeah, the whole.
That's a level of downside / upside, which is you got to pick something that'll compete. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I looked at it, I chose Big Bear AI, but I looked at it as these are the three best plays for me for the year. I think that was sort of the purpose for me of the event. But yeah, we're all going to like our picks until they're no good, and then we'll discuss them again. And as Joe said, he was going to take Rich Tech Robotics, so I don't want to. I want to see that name blow up as well. I want to see all of our names continue to go higher. Ramin took Netflix, which I think was, again, a play that I like, but that's only been going down today again. We're not going to look at these stocks, obviously, completely on a daily basis or anything like that, but there goes Netflix down into this low. Until we get settled with Warner Brothers and stuff, this is still going to be an up and down kind of a day. We actually get a super chat about it. That was well-timed, I guess.
Very good timing.
Okay, so pause, yes, I think, and I was just going to talk about that. 85, yeah. So here, let me look at, the problem is our daily chart does not reprice itself upon splits. So here we go on this. We're getting, our NASDAQ just keeps drifting lower. So we were able to get a little bit out, but looks like we'll take a hit if that breaks 55.50. We're 7 cents away from that happening. Yes, those are the levels, right? I mean, I think that if you're looking to pick something up, you could, and everybody's time frame is going to be a little bit different. But, at the end of the day, if you're looking to buy some of this stock at 85, it looks pretty good right here at 89. And, not that any of us sitting on the bid are going to prop this thing up, but you never know what tomorrow's going to bring. It could bring this way, it could bring that way. So I would just, start to, and again, use the sort of the dollar cost averaging method on this one because it's fall from grace so far. If you had bought something, and I don't think, this is right when the split happened, and then the Warner Brothers news hit. And again, whenever you're part of a buyout or looking to do something like that, you are going to get hit, especially if you are the acquirer. You're going to get hit because you're taking a $80 billion, $70 billion, whatever the hit is there, and you always are overpaying to acquire something. So you're going to have to let that mature up right here. So I think that, 85, if you like the stock and you sort of don't maybe have exposure to it, then I would think in and around here is a decent spot. We do have to slap, I don't know how many winners you got over there, but for me right now, we only have Intel. So Intel is obviously a big one for me today, and I want to thank you guys for the support on that. But we do just right there. Thank you so much. Love, peace, war. It was. The GOAT is Brendan. We've already discussed that, but that was a good call on Intel. That is for sure. But there goes the futures to the downside. And there goes 47, just came in again. That went to 47.40. Let me take out another piece here on Intel at 03s. I thought we had an offer up there, but I guess we did not. So that's a big mistake there. We only have 4% left, so not much going on. But NASDAQ falling apart right now. Should have switched over to the short, initially once it broke right there, the 200, but I wanted to see if we could hold. We didn't. We were able to get some out. It's not a disaster by any stretch of the imagination. So there goes the NASDAQ to the downside. Maybe flip over to a short. I just don't know if it's ready yet.
Before we go to Adara, I have to slap the absolute fail on the reload of the silver. I always have a rule about trend breaks, which is my out is the prior bar. I kind of never break from it. It broke the prior bar and it's absolutely tumbling. So the long, it's weird in that the long works and the short doesn't, and the short ends up actually being better, but you got to adhere to your stops. If there's a process that makes you make money over a longer period of time, then you got to stick to it, even when it doesn't work out. And sometimes trend breaks are not clean. It is what it is. I don't want to chase this move. I'm obviously favoring the short after the trend break because there's a lot of gap to be filled in here, but I need to have a trade set up again. And once it does, if and when it does, then I can be all over it. We are going to Adara. Time to have a look at the small cap recap. It's already 10:20.
Yes, indeed it is. Let's talk here about EVTV. This is one of the biggest names in everyone's mind yesterday in the small cap space. Same catalyst today, no new catalyst, but basically Azio is set to merger with EVTV. Well, yesterday, Azio announces that they've received $170 million in government revenue and a $200 million pipeline here. So again, with EVTV, it's really the connection with Azio, which is set to merge with them. I want to talk here about XAIR. Speaking of these deals here, AAPL Biopharmaceuticals. I guess this is part of XAIR Beyond, which is the name of the company. Either way here, XTL Biopharmaceuticals acquiring 85% of Neuronos, which allows them to enter the autism market. Let's talk here last but not least about DCOY, Decoy Therapeutics, announcing funded development of global manufacturing platform for peptide conjugate antivirals. So this is going to be one of those biotech type plays. Market cap here, $7 million float. 6 million shares, short float just over 3%. So DCOY, XAIR, and EVTV once again here. That's going to be the small cap recap, guys. Back to you.
All right. I mean, I have a new position right here, and it's going to be Tesla. So we're going to sit. I mean, it was a really good stock until now it's not. So let's give this to 447.50 break, like right into here. I don't need to be part of all of this, so we'll average it in now as it comes right into 448. So that was a level, like when we took it there at the 200 period, and then again at basically on that breakthrough 449 again. So we'll take another fill right here. It looks like we could be out of this one real quick if this does fall down, but I wanted to get into a name that's been aggressive here lately that is on pullback. So might be giving this one not enough room. And I just don't want to give it all the way down here. Like we could get out at 447 and then 447.50 and then regroup this. I don't want to give it another dollar. That's reasonable though. So if that's going to be your out, I don't think that there's anything wrong with doing that. So let's give it a little bit of a minute here and a breath and see if it wants to work. We're long at 449, so giving this about $1.50 or so, well within reason there, for me anyways, for Tesla. And then, like I said, man, maybe some of those small caps will give us a couple winners. I only got one, and that's on Intel right now. We took not a bath, but we got hit on ARM, which is crazy because there's our ARM short. But we got stopped at 111. It goes to 111.70. Now down to 108. We did like the 110 short. Maybe the break back down there at 110 would have been the trade to take. So we'll look at that again. But we're into Tesla right now. So the only winner for me here so far today is going to be INTC. And we just got lucky there as it bounced back into the 20s. So we able to take out some more. But position pending here with Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I only winner was the long silver. We lost in the short silver, lost on the SMR long, and lost on, well, we won for 2 on Tesla. But the perspective is, add them up, and my single best winner yesterday, I had 4 yesterday, and they're underneath the best winner from yesterday. So regardless of how it's going, as long as you sort of keep your risk relative to how you make your money, like you make it how you lose it, ideally, you'll be good to go. Boeing did make that break out of the trend line, so this is the setup that we're with. This never gave you any, there was no dip buy to be had back into 238, so the plan of action was never going to get never going to get held. I see a super chat. We have Moderna from long this. I can't remember the last time someone talked about Moderna. It's up 7% today, so you're only down, I didn't read this before, only down 85% since 2003. Yeah, that stock stinks. I don't know, I probably lost as much money on MindMed, so I feel you on that one. Yeah, I don't know why it's up 7% today, but yeah, that stock has not done well. You can't, sometimes those parabolic moves up in COVID, if you held all the way back in. I was in SI, believe it or not. Silvergate. Like I literally was in Silvergate, and I remember that I held like 10% of it for a decent chunk of the way back in. Finally was like, what am I doing with this stock? And sold it and put it into Coinbase. It wasn't even that much money. And then I think it was like maybe like 6 months later, there was no Silvergate. So, at some point, you got to give up on those. I feel you though. We've all been there. For me, one of those was actually MindMed. And that ended up selling, and then I think stupid stock bounced. Oh, MindMed.
Yeah. It's always those kind of stocks that are the problem. But
Shot plays require having some kind of an out on the back end of the trade.
Yes. That is for sure. The market is really coming in right now. So yeah, here goes Tesla. We didn't get out of it all, but it looks like we're going to get out of it all right now. As there it goes, breaking through. I thought it was supposed to be a 446 break there. Did it break there? It looks like it did. As I'm going to get back in because that might have been a little bit of a false break there on Tesla. Oh no. All right, oops, maybe it wasn't. All right, so 445 right now, 99 on, okay, here it goes. Okay, well, there it goes. Now we're breaking lower now on Tesla. So 445, yeah, I mean, the market is not stopping. So this name goes right back into the lows. Someone asked me, why are we looking at Tesla if we do have AMD pulling back as well? The whole market right now is pulling back. We should have done a little bit better on this trade, that's for sure, and we didn't. So there goes Tesla. Muslim is still talking, so more problems in Fedland right now, I guess, as we listen to them talk. But there we go, long at 446. That's basically a level that we're going to have to stop at. You know, it can't just keep on averaging this all in because this name could drop $10 at any time.
So down 3 points.
Yeah, and we had sort of thought that that was a possibility. 445 looks like that might be the very, very end of this Tesla trade. So let's see if we can get back to the upside right now. But yeah, JP Morgan warned everybody about that one. So I hope that some of you were able to get out yesterday or so. But yeah, bank earnings are always a tipsy-turvy situation. So all right, we'll see if Tesla can finally get back going. But they're going to need the futures, and right now they continue to fall lower. Maybe Google would be the better dip buy opportunity as well, as that name hits lows here as well. Or we just go short and stop dip buying because there might not be any more dip buys available. So 335, 334 for Google. Wow, yeah, that's a nice level. Came all the way back. Makes all-time highs like it did yesterday, and then just gets hit right back in. So Google will have to see what it wants to do.
The market tanks like this. I looked over, I'm like, is this today on SNDK? The stock is chilling, making a higher low at VWAP. Like, seriously, this stock does not fall apart. Like, I'm always waiting for if it looks like it's going to be that day. I don't know if it's going to be today on SNDK. I would expect to be breaking even lower. Going broke prior low, but notice how it's still going sideways. So this long actually still might be valid. I'll just have to look for another mode of entry, possibly just holding VWAP, and maybe getting a couple of greens in a row, something to be able to join the trend, or just take less, give a wider stop. That's at least a possibility. In terms of looking for a short, well, it kind of bungled the first short on the silver reversal. Well, it's at VWAP now. So if it can fail VWAP here, then I can find an entry underneath this 79.8 and maybe still play back into, prior day highs. You also have the 79 support. Like, there's a lot. If this is the absolute turn, I'm just really surprised about SNDK. Like, why is it not falling? It's Micron's falling. So why is SanDisk, Western Digital, WDC, if it'll ever load up, is also, no, this is actually strong. So the memory names are a bit split.
Okay.
So yeah, maybe it's not, I wanted this to be a little bit more clean. If they were all following, if they were all going down except for SNDK, I'd be more inclined to look at the catch-up play. But instead, I'd rather not try to short the relatively strong stock. That doesn't usually make a heck of a lot of sense.
No, we're back a little bit here on Tesla, but this is taking a while, man. Yeah, so can't celebrate it yet. We've chased it to the downside. We caught it a little bit. We'll get out right here at the past support. Past support could turn into resistance, so we do want to make sure that we have something going for us. Let's put a 47 fill in here. Hopefully that will. Here, let's get out a little bit in the 80s if we can as well for a nice little bump up. It's now 50 cents, but looking for a little bit more as this can just drop it like it's been doing. This dropped basically $5, not basically, did drop $6 all the way to the downside there in almost no stopping. So there is a catch-up possibility here in this name. So we'll see if it does get going there. It's going to be Tesla. We're going to sit on this trade for a minute and see if it does work. Like I said, I do have two outs, one at 447 flat right there, and then we'll go, maybe we can go up a little bit higher. I was going to wait for 447.50, so let's go 447.75 for a little bit of shares there, and then we'll see. First goal is breaking through 447, so hopefully that will happen there, and then we can get a good feel. I'm sitting pretty good. Good feels back in on this trade for Tesla right now. You guys had mentioned, you guys mentioned AMD. I'd mentioned Google right there. So that's near a good level as well. I'm not going to go long Google and Palantir at the same time, and Tesla at the same time, but this looks pretty good. And then also, always on my mind, Palantir. That's near the lows as well. So NASDAQ getting hit today, man, pretty good, as is the ES, as bank stocks go lower. It's 10:30 right now, and JP Morgan can't seem to find a base yet, down to 314. But as expected, right there for JP Morgan, down 3% there off their earnings call.
So cashing strays too.
Yeah.
Like SoFi is catching, it's down 1%, but this is at least getting into another tradable area. Looking for things that set up. Yesterday's low here, 26.25. You go all the way back, you got 26, you got 25.8. So that was a dip buy zone. I wrote on my iPad, didn't think we'd get there, but we are now. So this is a clear trend. It's one of the only things that has a very clean trend the entire morning going into said low. So kind of SOP, standard operating procedure, break the trend line, play back into the volume weighted average price is the way that I'm going to approach this, which it is doing as we speak. It's already 10:30, which is wild. And this is the first time that I will, so just broke the prior bar. My stop is going at the low. This hasn't, technically this has not closed this candle. So whenever I get in early, the other half of the trade, I wait for it to close above the trend line, but the stop stays in the same place, regardless of the entry plan. Still going to give it to that prior bar low. Looking at the visualizer for the first time here today, there is this X-Air stock that is showing up here in the small cappers. Tesla, AMD, silver, we've talked about Meta, obviously Intel, Netflix, SoFi just grabbed. EVTV, we actually talked about that as well. But X-Air, which is Beyond Air, I feel like if you start it with Beyond, you're just cursing yourself, but that's fine. Beyond Meat as a short could have been anybody's pick yesterday. Probably free money. This one is more ham than any dollar break that we've seen recently. It's passed literally everything. Like Candy Maldonado's thrown it through everything. This stock has gone through pretty much the entirety of the gap and then some, and looks like a bit of a habitual offender in terms of big gap ups and just rinsing people. So be a little bit careful. This doesn't seem like an overly good chase here at these levels. Maybe you can consolidate and break 3 a little bit later. And keep in mind, this is exactly the kind of stock that'll drop an offering on people and rug pull you. But a good breakout just feels like a very dangerous chase up here, because that's a huge chop zone between 210 and 275, and that's exactly the zone you're entering into right now. So SoFi, bit of a trend break here. I have to redraw this because I didn't save it before. So once we close this bar, then I'll try to add more and look for the pull back into the volume-weighted average price. Travman for real, habitual script flipper. Yeah, that's what they do. Every once in a while, we do find a small cap stock that doesn't look like complete you-know-what on a daily chart, but we show it to you because most of them teach you the lesson of taking a profit. I was just talking about that with MindMed when I didn't. And someone said, oh, you got gotcha'd by whomever, the hype around the stock. No, I mean, I gotcha'd myself by not taking it out on the way back in. The same way you should have a stop, you can have a trailing stop. So when you get that initial pop, you don't let it go all the way back to 0 on those small cappers. Everyone usually does it once at some point in their life. It doesn't mean it's a good thing.
447, no. I mean, you got to have discipline and have outs, and that's what we're doing here as day traders. And we might have had the wrong out on Tesla, but it got me out of it, and we could regroup completely right now. You know what? Now that it's right here, let's get something out at 25. Okay, so we're taking it out there. I'm still waiting for 75s. That's good. Okay. Okay. Hello. Money. Okay. That was a good one. Nice move right there. We're having another one of these days, guys. So let's keep the good vibes going. Let's go over to Adara right now as Tesla right now. We had a $2 winner on a $40 name. Now we have a $2 winner on a $440 name. This is a wild market. Let's go back over to Adara.
Sorry, I think Fabian's adjusting stuff, so I can just wait. Oh, hi. Let's talk here about MA. Sorry, I was confused there. MasterCard and Visa. We're going to take a look at this here as we do have Don Thune, part of the Senate here, saying that he's not necessarily supporting this credit card rate cap and that it could make many lose credit access, saying, quote, I am not advocating for a credit card interest rate cap. Back to you.
Yeah, I don't think that was necessarily going to get a ton of support. Like, ultimately, it ends up like what the argument will be made is that you're effectively doing price controls, right? Because that's what it works out to. Just very quickly, we got halfway to VWAP on SoFi. So took some out there at first resistance at 40. Going to look for VWAP. Did not get the add. It didn't really give me a chance to add in this candle here. So we'll end up with half of what we wanted. Let's throw that super chat up back again if we can. Kada Shay. The Meta sale is still on, boys. It's not too late to stack up. Love y'all. Good trading, everyone. Shout out to you. Thank you for that super chat. Yeah, I 100% agree. The big difference is it finally did something off of this 50-period moving average. Unfortunately, the answer was lose it. And when it loses it, I think you get back into 600. That's a nice little buy zone. It just, when you've been riding the 50 like this, I at least think initially the first look is continuation to the downside a little bit more. I don't think you have to be too early on this. Like, why not a little closer to the 580 and 600 level where we already bounced here on Meta? Or you could just wait till closer to earnings. That's another way to play. Danny's boy, we got another super chat here about Roblox. Looks like Roblox clashed the check for all your Christmas gift cards. Yeah, usually this is a good time of the year for Roblox, but this has been in need of a bounce, everybody, in a big way. Beginning absolutely smoked, and it's now looking a little bit better. I've been waiting for a spot, not for myself, but my daughter. I said to my daughter, you can 1% of her education investment account. Pick something, and then we can put 1% if I think it's reasonable. And the two things she said were the two things she uses the most that are public, which is Roblox and Duolingo, which I immediately said, well, we're not buying Duolingo, sweetheart. So I'll wait for a good entry in Roblox because that's at least reasonable. No, it's Duolingo has been an absolute. How do I say this nicely? It stinks. Let's leave it at that. Let me turn through a little bit slow. But Duolingo actually made another fresh 52-week low today. So I wasn't even meaning to point that out. It was just a coincidence. So I'm with you. Maybe we'll be adding that at some point this month because it's looking a little bit better in Roblox. But certainly not that Duo. We got another super chat. So number 3, Girl Dad. Yes. To all the girl dads out there, best traders in the space. You guys have a great new year, and we crush it together this year. Thank you very much, Girl Dad. We appreciate you for sure. Got about 20 minutes to go in here. The bounce is trying to go. I'm just looking for the first time that we get the VWAP or trace on one of these reversals. We're halfway there, but we're not there just yet. Did we even talk about Bitcoin?
After, no.
Bitcoin,
93,000, yeah, it's on one right now. After having 2 boys, it was very nice to have a girl. So I'm with you on Girl Dad there. Now we have a girl cat, a girl dog, and the rest is history in the Katina household. Edible.
So this is, I'm not, never.
Edible.
So just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Is there like a behavioral difference? Do you notice the difference between like if you have like a girl dog or cat?
No.
Versus
not really, no. I mean, it's different in the way you interact with them because like a girl, maybe you feel more, I don't know, like when they screw up, I don't know. For me, I'm biased because like my daughter can almost do no wrong. So I feel like I just like equate that to the dog as well and to the cat, right? But no, Guido the pug was a special pug, and Belle the cockapoo is equally as special. Yeah, Guido was amazing, and then now we have a cat that we rescued.
Every time I think of Guido, I think of Guido running around our trading floor.
Yeah, Guido has an Instagram.
He would literally, and probably should have had the cables cleaned up more when he was running back there, but nothing bad ever happened. But the poker night at our old trader, their new office.
Here it is.
The layout of their office, including the way they've set up the desk, completely identical to the campus office. Like everything about the layout is almost identical.
Good.
It felt like going into a time machine.
Here's Guido. Here's Guido. Right. So this is like my daughter, who's now 13 or 11, and there's her walking Guido. This is Guido. I mean, this is him as a puppy. He was just so sweet. He has his own. There's Gia right now, who is now 11 years old. Here he is trying to get into our house and everything. There's my daughter again with him. This is Guido the pug. He had 1 tooth sticking out like there. What's going on, Guido? There's my cat, William. He loved his cats. But this is Guido the pug. There's Baxter, so young, and my other son right there as well. So this is Guido the pug who has passed. So, yeah, shout out again to Guido there as we go into the profile. Just check it out. I put the sticky notes on here. Anything that Ramin does, we try to keep in on this page as well. So redoing all that kind of stuff. I don't know who this guy is, someone named Randy, I guess, right there. But yeah, lots of fun. Money Tree. Here's my kids right there at the Blue Jays World Series. Here's my brother. He and I had a Leafs game as well. There's baseball. Anyways, I was like, there's girl. Hey, we just have a girl dad right there. So shout out to all the girl dads. And thank you for the continued damn support of the show right now. But oh, Canada. Of course, Tesla, I just got the note that my car is charged up now downstairs, and there it goes right now, Tesla to the moon right now. Guess what, man? We are now positive on Tesla, position pending, of course. Let's get out another piece on this one. We'll take that out right now at 440, and there it goes, man. Tesla now positive. Top 2 stocks today, Intel and Tesla for me. We're going to finally be 2 and 2 there today. I know it's been tough sledding, as we've talked about, to find winners, but we got one here on Tesla. It took a minute. Bitcoin's a great one as well. Let's go over to Adara. It's 1040.
As you guys know here, Powell is being mentioned again by U.S. President Trump, who is saying, quote, Powell doesn't do a very good job. Now we actually have more comments here as well. We're going to bring it right to the sectors with finance, because as I mentioned here, we had John Thune of the Senate saying that You know, he does not support this credit card rate cap that has been proposed by President Trump. Now, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson saying that they would need legislation in order to pass U.S. President Trump's credit rate cap. That being said, the fear of this credit rate cap sending certain stocks like Visa and MasterCard to the downside. It is worth noting these names, of course, reacted on this news when it was day one of the reaction yesterday, but they actually kind of pushed up and rebounded from a lot of that weakness. Looks like they're selling off today. JP Morgan also selling off, though. It actually is a little bit higher than its low of day. A bit of a rebound here after its earnings. Again, tomorrow we're going to get more banks, including Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and Citigroup before the bell. Consumer services also pretty weak here, with RCL sharply to the downside, health services to the downside, commercial services, communications to the downside, and technology services. Google having another strong day after a couple positive catalysts yesterday with Apple and Walmart. Other than that, though, the sector is pretty beat up. Microsoft and Meta both down more than 2% each. CRM and Adobe also to the downside. Electronic tech does have a couple bright spots, namely Intel and AMD. In case people are wondering why these are running, it's because they both were upgraded by KeyBank from sector weight to overweight. Energy minerals strong, utilities strong, producer manufacturing strong, and consumer non-durables also strong here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. As always, appreciate you. I just saw someone in the chat saying something about an IPO. Adara, I just messaged you if you could double check, because I think there was one that priced today. I don't think opens until tomorrow. It's like GD. If we can maybe just confirm that GCDT. It's relatively insane.
It opened.
Anyways, is it open?
Yeah, man. It's halted.
GCT.
GCDT. Yeah, it's open right here. So it's open right now and actively trading. Oh, it's on the Amex.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Why can't I find this stock?
Yeah, my bad.
Oh, it's Amex. Okay.
Yeah, I should have said that there. So I saw it get called up as well. Then I just got, so thanks for covering it, because I just noticed there wasn't much volume on it, and I kind of left it alone. So yeah, this is known as GCDT.
Green Circle Decarbonized Technology Limited.
That's it. So there it is, GCDT. So thanks for bringing that to our attention here.
Where did they come up
An IPO opening up there, Green Circle. So there you go. Nice move, and congratulations if you were able to dip by that.
Incredibly small.
Not dip by, sorry. Yeah, I know. Grab the IPO price. There's only really been like 2 candles of volume here, right? And so even now that it's open, it's not doing anything. We do have Tesla with $3. So right now, guys, we're 3 in the money on Tesla and $1.50 on Intel. So far, so good. What up, Adara?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I was looking here for any other IPOs. There are going to be a couple next week, but in terms of this week, the only one I'm seeing right now is, other than this one today, is going to be tomorrow. It's a special acquisition corp hitting the market at $10, though. That's all it is.
And that one's a decent size, 2.8 mil. Sorry, 280 million, I should say, that SPAC. That being said, if you're trading SPACs, it's a very, very different trade because it's pre-deal. So what you're actually doing is it's going to open, effectively, they're all priced at $10, every single one. And a really, really good one, you might get like 1030 or 1040. That was the best one I saw in the last year was actually the Chamath one. It opened at like 15 and went to like 30s. A lot of them, you might just get long at 1001 or 1002 and make 2 or 3 cents. It's very, very tight inside trading until they have some kind of a business combination. And unfortunately, every time I want to fade one, we don't get locates on SPACs. I guess makes some sense. I don't know. We never get locates on them.
All right. Nice day trade on Tesla. Thank you so much. I also do see something here. And yeah, there it is. Thanks to Dara for your report there. Caught SPY on the downside. And thank you to me, I guess. Daily goal hit for the week. There you go, man. Keep that money in your pocket. That's the important thing there. Took advice on going bigger on plays. Exactly. So you're not here to joke around, right? You want to make a little bit of money there. So congratulations once you got it figured out. Go for it. All right. So ARM. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Man, ARM. We wrote down 110, man. We gave this thing $1. We should have given it $1.50. Up to 111.50, but you know, I know we're going to get that super chat in a minute, but these are the plays that I had scheduled out today, and you know, no doubt, man, the number one play here, it's not even close. Intel on the day, there it goes, man. The Intel 45 long, the Google long doesn't hit at 331, but obviously Google long hit. There's our ARM short, and then the TQs just kept on falling, and that will be my only, well, look, we're going to go red on ARM, but the real red, real redness of the day for me is this trade. That's the only one that we're going to wind up significantly red on. And then here goes Tesla. That's a nice little upside play. But I thought, okay, there we go. We get 450s right there. So yes, sir. Yes. $4 right now on Tesla long, one of the best stocks for me in 2025, one of the best stocks on the show then for that one, but we've taken baths on this as well, so be careful. Was there a super chat or did we get it?
I think we got.
Okay, we got it. Okay, all good then. Yeah, let's just
actually no, that's we did miss it.
Ooh, Kodak.
Minnesota trader. Really, Kodak.
Okay.
Are you saying insider buying alert because there was insider buying?
I guess
or is
so,
that,
yeah.
Are we just joking about that? Like, we can look for news on Kodak. I can't imagine. It's only up 3%. It doesn't do a heck of a lot of volume. Yeah, nothing really happening on it. I will double check myself because I feel like Dara looks like she's focused right now. I don't know what the catalyst is supposed to be. I don't see anything in terms of news for Kodak. But if you're just sort of joking around with the insider buying because you happen to like it, good luck. That's all I gotta say. I'm out of SoFi. We got half the move into the volume-weighted average price, but then it broke trend back in. And ultimately, I want to get to VWAP, but I'm not going to ignore what I see in the chart, which is that it's heading back in. So it gave you the trend break, but no longer looking that strong. Don't mind a rejoin if we can double bottom or so. But if you look at what's happened the last couple of days, or at least yesterday, once it got going, SoFi was either making very, very distinct higher lows in the morning, or it was like one bottom to rule them all, and then it would just go. So if it's not going to do what it did yesterday, I need to see it start patterning these distinct higher lows, and that just hasn't happened yet. So it's just a matter of being patient. Waiting for those patient setups is what it's all about there. And then, of course, remember, what you risk on a trade is what you need to make more than what you risk on it at the end of the day. So try to make sure you keep those apples to said apples.
All right, let's just keep on going there. What's up, Mike Peter Ryder? He loves Lord of the Rings. That's really, really good. Yeah, Tesla might be a short up here. We have emptied out a little bit. We got the low of the day right into the 200 period moving average there. So, yeah, I don't know, Chuck of all trades, again, thank you so much for all the kind comments there. It's great to see some traders following what Neil and I are doing. So that is great. All right, so Tesla right there does drop off of that 450. I'm still going to wait, man. I'm still going to try to see if this wants to retest back down here, and I'll get some more. I'm not going to drop any more. This could fall back in. We did get a lot out in this area, man. In between the 50 period, VWAP, and the 200. I mean, these are levels, right? I mean, that's why we're monitoring those ones. So so far so good there on that. Shopify, Tesla, Qualcomm, Apple. Apple today on a move. We can check out some Robinhood as well. So this is what Apple's doing, absolutely nothing. Robinhood on bank weakness today, although obviously not a bank, not even close to a bank. Robinhood downside there, and I think the one that's getting hit the most against JP Morgan would be SoFi. SoFi down 1% right there when they have nothing to do with anything. They're January 30th, so we still do have a couple weeks before we get SoFi report. Obviously, they are a bank and getting hit there today as JP Morgan. If it slows down, it's probably going to be a buy, and so there it is right there, taking out the 50-period moving average. I think JP Morgan's a buy now that it's been washed out a little bit, so watch out for 315 hold there on JPM. Yeah, the miss for me was just getting out of ARM, because there's the short and there's the stop out. But as we said, man, you can't be a disciplined trader and not have an out. That broke our 111 area. We got out, and then boom goes a dynamite to the downside. So we really, the futures was bad. That's not recovered, but it could be a much bigger day than it is if we had just held on to that ARM trade. But hey, man, you can't have it all. There it is, 30,000 shares right there at 85. So we do get a downside pressure point here for ARM holdings. All right, it's 10:51. We'll get what's for lunch when we get back from Adara.
Really nice consolidation here on the US dollar daily chart. Again, as I mentioned a while ago, trying to base out on Christmas Eve this half-day session here on December 24th, on that 97 halves level. Now we're pushing here and attempting to break out that 99.3s. Now this was a level of resistance going back to early December. We tried to break above this over the last 2 days. Let's see if third time's the charm, and if we get a push above that 99.3 for the USD. I do have to talk about economic data because that was one of the biggest catalysts, not just for the US dollar or for the economic standpoint, but for the market as a whole today. CPI coming out. Now, it is worth noting, CPI month over month and year over year actually in line with the estimates, but the core prints, a little cooler than expected. Core CPI year over year, 2.6% versus 2.7% expected. Core CPI month over month for December, 0.2% versus 0.3% expected. You can find this infographic on X at TTV Research if you want to look at all these numbers with a bit more detail, including the prior prints. But one thing I do want to say as well before I let you guys go is tomorrow we get PPI, but unlike this CPI print from today, which is for December, PPI is going to be for October and November. So it's quite a bit delayed. So keep that in mind, again, for tomorrow's Producer Price Index print, which we will give to you right live at 8:30 a.m. with Brendo and Sharif. Back to you. Do make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, thank you, Dara. And like that CPI did end up being a bit of a head fake. And we've seen this before. Anytime you have a breakout on an 830 number, the open, like wherever level you get to, it's almost like some Fed numbers can be the same thing too. When you get to that same spot, if it rejects the second time, you can go trend down. I probably wish I'd sniffed it out. Did try to reverse and fail on silver, but it is what it is. Got to be able to move on. So the higher low has, at least for now, come in. So if SoFi is not going to just ramp job one time, then I want to see if it can just start putting in higher lows on the way to VWAP and a potential breakout like it did 2 sessions ago. So play this one into VWAP is going to still be the plan, but the out is no longer low of the day. It's just going to be the prior bar on this move as we continue to go and go and go. Commodity King, K-Web, I'm telling you this thing can fly. Well, 100p yesterday, Alibaba was absolutely nuts. I don't even know what some of these drop downs are. Okay, there we go, see AM. Apparently there's something DB for K-Web. But this is on the Amex. Alibaba was an absolute rocket ship. It made a monster trend break on the daily chart for Alibaba. Trust me, I'll get there in a quick little second. But K-Web did something similar. And obviously, Alibaba's going to be a big hole in there. But K-Web with a big trend break. I like Baba better because I think you get way more juice to this move. But there's your trend break trying to continue. Alibaba just a little bit more explosive when it broke that trend. I'm biased because I own Alibaba, but I think it's also clearly better on this trend break on the daily. Coming for this bad boy.
Yeah, we are loving Alibaba right there. But this is now $5. What's up, Jose? We won't hit the thing 5 times, but there goes Tesla. It took us a minute to get this one, but once we did, man, it is an absolute banger as we turn positive there on Tesla. We did the same thing yesterday with Google as we had to fight it all the way back in, but you're clearly not here for the trading. You're here to find out what is for lunch. Let's go over here, Joe, and figure out what's for lunch. Today we have, that's Sharif. What's up, Sharif? Thought it was Joe there for a second. Today we will have a positive experience, Rob, so don't worry about this. Today's lunch has a Spanish flag attached to it. So any guesses? We've had this many times. It is right. Sharif gets it right there. It's a face slapper. It is paella.
It wasn't that.
So we have chicken. Yeah, last time I think it was a little dry. Last time it was a little dry. More than making up for this. We have Spanish-style ratatouille with tomato, zucchini, peppers. So that's nice as a little side with the chicken paella. Garlic sautéed green beans. We like green beans around here, that is for sure. And then cucumber salad with spiced mint yogurt. That's a face slapper. That is your lunch of the day here at Trader TV Live. It is chicken paella. So, there it is, man. We like that one. And the ratatouille with tomato, zucchini peppers. Okay. So that should be good, man. We will have a great time with that one. And I'm just going to let Tesla continue to run, man. My next out is 451.75. Let's see if we can get back to the day's high here on TSLA. Spanish chicken paella, not tilapia paella. So there it is, man. Nice move to the high side. We've got the bangers today, and we're going to be green, and it was a good day, so not too bad there. Thank you everybody for watching. It's 10:56.
Yeah, 7 minutes ago, we did get the VWAP on SoFi, so there was a reload. We wait for the trend break. We kind of get out here when it loses that upward momentum, then it bottom tail wicks. We get out at VWAP, just going to look for the next available trade. I'm kind of following the pattern here on SoFi from this day 2 days ago, lower highs, break, and then just buy the dip until it does something distinctly different. So I think we're on the other end of the trade. So just going to look for those types of entries, right, where I can get in, throw a stop, get in, throw a stop, see if we can play a little bit higher. VWAP is just a line in a chart. The next dip doesn't need to be above the volume-weighted average price. It could easily just put in any kind of a higher low as long as you want to hold that trend line. Hopefully, sometimes it is clean. I just don't want to be chasing the move. I don't want to be too early where I have to then sort of fight it on the way back in. But SoFi looking much better. Caught some strays. I think a lot of it probably has to do with JPM. It helps that JP Morgan is bottomed out. So the one thing I will look for, if I'm buying the dip on SoFi, I don't want JP Morgan to be breaking the low of the day. Like if this is still losing the bid, then even if SoFi is setting up, I'm not going to be as much of a fan of it there. So we're going to try and see if we can get some clean entries on that thing one more time. Just sort of stick with what is working, and right now SoFi is the one that's in the clean trend for me.
All right, guys, join in just a couple of seconds. You're going to join Sharif. You're going to join a much more handsome version of myself with Joey coming through as well. So get ready to rock and roll. Joe, we've got 550 right now in the money on Tesla. So that's going to be a good one right there. 451 right now on TSLA, as that's a banger. $1.30 on Intel. And again, guys, thanks so much for watching. It's been one hell of a show there. Although, like I was saying, man, just a few winning trades, but a lot of good talks. And I hope that you guys have had a green morning. And if it's a red one, hopefully it's not extreme into that center of the universe. Financials today down, right? Down on Berkshire, down on JP Morgan, down on MasterCard, down on Visa, right? Like, thanks a lot, Jamie Dimon, as we get punched in the face today in the financial sector on what was, of course, a double beat. And then there goes Tesla, by the way, guys. We are now just rocketing up 451.50, man. We almost get our 451.75 on that one. A good sector today, XOM and energy, right? XOM up 2% here as some Iran news. So hopefully some de-escalation there as we already sort of know the situation. Trying to refine that oil means Valero is the true winner in this space. So watch out for some good talk about Valero moving forward, if not already. Nice to see CVX getting its legs under it as well. All right, man. Great day here, and thanks again for watching. I'm going to go hit the pool, and hopefully Tesla continues its upside momentum.
And keep in mind, I don't know. I know there's a Ford and Trump thing going on, so keep in mind that is happening today. Adara will keep you abreast of any news.
12:30 scheduled with Trump. It could always be later.
Well, that's sort of the thing. Like, I think what we've found is a lot of these meetings and whatnot is just like a loose time. But all throughout lunchtime, you're probably going to expect to see potential movement in Ford. I don't want to say it's going to move for sure, but yes, Ford CEO and the President Trump will be meeting today, 12:30 tentatively speaking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, probably more like 1 o'clock. And we're 102 away, so we didn't quite get there for the morning show, but I feel pretty secure that we're going to get there today. Thank you for getting us to potentially 550,000 subs. We are going to enjoy our paella.
Yes, we are.
Hopefully it's up to Costanza standards, which would be a good thing. And we'll throw you guys to the midday. It's Joe and Sharif. Go get it.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. This handsome gentleman is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif, and I'm scrambling right now because I don't have the chat up. Oh no! And then we're gonna get it up right now. So we're gonna see exactly who's here. We're gonna shout everybody out. Let's go. No, I don't want to block the I want to pop up the chat. There we go. Now we're good. All right, let's say hello to Gorev, and why not? We got Dubes already, bro. Andrea, One Life to Live Together. We got Christmas 123. Yannick. We got Emilia, Esverin, Adrian Peterson. We got Juan frickin' Padilla. We got the Smurf. We got Midwest, as my dad would say, cannabis. It's cannabis, of course. Buffalo Soldier, D the Liquidator. Who else? We got Kirky, Mike Ryder, and Andrew Chow. Sit and Spin. I like that. Monkey Dungeon. Still Paper Trading. Shout out to Fluffsters, Fluffy Hippo. We got Wyatt. We got Masked Bishop and Big 40 Nephew. Shout out to Poor Robin Hood. And my name's Jeff. Did you see this? My name's Jeff 007. I know you like that. Showtime BB. We got the Soul Queen 88 Joey Options. We got Skittles and Michael Baldwin. We even got Gladys in the house, as well as Lee the frickin' Conductor. He's been conducting these markets.
All right, easy. Maybe a train conductor or something along those lines.
Yes, sir. Good morning, brother. What are you looking at, homie?
All right, yeah, good stuff, guys. Let's get right into things. Yeah, they're right behind us. You can see the subscribers. Give us a solid. We're going to get to that 550. I think today, only 100 more. We're going to hit that 100 mark, I think, during the midday. So
I hope
just
so.
do us a solid. All right, guys, let's get right into things. What are we looking at here today? We're going to start it off with a short on RCAT. But, okay, a little bit of a different name, but I seen right out of the opening drive, straight flush, you get a little bit of a rebound of breadth within the stock, and then you see some indecision prints right at the volume weighted average price, leading us a little bit lower. So what did we do? We had to participate, and Disco, we would never hate. Don't worry about that, my friend. I know you're only joking. We don't get frustrated about those things. But RCAT, definitely one of our better ones here this morning.
You traded RCAT?
I traded RCAT.
Hey.
Yeah, man,
I like
even
it,
matter,
bro.
right?
I like
Whatever
it.
the 4 letters are, they can catch it, Sharif. It doesn't even matter. All right. Now, as for Intel, listen, I've accidentally put in too many shares here at the lows. I'm like, oh no. And then I never got back in. I punched. I was like, oh, that's not good for the unrealized profit. So we had to get out when we were supposed to, just in case we were going to partake in a breakdown. That would not have been good. But we engaged later at the break of the volume weighted average price. And then we get a nice solid move. There was another hammer candle printed right at VWAP, but we didn't take that second attempt to the long side, our third attempt, I guess I should say. And sure enough, you do put in a new high of the day. Intel up 6 1/4 here this morning. A big time move. Silver running into that $80 mark in which we were talking about earlier this morning. Another big time move in SLV. I mean, if you look at this name for the past, we're going to add on what we had yesterday.
Okay.
So 20%. Now we climb another couple percentage points to the top side in SLV. This thing has been an absolute monster for the year of 2026 and even in the latter half of 2025. So keep it up with silver. I know a lot of people are buying it in the 60s. Congratulations to you as that continues to work. And I think it will for the foreseeable future. But Intel, definitely one of the hotter names this morning, getting an upgrade by KeyCorp. So it decides to skyrocket. Also with a price target raise of $60. Almost a 33% increase from where we're currently trading at, a little bit less. But that is some nice PA we're seeing in Intel. You know what? I'm just going to say it how it is, in my opinion.
Say it,
10% stake from the government, 9.9 to be exact. What else do you expect from this thing, really, Sharif? I think that we're going to continue on this trajectory. But Assassino told us.
Tell him, Joey.
This trade has unlimited upside. Who's that guy? All right, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe. But let's take a look at some of the names that we have on our radar this morning. And we're going to start it off with the TQQQs. Sold off aggressively about 9:30 or so, a little bit after 9:30. Nothing wrong with that. Starting to get a recovery, but the volume weighted average price once again coming in as some solid defense. I've now shifted a little bit of my focus to Bitcoin. Yes, you guessed it. Something that I often trade, but I have not been for the past little while. Bitcoin trading up to $53, around 93,000 on spot itself. And then there is Intel looking like it's going to head towards a key neckline and some support. But those are the 4 names. I did have RCAT. I switched that with IBIT, so we're not going to complain whatsoever. Let's see what we got going on with Bitcoin.
All right, man. Here's what we got. So let's get right down to work because there's a couple of breakouts happening as we speak in the world of small cap gappers. So the first one I'm looking at right off the bat is XAIR, up 138, almost 140%, 250 high, back down into the 210, 211 area. It's losing the 10 EMA. It looks like it may have support at $2. It didn't really use $2 as a resistance level all that much, but it certainly did use it as support, especially after making that 250 high, drop back down, tested that $2, ended up holding up. Now we're just a smidge above that level. So XAIR looks good, but definitely pulling back a little bit over here. XTLB, another good one, up about 75%. Put some respect on this one's name. This one definitely looks like it's got that clear area of support at the dollar. You get a double bottom at 1020 and 1015 and 1020. And now it's kind of trying to work its way back above VWAP. It seems, for whatever reason, to be finding support off that yellow line. That yellow line will always be the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute charts. On my black charts, never will it be any different. $1.41 high, trading at $1.17. This one has wide ranges per candle. What do I mean by that? Well, just take a look at the price of this stock and then take a look at the average range per candle. We get some big boy candles here, and they're just not one off or two off. There's plenty of them. What does that mean? Well, that means it typically has a propensity to reverse once it makes a big move up. Now, we saw that initially when it made the initial high day at 10.05. We saw it again at 10.40. So that's part and parcel of getting to know the characteristics of XTLB. It looks good. I'm interested here picking it up in the 110, 115 area. But there's also edible, right? EDBL, and that might be too early for even the most ardent of cannabis lovers out there. Shout out to my dad. $1.14 high. This one was doing all but no volume in the earlier time of day. The volume really started coming in around 10:30, and I don't know why. I don't really care. Okay, but the volume is here now, and we're getting about 750,000 to about 1.25 million shares per 5-minute candle, up 78%. Just printed the day's high. So we're going to keep an eye here on Mike B. DeRider. Of course he said that.
Yeah, of course.
My man. Yes. Okay. So he likes edibles. I like that. I like you more now, Mike. IBRX, not up big, 10 and change, looking to go on 11, 290 high. Volume's a little. This one had a great day yesterday, so it's a continuation play. IBRX continuing to give the longs something to trade. You remember EVTV? We had all sorts of trades on EVTV yesterday. Some good, some not so good. And this one got absolutely parabolic. You want to guess when? Who's going to guess when? The aftermarket, of course, when the halt parameters are non-existent. The volatility halt parameters, I should say. News pending still does. So anyway, 402 high technically takes out that 4 a.m. high that we put in, which was about 397. It's 402. The way I see this, it looks like a prolonged bull flag with the breakout coming at 1020. Looks like we're establishing a bit of a support level in and around 350. It does have a tendency to wick below, but there's also a resistance level to talk about here, and that's very, very clearly 3 mid-70s, 3 high 70s. Look at the umpteen amount of rejections we get below that 380 area. There's only 2 prints above that 380 area, and they're both a double top, and neither of them closed above that area. So we've been, it's been tough to print anything above 375, 380 on EVTV. RCAT is hot garbage. Shout out to Joey for taking that one short. And then TE, again, this one's been showing up a lot on my scanner, not strictly a small cap gapper, but a lot of support here at VWAP and trading, in a way that we can probably finagle some trades here and there, possibly on if there's nothing else. So first and foremost, I'm going to be looking at edible, and I'm going to be looking at EVTV. I like the look of IBRX as well, and XTLB. XAIR, it's going to have to start putting in some higher highs, because right now it's just a plethora of lower highs ever since making that 250 at 1025, that $250 high at 1025. So no trades yet for me, but we're going to set up here and we're going to see exactly how we can weasel in, whether it's on EVT over here or whatever, Joey. What do you
Right on. All right, guys. Yeah, so a lot of people talking about Tesla here this morning, continuing its bounce. I like this print right here. Where's my boy Goreb and Los
Where's he
Polios?
at?
Yeah, I'm sure they're looming around somewhere, trading, doing their thing. He crushed it on silver yesterday. Congratulations on that. I'm happy for you, man. You held it throughout that throughout the volatility in which I didn't. So a nice move there on SLV from Gorev once again. We had some hot trades on that trade, on that name between the both of us. So we'll continue to do so. But Tesla, look at that indecision print right around the lows, around 446, 444, getting closer to. And now you're going to go test that pre-market high. I think this can be a potential resistance zone in which you want to look out for. And if you do break, watch out for Tesla to continue its climb. We'll head over to the daily and see what we got going on from that perspective. And if there's anything telling us, hey, we're ready to rock and roll. And I think that's going to be the narrative here in Tesla. You know, Brando has that as his pick. This thing could be absolutely monstrous. We did touch that 499 level. It's only a matter of time until it breaks that 500. Someone in the chat wrote that autonomous vehicles fully no safety driver there anymore in all of Austin. So slowly progressing there, and then once he starts to expand and has the ability to do so in other major metropolitans, then I think he's going to be skyrocketing. We talk about Waymo having a lot of autonomous miles, but then Sharif, you mentioned not too long ago, don't forget FSD miles as well, because that's extremely important. Logging those. And I think that Tesla's going to have the ability to just surpass what Waymo's doing. Why? From a production standpoint and their production capabilities. It's just so much more vast, that being a car company as well, and significantly cheaper from a vehicle standpoint. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on TSLA, and I haven't been trading it as of late either. So we'll keep our eyes on Tesla.
I want to build on your point.
Yeah.
Yesterday, late in the day, we got word that the robotaxi had found, the robotaxi rollout for Tesla had found its way to Chicago now. So widely speculated.
And, hey, listen, Waymo here coming to Toronto. I don't know when we're going to see our first.
It's going to be super interesting to see how it works with the weather. I can't wait to see how that works.
I think that's the big question looming around, obviously, the colder climate countries and everything like that. Like, how are you going to operate? And it's going to add a lot. I think it's going to, not only are they going to kind of scratch off a lot of what and ifs, is that it's going to help advance the technology as well, too, right?
Oh, yeah,
Considering
no question.
From a camera and the LiDAR standpoint.
Well said.
It's really important to get involved in all of that stuff. But guys, other than that, I'm looking at SLV as it looks like it wants to break that 80.60 level and head into $81. We were talking about this not too long ago. Watch out for silver to continue its climb in the year of 2026.
Sounds good. Yeah, and by the way, as well, we're seeing a lot more of the robotaxi, like the actual robotaxi, not the Model Y driving autonomously, acting as sort of a ride-hailing autonomous. No. The actual robotaxi, that two-door golden car that he rolled out, it's all over the streets of Austin, and you're getting a lot of different takes, mostly on X. You're able to see that. More on that later, and I'll also have more videos for you on Waymo later. So we'll get to that.
You know what we don't? Do we have any video on the actual robotaxi itself? I feel
That's
like
what I just said.
You said Waymo. You're gonna have videos on Waymo.
No, that next one.
You have
There's Bear on X, your
Yeah.
favorite social media platform, because I know you're on social media a lot.
Exactly.
Right? No, it's all over, Joey.
Yeah.
It's like in Austin, everybody's taking videos of the actual robotaxi on the street.
I've seen a couple, but nothing like the Waymos, obviously, in California. I want to see the robotaxi head into California and how people react around that, because we know how the people of California typically feel about Mr. Elon.
Well, that's the other thing, right? Like, but it's, well, I'm not going to get into that. But no, you're absolutely right. They are operating technically in the San Francisco Bay Area, but they're not operating with the right license. So they still have a driver.
Yeah, finding loopholes.
Exactly,
so.
All right, let's get down to work. Yeah, that's the way it is, Assassino. He likes to kind of live on the edge there and fight with the law. All right. I'm in EVTV over here. So we already took a couple of prints into 69. I took a couple of prints at 69. But as I've mentioned, my perception here on EVTV is we're locked in a bit of a range. For the most part, we're finding support at 50 pennies. And again, for the most part, we're finding resistance at around 70 to 75. I'm trying to build a position towards the lower end of that range with a view to taking the breakout if the breakout should come. Now, I'm going to be ready for bamboozlement, knowing that I'm not the only one perceiving this range. And if I'm not the only one, then there's going to be the other trader who can move the market because he's got big boy money and who may want to stop me out. A specialist breakdown, or a specialist breakout as we call it, only to have it move along its merry way to the high side. I'm going to be alive to that on EVTV. That doesn't mean I'm going to DCA into an oblivion. That just means I'm going to be strategic where my stop placement goes. But I'm seeing that XAIR is starting to make a move to the high side here with the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, and here we go. So it had been lower high, a symphony of lower highs on this one. Now, I'm not saying we've cleared it with any decision or any vigor at the moment, but I'm looking for a decided break and a hold above $2.30. I feel like maybe if we get that $2.30 break, then we'll have decidedly broken that lower high trend. We'll have to wait and see. It's showing me 2.25, 226 now. Seems like there is support at 210s generally, but I feel like we're still suffering from that lower high, so I don't want to be super quick to jump in. Just got that dip trade at 351 on EVTV, so this one's going to have to hold this general area as we talked about with that range having established itself already. We're also putting in lower highs, though, on EVTV, but I still like the range. I don't want to get bamboozled too quickly over here. So we have 55s, and there it goes right back up. Better cost basis now. Let's go ahead and set up a little bit higher now into the high 60s, as this one just did find support at the $0.50, rocketing up now. I don't want to say rocketing up, but moving up into the high 60s. Let's see if we can get that print at 69. We've already taken a couple of prints there at 6.9er. Back to XAIR. There you go. Now the candle that on the 5 is looking at like a topping tail candle. So this is why I didn't want to jump in too quick. I need to see a decided break of the lower highs, not just a quick wick to show me, hey, you know, I broke above the prior candle high. Well, fantastic. Good for you. It's good for me. I'm going to need to see something decisive at 230, if not mid 230s, to kind of work my way into this one. And then I want to load up edible as well. Let's put some respect on edible's name over here. Oh, XAI. Okay, good. So EDBL, where is this on the NQ? Nice. Let's eat edibles on the Nasdaq, Joey. We're at, I see VWAP here a little bit below $1 at around 98 pennies, give or take. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a position here, and I'm going to give it about 95 pennies. So that's less than 10 pennies worth of risk. I'm good with that. I'm going to build my position on edible. It's up 65%. Let's put some respect on this one's name. Let's see what we get. Okay, what's it called? EVTV breaking down a little bit here now into the low 40s. Is this an at spot or going back to 330 where the volume weighted average price is? Let's see exactly over here. We've taken some shares out. Can take a little bit more risk. Let's give this one an opportunity to kind of set up. Nope, not letting in quite yet. Didn't get the bid, didn't get the fill there. So tried to get some in the mid 40s. Didn't get it. We'll see if it comes back down into that level. Yeah, that is sort of the specialist breakdown that I was talking about there to get everybody stopped out, because the range is, I perceive, 350 to about 3 mid 70s. So let's see what EVTV has to offer, Joey.
Yeah, great stuff. I think that's a fantastic question, Lemon Family, that you just mentioned not too long ago. How do we adjust to certain weather conditions? And what am I talking about is this snow. You can't really drive the actual speed limit when you have a heavy snowfall, and even just the average road, right? So
you have to drive, on the conditions.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think that's a fantastic question. All right, let's head to our scanner and see what we got on. We're going to go through multiple names here. Just run through some that have the most amount of volume here this morning. Never mind, we want a 5-minute time frame. And across the board, we're seeing a lot of indecision prints on these lows. Commodity Kings was talking to me about CrowdStrike. Yeah, I mean, that's starting to move, but there was aggressive selling right out of the gate in that opening drive, in that opening auction. So keep that in mind. Here's Nvidia off of the lows. A nice strong move and heading towards this pre-market wick. I think this is going to be a key level in order for us to break through. If it can break that and then continue its ascent higher, then sure enough, who knows what's going to happen. But we were talking about this not too long ago. We've been moving sideways since August. A couple whips, you get this gapped up, but this is overextension at that point, and then you just head back into this consolidative state. What I would look to do is be involved in the low 60s. I have this in my long-term issues with adding a little bit more for the lower end of the range, and then the continuous climb a little bit higher, and then we break out. Because the name's so strong, earnings reports, we know that they're usually one of the they are the last of the Mag 7 2 reports. You're going to have to be probably going to come in February, early February or something along those lines. But nonetheless, let's continue our scroll in the scanner and see what we got going on. Tesla starting to come off of these highs. Buying pressure starting to step in. Told you about this pre-market that we need to keep an eye out. So there's a supply at 451, and we can't seem to break it just yet. Netflix going opposite. We talked about quite some time. A week where the opening drive was straight flush to the downside, and then you got a recovery later in the latter half of the session. Hasn't been the case. Yesterday, another strong opening drive, kind of identical to today's price action, and then now you're starting to come back in a little bit, but you're starting to form that consolidative zone right here around the 89.40s. All right, now as for Applied Digital, we love this name, but finally starting to sell off a little bit. We'll take a look at it from a daily. Consecutive days, and you almost tap into this previous pivot high, which is going to put you around that all-time high, but not quite yet. A nice solid breath. If you get a little bit more of a pullback and you hold this 35.24 level, sure enough, you might have the ability to break through there. Now, as for some of the quantum names, D-Wave, what have you been up to? Look at this print. Look at this print, Gorev. Look, Sharif, from November 24th, you're looking at a 60% return off of those specific lows. So a nice little move and a recovery here in the quantum space. That's exactly what we're looking for. A couple more clean spark. What have you been up to? Nothing substantial. You're still down quite a bit off of that previous pivot high, 23.6, $23.60. You're down 47%. Palantir doing not so bad either today. We'll take it, but consolidating just like Nvidia is. K-View, nothing else really attractive. So I'm going to keep my eye on what we got going on. But one thing to note is that INTC is starting to form this downward channel. Just be cautious that you might get that liquidity grab and break the channel, and then sure enough you climb, and then you head towards that lower support, because it typically does that. But INTC, we're going to keep our eyes on that one because we had a nice trade on that earlier today. And I think RCAT, I'm going to remove that from my side chart as well, because it's probably just going to move sideways for quite a bit. Usually does that in about an hour, a couple hours after the open.
Sounds good, sounds good. All right, edibles making a decent move here. We got the lower end of the range at 103. We ended up taking the high of the day there at 14. I've set up next at 17. Back down into 5 and 6 it goes. Unsure how this one's going to trade, but it's going to be focused right now on EVTV because this one just made it into VWAP. So let's have a look over here. Is this one going to find support at 330? I've already put my stop into this one. I debated flattening out break even. Yeah, it feels like the reversion trade might be on here on EVTV as this one's going to lose here the 330 area. I'm just watching a little bit more. I still haven't triggered my stop at the $0.25. This one is looking like it will, yep. So then we're going to have to stop out on this one. So we'll give back a little bit there on EVTV. Not a good hold, breaks down from the range in the wrong way. So we'll focus on the next one. Now keeping an eye here on edible. This one forming a bit of a bull flag. Let's see if it holds up as opposed to EVTV, which not so much at that volume weighted average price. We also have VWAP and the 10 EMA right around that dollar area on edible. So I like the fact that it's kind of accumulating here above the dollar as opposed to accumulating below, so we can use the dollar as support. Don't want to add too much too quickly, but you definitely see the lower end of the range there in around 104, 103. Here comes that 103 area again. Let's give this one the old college try, see if we can get in a little bit more here for a nice move back up into the mid to high $1 area. So let's set up some profit takers on this one, see if this one wants to pop back up. I'm still keeping an eye, by the way, on XTLB. My mistake. XTLB, keeping an eye on the side chart, excuse me. Looking for this one to kind of hold above that 120 area, but it hasn't quite made its way back up there yet. So we're going to have to give XTLB a little bit more time. Edible still dilly-dallying around that dollar area. Doesn't look like it's going to break out quite yet. In fact, I think it did reach prior bar low. So it's going to have to hold this $1 high 90s area for me to stay interested. Yannick letting me know about ALMS, and this one hasn't done too much in the way of volume, nor is it really up that much on the day, about 5.25%, which isn't a bad look. The problem is it's substantially above the volume weighted average price as well as the 10 EMA. It looks like it might be bull flagging. Very sorry about that. Looks like it might be bull flagging with some higher lows off that $22 area support. But I don't really want to guess, to be honest with you. So I want to see if this one wants to come back into that, 2180s where the 10 EMA is, find some buyers there, and then we might get involved with that one. So that will be my look. Back to edible, nice pop-up after the ad. We get that print there at 7s, but the one at 10s still goes unprinted. So edible continuing to dilly-dally above the dollar and the 10 EMA on the 5. Outlaw Trader says, look at PDYN. Let's have a look at PDYN, see what that one is up to. Not the best look, brother. It's up 14 2/3, so I can see the interest. I don't like the lower highs. I don't like the fact that it's not really respecting VWAP as an area of support and resistance, kind of more of a line of best fit. So that one wouldn't really fit my criteria. Moreover, it hasn't broken above the pre-market high that it put in at 820, which is about 756. But thanks for mentioning that. If it kind of changes its tune a little bit, we'll get involved with it. Other than that, though, I'm going to steer clear of this one. So the only trade I'm in right now is Edible, EDBL, up 65%, trying to hold above the dollar. But we'll have to wait and see whether this one can continue to hold up. What else I got over here? BDSX is just not doing enough volume, to be honest with you. It's up nice, 8%, just got into the high day at 878. But I don't want to be punching in if this one is not going to hold up on volume. And then XAIR is just continuing to put in lower highs. Now, has this one found support of the 20? Not really. It really hasn't interacted much with the 20 at all. It looks like most of the support was found at the 10 EMA with a couple of outlining prints that found support at VWAP. VWAP on this one, a little bit above the 1 3/4 area, about 177 at the moment. I'd be interested in just picking it up for a psychological support trade at $2. That's still about 11 pennies away. I'd give it about 5 or 7 pennies below $2. It stops out. Then I'm looking the next level, like I mentioned, at VWAP, which is a 177. That's for XAIR. Nothing else. Nothing else, quite frankly.
Hold on here, Sheree.
Go ahead, man.
Man, there's a big volatility spike that just stepped into the market. If you guys can confirm this, something going on here potentially. So on the 1 minute time frame, we were talking about this not too long ago. A big time move here in the TQQQs. So something stepping into this market, because look at the volume on the lower time frame, and then sure enough, starting to buy right back up. Here's Intel right at the volume weighted average price as well, starting to see a little bit of buying pressure, but across the board, silver starting to sell aggressively, and then Bitcoin looking like it's going to get somewhat of a rebound here. But that is a big time volatility spike. I was thinking about going short, waiting for the pullback and the hold of the volume weighted average price, and then sure enough, take it to the downside. But that stepped in. Adara, talk to us.
Honestly, I'm not seeing anything yet. I'm sure there is something, and I'm still looking, but I do want to let you know coming from the Resources Minister of Greenland with regards to the U.S. and Greenland. We know for geopolitical tensions, this story certainly has been relevant and continues to be. Again, this Greenland Mineral Resources Minister saying that we could accommodate both the U.S. and Greenland's interests. Okay, here's the news, though, for the market. So Nvidia, related story here, the information reporting that China is restricting Nvidia's chip purchases to special circumstances. Again, the information reporting that China is restricting Nvidia's chip purchases to special circumstances. It is worth noting the market doesn't tend to take any of the information story on Nvidia too seriously, or at least it hasn't as of late. But either way, NVDA here on watch. I'll put up the headline for you guys as well.
I mean, it's interesting stuff. We're not going to get overly political here, but I have to just say one thing. God forbid China take Taiwan, but the states can come into Greenland and hop into Venezuela like there's no tomorrow. But I mean, it is what it is. I'm not going to get too upset with it, but call a spade at the end of the day, man.
We'll see if they can do it, man. Have you read some of the reports about the weapons that were used in the extraction process there?
I don't want to know, man.
You don't want to know?
No.
All right, I won't tell you that.
Yeah, okay. I want to know now.
Some special stuff.
Yeah.
Some special
100%,
stuff.
man.
I don't know, man. I don't think everybody's got that kind of weaponry, but
dude, there's zero chance.
It's next level stuff. If you believe the reports, of course, you have to believe the reports. Otherwise, it's moot. YI, thanks to the fluffsters, YI is the ticker, up 32%. Nice breakout there. Volume just coming in, really at 1125. Other than that, the volume has been super light on this one, so I'm hesitant to do anything on YI at the moment. But yeah, right around that 480 area-ish. It looks like VWAP's at 465. It's losing the bid pretty quickly here into that area, so we'll keep an eye out on that. Let me just update my side chart, YI. There we go. Now so it's definitely lost VWAP into 4.5 it goes. Nothing for me to do here on YI, but we'll keep an eye on it. Still holding Edible, basically break even. Looking for this one to hold VWAP. It gave me a quick scare because it did lose VWAP. Now trading right back above the buck, but we'll see how this one does, man. I mean, I'm not liking anything at the moment, guys, quite frankly. To the long side, that is XAIR is continuing to drop down. EVTV looks like it might be finding some support here with some bottoming tail candles through VWAP at that 330, 325 area. Still hasn't put any new candles to make new highs, so don't want to be quick to jump into this one. I need proof that it's going to hold up. Everything good?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm looking at there. But other than that, if there are any new small cap gappers that are on the scene, let me know. I'm keeping my eye on my scanner up here, but nothing's really coming. Nothing's really all that good. So blacked out. I didn't get blacked out, man. What are you talking about? Aurora Alpha. I'm fine, man. Are you talking about the weapon? Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. All right. Well, maybe we'll get to that on the news segment. But for now, I'm just going to continue to keep my eye on edible, and I definitely want to keep my eye on EVTV over here. Here it comes. So a few wicks below VWAP, and now it's got a higher low relative to the prior candle and a higher high, not on a closing basis. And the closing basis on this candle won't come for another 4 minutes or so. So what we can do, you can get in here, give it to prior bar low, and there it goes. Rockets right up into the 3 mid-40s. Now, is this a specialist breakout? Wow. Oh, Joey, why did I wait? There's the breakout, man, from the 320s into the 350s. What a rocket ship this one was. Yeah, I shouldn't have waited on that one. You wait, you snooze, you lose. Right up into 350. Let's see if this one's got the juice to kind of get back into that range we were talking about. It was a 350 to 375 range. It's now at the lower end of the range. So my question to myself is, does it use the prior low end of the range as resistance? Now, again, that is that 350 level. Let's see if this one dips back down. If it doesn't, then I'll take the trade in the mid-50s. But if it drops back down and starts doing the same kind of range dance it was doing earlier with 330 now as support, or 325 and possibly 350 as resistance, and we'll trade it as just that. Other than that, I got really nothing else on the small cap gapper side of things, my man.
All right, man. Yeah, so I mean, we're posted up on Bitcoin. We were waiting for that 52.90 and never caught the fill. Right after that volatility spike, stepped right into the market. But one thing that was definitely a missed op was the Intel trade. Right at the volume weighted average price, you're holding, and then you get that massive spike. You can see that the market decided to move south. This went completely north here, all the way up to 46.90 on INTC, now up 6 1/8. Now we'll be patient to wait. I'm not going to chase Bitcoin all the way up there, so I'll just remove that bid and look for something else to potentially trade, something that's slightly lagging. But you don't want to find a ticker that is too far behind, because there's a reason, right? There's sellers stepping in. Has Meta find somewhat of a bottom? I got eyes on my boy JPM, Jamie Dimon and company there. Let's see if that's going to work out. But we open up on META around 641, and then we climb all the way to 624. So that's an aggressive sell-off in META. Netflix not doing too much either, guys. We'll take a look at that. But guys, we're going to send you off to Adara with crypto.
Let's talk crypto, because Bitcoin here had a very, very interesting level on the daily chart. We've talked a lot here about these higher lows and a little bit of a resistance level. Well, we're right about to come into that level of resistance. That's going to be just around 95,000, but more specifically 94,750. This is also a level of support, at least temporarily, going back to November 14th, 2025, a week before we made that crucial low just above 80,000. So let's see if Bitcoin can take out this level. This push today, quite promising, given we consolidated for quite a lot of the last handful of days. Let's take a look at Ethereum, continuing to mirror BTC in terms of its chart pattern. Though in the case of Bitcoin, this resistance level isn't going to be 94.7. It's going to be around 3,300. We'll take a look here at XRP as well. We haven't looked at this one in quite a while. XRP trying to, I think, mimic some of the shape here in terms of what Ethereum and Bitcoin are doing, but a lot weaker looking here as this chart, and this level of resistance a bit farther away. Currently, we're trading around 2.1, level of resistance here right at 2.4. So here's a look at some crypto names. We'll send you back over to Sharif and Joe.
Stuff. All right. Yeah, eats with bears. Okay. All right. I see. You don't have to tell me you're biased or anything along those lines. No. I mean, hey, 115% at the money IV, not too bad whatsoever. I mean, that's heightened for sure. And then you do have some activity at that $30 level on QBTS. So a good call out. Even if you climb a little bit, $35 strike price, you're going to start to see a little bit more open interest, but this is where the volume and the OI lay. So a pretty good look there on QBTS. We may as well take a look at the chart while we're at it as well, Sharif. QBTS and some of the quantum names. I know we were talking about it not too long ago, but there goes Intel climbing right back. This is what I was talking about, guys. First and foremost, let's take a look at QBTS. There it is, D-Wave, almost getting to that previous pivot high. That's going to be your opening drive high at 29.70, starting to come back in slightly aggressive inverted hammer candle. But this is what I was talking about not too long ago. Watch out for this trend line to break, and at this point, you want to look for any forms of indecision if you are going to look for the short side, all right? And then here, 5-minute candle, hammer candle, boom, punches through. You have that volatility spike, absorbs enough liquidity, and then sure enough, you're starting to climb a little bit higher in the overall market. Bitcoin, it's unfortunate that we missed out on that one, 20 cents ITM, IBIT.
All right, IBRX is really the only one that is making the move. Let me just make sure that edible. Okay, perfect. Let me just ALMS. That's I don't need that one on there. IBRX, light on volume, but it's making the move. It's making the move. It's a 1 penny spread. It's up 12%. It's at the day high, 291. Clean hold off that 10 EMA, and it goes right back into the high of the day. Yeah, look, the pickings are slim today, guys. That is just a fact. And they're really not holding up all that much. So I'm going to have to be a bit more patient today. I won't be able to get into too many positions like we typically doing. So that's the case. It might be a bit of a slower start to the day, but IBRX will be the one that I'm keeping my eye on. Now, if it does come back into that 10 EMA, which is different now in price and where it had been previously more around 285, that would be my buy area in and around this area over here, that 285, to kind of shadow this prior area of resistance. I'm going to continue to keep my eye on edible, but it is losing that dollar again, and now it's putting in multiple lower highs. So it feels like the shorts are in control right now of edible. Yep, and there it goes, right back down into 92. We're going to have to take that one out. So we'll start 0 for 2 on the day. Okay, tough start to the day, but we'll keep an eye on it. We'll work out of it if we're presented with opportunities. But EVTV, this one is still doing the dance at around 3 mid-40s. No prints above that $0.50 quite yet. In fact, it's continuing to put in lower highs. So it really does feel like IBRX is the only one that's really catching a bid to the high side, but that's just the kind of way the way that works. XAIR, I'm continuing to keep my eye on as well for the break of the trend line. As soon as that trend line breaks on a decisive basis, I'm going to get into this pretty quick because I saw this story on EVTV yesterday, the one that we're seeing right now on XAIR, where it has a fantastic day and then it just puts it, the shorts get their moment in the sun where we kind of put in a bunch of lower highs and they take this down. A lot of people looking for that $2 area to act as support. Well, locally, it's acting as support, but the general trend is still lower highs. So if we get a decided break above that trend line, that will be kind of my cue to get in on XAIR. Otherwise, I don't really want to catch a falling knife, especially with the unbroken trend of lower highs. IBRX will be the only one that I'll get in at the 10 EMA at the moment because that one is continuing to kind of stair step up, albeit with a little bit less volume than I'm accustomed to. That's it, Joey. To be honest, man, there's not a whole lot to trade today. What do you got on your side?
Yeah, good. I'm actually we'll do it live here, man. I gotta widen my cross here. So if you guys were ever curious or ever, I don't even know why you would question if this is legit or not. But I'm gonna put my cross to 20 cents. And these are my different gateways. This is my hotkey setup because when I'm punching, I'm just not getting the fills that I want. So I'm just gonna widen my cross substantially to see if as soon as I hit that key, I want that price because we're going on marketable limit and not on limit. So I'm going to apply that, and because I missed out on that Bitcoin, and it's happened to me on multiple occasions. So going from an 8-cent cross to a 20-cent cross right there, just to get involved relatively quick. INTC, talked about that trend line break. Look for any forms of indecision just in case we get that move back in towards the top end of that channel, and then maybe we can breach VWAP at that point. But it is a strong name, a lot of positive going for it right now. So don't expect too much of a continuation on the short, especially with the NASDAQ continuing to climb higher. Same narrative. I was waiting for this pullback. We now punch through. So any forms, any hammer candles, any doji prints north of this zone, I'm going to be looking to take a short. Let's actually switch this up a little bit so you can see a little bit more clearly as well. I think that's going to be really important. All right, we're not going to do that right now. We'll do it later. So essentially what we're going to have is this pre-market support level. If we do breach that and the volume continues to kick up, which it doesn't seem to be the case right now, if you look at the 5-minute profile, we're starting to slowly stair-step down. I like this for a potential move back into the top end of that zone. And who knows, a continuation to the short side. I was looking at Amazon short. Let's pull that up here for you guys momentarily and see what we got going on. An inverted hammer candle right at that zone. I'm looking for the same things over and over again. And I promised myself this morning I'm not going to be trading too much, but hey, that's all right. We'll rock and roll. We had RCAT and we had a nice little move on INTC. Also, don't forget, I don't know why I'm telling you guys, don't forget. Don't forget, we had surgery 11 a.m. tomorrow. 11:20 is when the boy is going to be under the knife.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
What?
Yeah, 11:20, my boy. Yeah, so we'll see.
All right,
God willing, that we rock and roll from that. I remember I was like, man, hopefully I don't like wake up after the anesthesia and like say some incriminating stuff. Not like I have to or anything along those lines. But I remember last time I was telling the surgeon, I'm like, yeah, man, I'm throwing touchdowns and all that stuff. Never throwing a touchdown. Yeah.
You gotta get a family member to be there with the phone, right?
The videotape. Yeah.
Have you seen some of the videos online of some people?
Funny, like funny stuff. So I'm like, all right, let's not say anything too silly. All right, this is what
you're gonna be good, bro.
Yeah,
you're gonna kill it, and you're. I'm gonna keep telling you the same crap, but you're buying like another, I don't know, a lifeline on your knee, man. You know what I mean? It's all worth it.
What I was doing wasn't sustainable. Is it? Well, yeah. Like I was just walking around and paying.
Let me ask you something though. What did he say in terms of recovery time?
9 months.
9 months until you're good to go?
Yeah, like I should be back at 100%.
That's pretty good.
Months. Yeah. I mean, it was 12 months before. It was 12 months before, but physio 3 to 5 days after the procedure. And so I thought that was relatively, yeah. I'm
that's
like, what
quick.
the? Yeah, that's quick, man. That's pretty quick. So I'm happy about that. They're going to start bending the knee and everything along those lines. Not like we bend the knee or anything around here, Sharif. All right, anyways, aside from that, this is what I was talking about here on Amazon, a nice little move lower. Let's see if we get that retest. Still eyes on the TQQs. And we have IBIT putting in a new high of the day momentarily.
Okay, I got back, I got in, I shouldn't say back, for the first time on IBRX. Let's see if this one holds up. It's a 291 high. We're in at 87s. That is an interesting area here. I do have a DCA at 83 to defend that 80 area. We'll put the first profit taker right around 90. I want to mention a couple of ones. One, Fluffy Hippo gave me this one, NTLA. It's really about who we're going to take off. I'm going to take off XTLB because it's not doing anything. NTLA, look, it's not a big mover, nor is it up a lot on the day, but it's at the day high at 1220 right now, and it seems to be respecting the hell out of the 10 EMA on the 5. Now, it's not strictly a small cap gapper because it is $1.4 billion market cap, but it had a good day yesterday and it's continuing today. So shout out to the Fluffsters for this one. I want to see this one kind of test that $12.05, $12 area in and around where it had that consolidation. It's a 1220 high. I think it's coming back down now into the 12 mid-teens. Let's see where this one is. 12.15 it is. Okay, so 12.20 high, it's at 12.15. Let's put in maybe a dip trade for that 12.07, 12.05 area. If we can get something in and around there, that could work. But it's really, look at this, guys, TE. Like the most obvious trade is one that I'm not involved in. TE, again, not a small cap gapper, but right back into that 835, 840 area. That's where the high is. Holds a 10 quite well at around 8 1/5, and now looking to test that high day at 840. So not too bad over here, Assassino. Or is that Ramram? Is that Assassino? Oh, it's that's why everything's going haywire. I'm like, why isn't it on the screen? And then, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I can't hear you that well, Ram. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just knew something was afoot, and I look over, I see a ponytail. So I'm like, okay, well, that's probably why that's all happening there. But yeah, Joey, that's it. Keeping an eye on, what's it called, IBRX. Looking for the dip trade here at 283. Otherwise, it's going to be either TE or NTLA. We're going to have to set up a little bit more strategically, though, on NTLA. Still waiting for that.
All right, man. Good stuff there. Mike B, who's who, my friend? Yeah, I mean, I'm chilling here as well, guys. I don't have anything that I'm looking at right now. There was a couple missed opportunities on the Intel, obviously, Insight 2020, and shoulda, coulda, woulda. You just got to punch the key and take the trade when you're supposed to. we did try to get involved in a little bit of Bitcoin, but again, that's why I displayed to you guys. We're going to widen that cross and make sure that we get in exactly when we want to. Damn, take your eye. Oh, okay, all right. Now I wasn't going to read that one. But yeah, Intel, new HOD coming in momentarily, and then we have silver still climbing higher. The thing about SLV is just every dip gets bought right back up, and that just displays immense strength. So we head over to the daily. You're putting in a new all-time. I thought we were going to hit 80 yesterday. Didn't seem to be the case. But it's like, don't worry, Joe. We're going to gap up here. We're going to trade hard in the overnight markets, and then we're going to climb a little bit higher. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. And now I was talking about, I think it's 35 sessions. You've only had 9 that have been red. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of them. So this thing is put your money where your mouth is on SLV and just take the dang trade and continue to climb higher. I was thinking about going long. I did take an attempt on SLV actually this morning, and I got out prematurely. I'm like, what am I doing? I'll pull that up for you right now. And we took a loss on it, but look at this. This is big time what if history over here, guys. Boom. I seen this. I'm like, there's zero chance that it's going to sell. I heard Neil say, yeah, we're going to wait for that move back into VWAP. It came a little bit later, which is obviously totally fine. I was thinking the exact same thing, but I just got out too early. I didn't give myself enough room, and it would have been $1 or so, a little bit less on SLV right out of the gate. You're up another 4 1/3%, Sharif, on today's price action. So, I mean, that's 25% in a span of, 2 trading weeks, not even here on SLV.
All right, we're going to give XAIR a try. It's breaking a little bit here above the trend line. We're going to give this one, I'm going to get small size so that I'm able to average in till 2. So we're in here at 222 exactly. So let's see what this one has to offer. It's got some higher lows here. It's marginally above the trend line, I should say, marginally. There's clearly a seller at 22s here that we can't shake, and it's obviously a hidden seller because nothing's really coming off the level 2. So we'll pack the patience. I'm going to put some orders here to get some strategic fills. Let's put some in the mid-teens, and then we're also going to put some in the single digits. Try there in case this one catches a nice bid. Keeping my eye, of course, on IBRX. This one not really filling me, but it did get back into 89. It's a 91 high. Looking for continuation to $3 on IBRX. What else we have? ALMS seems like it's changing its tune over here. So that one I could be interested in. ALMS. Let's go ahead and put that one on. ALMS on the NQ. Yeah, 2239 high. We're going to give this one a little bit of room, actually. We're going to get in here. We're going to give this one to about 2180, 2190 we're going to give. So there we go. Throw that in. And we'll put some profit takers in the high teens, low 20s. Let's see if this one can catch a bit of a bit around that area. All right, back now to what's it called? XAIR. It looks like we did clear 22 momentarily, but no continuation on this one. So feels like the shorts are still, or the sellers are still in control here of XAIR, but it's holding to quite well. So if I can build a position for more liquid time of the day without getting in too much too quick and then getting into trouble and having be forced out, I think that would be the most strategic play. And then IBRX coming into 90. And so that's where our order is. It still hasn't filled because it hasn't crossed. And then we're going to put another order at 94, which will necessitate a high of day break. So those are the trades I'm involved in. I've worked in ALMS. I've worked in XAIR and IBRX. See what those ones have to offer. I feel like XAIR might be changing its tune just a little bit, but no confirmation there. There's 24. There's a monster seller at 25. So there's a whole bunch of sell orders at almost every level. We saw it at 22, and now we're seeing it at 25. So we're going to have to shake a lot of these sellers. Otherwise, it's going to be a mean reversion trade right back down. We got 22s on, so let's put some at 27s, and then we'll put some more in the 30s. Let's see if we can get something on this one, Joey. So 3 trades. No prints on any of them. So that's what we're going to have to focus on now on these 3 bad boys. Let's hope they don't break my heart. Why no discussion of Palantir spike up? Oh, Jimmy, I don't trade Palantir. I mean, we'll speak about all these different names during the news segment, but your boy Joey Options, he'll be trading the market, the large caps, the mid caps. That's kind of, his most operandi. When it comes to my trades, it's only going to be these small cap gappers. So That's kind of what I focus on, Joey.
I like that one. Yeah, I mean, if you want to take a look at Palantir, you could just ask politely, and we'll sure enough be an honor to do so. $180 right there, now breaking through this previous pre-market pivot high. That's a good look right there. Bitcoin putting in a new high of the day as well, so just be cautious. I see an inverted 5-minute candle being printed on INTC at the HOD. I'm going to be cautious of this one as the market continues to climb. Man, it's a continuous narrative here on the TQQQs and the NASDAQ. I haven't looked at the SPY. I'm going to get my eyes back onto AAPL because I want to just focus on a handful of names. I don't want to be scrolling too much. I like the buying pressure that we're starting to see here in JPM, so I'm going to be a buyer of this here momentarily. But what I was getting at is time and time again, we see these massive volatility spikes, and then we see these prints start to form, whether it be on the 1 minute, 5 minute, 3 minute, whatever you're looking at. They're going to be identical across the board. That's not always the case, but it rips almost every single time. So that's something to document, write it down, and when you see this for next time, try to take advantage of it, because I'm going to definitely do that in the NASDAQ. This is a bull market, guys. Even though we are slowly starting to cool down, by any means, it's just like buy.
Strong like bull.
Yeah, very strong like bull, Sharif, on that one. I was going to make a Borat reference, but I couldn't really think of one. It just gave me that kind of feels. I'm going to watch that movie probably after. I think it's
You have a lot of time to chill and watch
well,
stuff,
I'm going to be watching Trader TV Live. I'll be chiming in on the chat and everything along the engage in the chat with all that stuff. But maybe we'll have Borat in the background or something.
You're going to chirp us? Yeah, you're going to be like chirping us, watching all our mistakes
and
stuff like
that.
You
suck. No, obviously not, man. I only big up the team. The only time I will not big up the team is in competition, in which we are doing with our 3 picks of the year. And that's just how I am naturally, brother. I can't help it, man. I don't know what, as soon as I get into that mode, it's just like kill or be killed. All right, JPM, let's get involved in this, guys. Right off of those lows, you're starting to see a little bit of buying pressure. You can see we have to start small because the volatility is most definitely in this. Right, so 313, you want to give it some room. I think that's going to be a good out. It's $1.50, so you have to go substantially less size. I'm going to post up at a price that I exactly want. Maybe we get 314s exact, and then hopefully we can find somewhat of a bounce here on JPM with fantastic numbers.
All right, man. Keeping an eye here still on XAIR. We got some higher lows here for the last few candles, but we're still suffering from the seller who's in the low to mid 20s. Here's 23 again. We've got 21s on, looking for the first print at 26, and then we're looking for a move into 30. So I'm starting to see a bit of a change in the tune of XAIR. There's that seller at 25. Monster seller at that level. Look at the lottage. Over, I think, 1,000 lots. There he goes. He got killed. They killed him, Joey. All right, no, I'm kidding, of course. He's fine. He's alive. No worries. But we are changing this one's tune. Let's see if it's a bamboozling trade, though. Are they just luring in the longs only to push this one short again? But it did change. The reason I say it changed its tune is because it broke above the trend line pretty decisively. So let's see what this one has to offer. We've got 21s on, and we've taken some prints nicely into the high side. IBRX as well, continuing to do well finally. So we've got this one at 87s, took the print there at 91, looking for the next one at 94. So packing the patience on that one. Still yet to take anything on ALMS. In fact, I'm break even on this one, looking for the higher low trend to continue to kind of manifest. If this one can work its way back closer to the high of the day, which is 22.39, that would just be aces, because we essentially have right around that 22.12, 22.10 area. Back to IBRX as this one is working its way right back into that high of the day, currently at the high of the day at 92. Looking for a move into 3 on this one. Let's see if we can get something in and around there. Not too bad, not too bad. And then, by the way, TE continues to do well, right? So let's show them TE here for a second, because not strictly a small cap gapper, one that is respecting trend, whether you're looking at the deeper retracement into the volume weighted average price in and around that $8 psychological support, or the respect that it has at the 10 EMA. So TE, not bad. Should have been executing on this one as well, but, was really kind of focused on the other trades. All right, guys, we're going to pause for a second. We're going to the big desk.
Ford spiking here. F on watch. Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, saying that an announcement is expected from Ford today. As we've mentioned a couple times now, 12:30 p.m. Eastern, U.S. President Donald Trump is scheduled to visit a Ford production facility in Michigan. Then an hour and a half later at 2 p.m., he's going to be delivering some remarks on the economy. But again, with regards to the market and specifically Ford, F on watch. Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, teasing that we're actually going to get an announcement from the company potentially today. Back to you.
Did you hear what China was offering Canada in exchange for removing the 100% tariffs we have on their EVs?
No, what were they offering us?
Well, reduction in tariffs on canola oil. Hey, man, you don't have to be sophisticated to make money, right? Canola oil, low tech, maybe not even that low tech. Maybe farming it and producing it is high tech. I don't know.
I could probably maybe do it.
I don't know. I'm not going to say you can't. I have no idea. But no, but in that tit for tat exchange, because you remember Prime Minister Trudeau, the former prime minister of this country, did throw in 100% tariffs, but widely speculated it was to kind of, be in line with the American 100% tariffs as well.
Yeah.
And obviously the Chinese didn't like that, so they're trying to kind of renegotiate the status quo.
Yeah, well, I mean,
and
I
your
think
boy Carney's headed over there.
Is he?
He's headed over.
That
He's
doesn't
headed to
surprise me.
China.
Well, I thought there were some issues that we could clear up here a little bit south of the border, but I figured we may as well go across the pond first and talk.
Well, he needs to clear it up with everybody because the Prime Minister Trudeau did a very good job on the world relations stage. We were very good. We didn't have any trouble with India.
No.
We didn't have any trouble with China. Of course, there was no issue ever with Russia and any of the other countries.
He was growing at a substantial rate.
Very quickly.
Very
quickly.
quickly. And good thing we have low unemployment levels as well, so just in case anybody was.
All right. I disagree with you, Adam. I don't think Mark Carney is that, but
I don't know, Sharif,
I disagree.
I feel like he's kind of lagging a little bit behind the ball.
I just think that it's good. Look, and I say this to everybody that I talk to about him.
Yeah.
I don't think, well, I hope that we don't run out of patience with what he's doing because he's got a big task, a tall order, and that takes time to execute. So, we know how politics is, though, right? It's short attention spans. Yeah, exactly.
But I don't know, Sharif, if we had the patience to sit with the previous as our good friend,
I don't think that there was the same thing whatsoever.
You don't think this is going to be the case? If the guy before him got 10 years, roughly 9 years.
Oh, that's what you're saying.
Yeah,
but things weren't bad. Now things are bad. So people's patience are a lot shorter, right?
Fair enough.
I just think that he's doing the right thing, but it doesn't happen overnight. That's just kind of the way that I see that.
Yeah, he looks like him, man. Fidel Castro Jr., he looks like him. You don't think?
I've seen the pictures, brother. I've seen the pictures. I know exactly what you guys are talking about. But hey, I've got no comment on that. But anyway, having a good time. Come on, DeLeon, man. Why are you trying to lure me into that conversation? I'm not going to talk about that. All right, I'm focusing, though, on XAIR, and I'm continuing to watch as this one holds above the previous downtrend line and now seems to be finding support in the teens. I've built my position into this one. I don't even mind adding into XAIR, especially if it can get above and hold above 30. That's actually where my next profit taker is, right at that 30 penny level. But we know we've had big sellers in the mid-20s, most notably at 25. We did get a couple of price spikes up to close to that 30 where I took prints, but nothing holding as of yet there. So let's pack the patience. Let's see what we get. We won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil, and we'll report to you guys on how that is all going. IBRX continues to be a good trade, still trading near the high of the day, but it's ALMS. Despite the fact that I'm in the money on this one, I guess maybe I have lofty expectations, which I don't, for the profit takers. A 5 penny spread, by the way, on ALMS. 10 on the bid, 15 on the ask, looking for continuation into 22.39, and then looking for a break maybe into 22.5. So we'll see what ALMS has to offer. Back to XAIR, as I'm seeing that back into the mid-teens with some higher lows. Looking for this one, but worried about bamboozlement because we saw that before with EVTV yesterday, where I was building a position very similar to this, and then it ended up losing the bid quite aggressively. So there's that seller at 25 again. That 225 seller is basically very, very motivated to kind of get his short position there, and or somebody's offloading a whole bunch of shares at that $0.25. Nonetheless, I like the chart pattern that this one's putting in. So on that basis, I'm going to hold this, and then we'll see what we get after that. But for the moment, we're going to have to pause the show for a second. We're going to Adair for happening now, and then Neil has his lesson of the day.
S&P 500 trying to, I guess, continue this push back to the upside. We're very well below these pre-market highs that we made here at 8:30 a.m. when we got CPI prints, the core CPI prints month over month and year over year, both lower than expected. And the economic data theme will continue throughout the rest of the week. Tomorrow, we're actually going to get PPI prints for October and November. So a little bit delayed, but certainly on watch. Also, something else that's continuing from tomorrow that started today, bank earnings. We had JP Morgan this morning. As mentioned, pretty good report, but drop here in the stock, that's for sure. Delta also reporting this morning. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be getting some other banks reporting earnings, including Bank of America, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. Then another round of bank earnings on Thursday morning. As we know, these banks really kick off the earnings season, but we're not done yet, guys. We're going to talk here about Nvidia, NVDA, because as we know, a little bit of a pop in this one, drop and then pop as the information reports that China's going to be restricting Nvidia chip purchases to, quote, special circumstances, apparently including R&D at universities, potentially. The information not always viewed as the most reliable source for NVDA stories, but either way here, market did react at least briefly. Let's talk about Ford F, because this is very much one that's in the news. We just had a headline on it. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying ahead of Trump's tour of a Ford facility at 12:30 p.m. today that apparently Ford's expected to make an announcement today, potentially on jobs and also gas tracks. So F on watch. You guys know me. I will be watching this whole event and covering it for you anytime we get any info. But we're going to have a lesson with Neil. But until we have a lesson with Neil, first we have to talk about concussions. Thank you to our friends at Origenics, OGEN. Concussions demand fast solutions, and NYSE listed Origenics, or OGEN. They're developing one that's designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. So learn more by scheduling a meeting today. But you know what you don't have to schedule? A lesson. Because Neil's right here to give us that lesson of the day. Neil, your turn.
Get it?
By the power of Grayskull.
And if you want to have the power, just like XAI, I turned to Sharif. He's like, he's going to hit the animation. I'm like, go ahead, do it. I'm adding XAIR to the lesson because I was already doing a tie-in to small cappers. And I always talk about having a plan and having a setup and having an actual trade, which means entry, exit, why you're getting in, where, all that kind of stuff. But the idea behind it, and I was going to talk about SoFi when things start to work as planned, right? Like, first off, actually, I want to start this way. Let's start with one that doesn't work. I always like to do that because I think it's more informative a lot of times. So I was looking this morning for reversal plays off of support levels. One of them was going to be SMR. It doesn't work out. Immediately, I got into this one and then trimmed it flat by half just because I didn't really like. I wasn't a huge fan of it because I really do think it was a little bit early. It was before that 10 o'clock spot. So I trimmed it half, but eventually kind of got back in that same half. It runs the bottom, break underneath the prior bar, which is my entry. I'm going to get out of it every single time. I could have got back in and maybe somehow magically found the bottom, but that's not the thing. The thing is, I'm going to make this play here to look for the retracement to VWAP and maybe into that prior low on a trend break, the same way that I'm going to make that play when I saw more or less the same setup on SoFi. Trend down, hold a prior low, there's your break. It doesn't get to VWAP the first time, and this is where if I liked the long, I had to come up with another plan of action. Pretty simply, well, what did it do on the dip 2 days ago? There's the bottom, reversal, higher low, higher low, higher lows, higher lows all the way up into a parabolic move. So as I said, I'm just going to look for that pattern. If we're not going to hold the low, I'll look for the higher low. It goes to VWAP. Fantastic. This one extended the move pretty easily. So we got our VWAP retracement. And then what's next? Well, what does it do? It goes right into a test of the low of the day again, and then a breakout play. So test of the low of the day and another trend break. This one follows through in front of VWAP. So I go from a stock that I wasn't even looking at to having a setup and a plan of action. And just to show you how you can start applying these in other places, as I actually just got Target, right back into the prior closing price and right back into the pre-market lows, just to give you an idea that you can apply this kind of thing to stocks that you might not look at. So I actually was looking at EVTV, that's the one from yesterday, clean downward trend, holds double bottom and the opening range, breaks the trend line, go long on the trend line break. This is a small capper that I haven't looked at, but because I have an actual plan of action to execute on the stock based on a pattern that I see, maybe you don't see the pattern, you don't trade it. I can jump into it. And you just saw Sharif talk about XAIR, which is going ham, that's that Beyond Air stock. Well, look at what I found. You got yourself your bull, flag, pennant, whatever you want to call it, doesn't really matter. There's a pretty decent downward trend going into what? A support level. Breaks the trend line, there's your consolidation, and there is your break higher. The thing about having a trade plan or an actual execution strategy, it's not just that it gives you more precise entries where I can definitively look at the trade and say, maybe I'm risking $100 to make 200 or whatever, 1,000 to make 2,500 or 10 to make whatever it is. I'm making an amount that is worth it, as opposed to just kind of buying and hoping that it goes up and then throwing a stop and not really having an idea of what you're risking. If I take a trade like this, I shouldn't say you, I should say I. If I take a trade like this, I know I'm going to be long between 215 and 225. And I know my stop is going to be right around here at 205, if not 2 even. I now have a structure for my play. I know what it needs to make. Run back into the high. If it was a reversion the other way, probably into the volume weighted average price. And I can judge if it breaks and it's too close to the high, the risk reward might not be good. It's the same way I've not taken some reversions short because it's too tight to VWAP, the target out is not good enough for how much I'm risking. But I can make that judgment because I actually have an execution plan. And it's something that can be applied across stocks that might not seem like they have anything to do with each other. A couple of small caps there. SoFi has done it as well. You can find it on sometimes large cappers. I was actually looking at one on Alibaba, didn't pull the trigger, that's on me. There's the VWAP hold, and once it holds VWAP, 1, 2, hold the trend, make a top, there's your reversion. I didn't take this one, but that's now talking about a big cap Chinese tech stock, where I can also look at the same setup. Because ultimately what you are trying to do in trading is make a profitable trade and then take that plan or that setup and then just try to repeat it. Not me, I mean, if you do a day trader, you can do it multiple times in a day, and then day after day, and then week after week, and then month after month. This does require that you have actual setups that you can apply. And it doesn't have to be, like I like to use trend lines, I have for years. So it doesn't have to be that, I'm just using that as an example. Whatever it might be, maybe you only love VWAP bounces, maybe you only love breakouts. But define what your trades are going to be so that it's not just random and ad hoc, and you can define risk, you can have targets, and then that allows you to go in and be confident in your trade. Like when I look at that EVTV, there is nothing for me to get emotional about at all. I got the long at the price I want. I've got the stop. I know where I'm targeting into. I might get a chance to add to this. I have a decision to make if it just starts holding VWAP, but not at that point just yet. And the second I'm in, I know I have spent that money. You get 335 long. I have spent 15 pennies on this already for every share that I have. Because if it breaks a low, I'm out. So now it's just a matter of getting that money back that you have spent on the trade, because I know what I'm going to lose on the trade before anything happens. Before I'm even in the trade, I know what I'm going to lose on the trade if it's wrong. And if you can't answer that, then you might have a bit of a problem. All the traders that usually have issues, that is another thing that they tend to have in common is they probably couldn't tell you. Well, if they couldn't tell you what they're risking on the trade before they get in, or if they can tell you, they far too often end up risking way more than that by changing their plan, moving their stop, just adding shares. Like, same stop but doubling up, moving my stop down and doubling up. So all of a sudden you're risking more than your original plan. So it's always one of two things. I find if you want to be chill and relaxed, develop a plan. Sometimes it's tedious and boring, but an execution strategy is going to go a long way. And because you can apply it across multiple styles and multiple symbols, it then allows you to sort of be in what is moving and be in something that is actually setting up. So good luck, everybody. I really hope that Beyond Air, such an odd name, Beyond Air continues flying. But that's such a, look at that clean. Like the reason I like bringing it up is because EVTV and Beyond Air were very similar setups. You know, one's kind of going, this one is parabolic. But if you have both, if that setup is on your radar, then sometimes you're going to have the bigger one. You don't know in advance which one's going to actually go more when you have that setup. That would be the secret sauce. I have not touched the lunch. I can tell you the paella doesn't look like it came with a lot of chicken. You can see the chicken on top, but like almost everything underneath that is going to be carbs. So we might be a little light on protein here for lunch, Sharif and Joe. Peace.
Thank you very much,
We
Adil. I
really want to be
appreciate
light
that.
on protein now.
No, but I got to thank Sean, though, because literally, I said it this morning, ever since he had that conversation with the driver, and give the credit to the driver. I don't even know what his name is, man. I got to find out this guy's
solid
name.
dude.
Yeah, because you say one thing to this guy, he takes it right back to them, and then it's immediately fixed.
like right away.
The banana situation, we talked about that.
What was going on with the nanas?
They stopped coming.
Oh.
And then they started coming again.
Oh.
Lo and behold, after the conversation was had with said individual. But good look. All right, let's cut the crap and let's get right to XAIR, because bamboozlement central. Look at the move. Your boy caught the breakout. I'm very happy with this. Positive on it, yada, yada, yada. Okay? That's not the point. The point is it rocketed up, and then as quickly as it rocketed up is as quickly as it came right back down. Lo and behold, though, it's holding the area that we had trouble breaking. Who recalls that 25 seller or the selling in and around the mid-20s? Well, I do, because I was involved in it. So we pop all the way into the high of the day. We make 266. I get really close to taking out that high of the day. Took it out at 60. Barely spent any time there, by the way. Drops all the way back down. We stop out for profit because we were in at 18s. So now I'm back in at 27s because I'm seeing the buying stepping in the mid-20s. The only thing is, we're not rocketing up, obviously, in the same way that we were before. XAIR is up 163%. So what I'm looking for here is for a hold at the mid-20s and a move back in to test that $0.50. My first profit taker's 35. It's showing me 34, so we're definitely getting that move up. Not enough, though, to get that print. But look at AL, well, I can't even do it. I got so excited. AL freaking MS into the high day. Sorry, Assassino. I know I disappoint you a lot, but this one hopefully won't disappoint you. Money, man. There we go into the high of the day. We got, what do we got? We got 12s on this one. It's at 50 pennies. Go ALM freaking S. Go. There it goes again, Joey. It heard me. Into another high of the day. 51s it goes. We're going to wet the beak here, too. Show them what you're looking at.
All right, guys. Let me ask you this. If someone handed you $1.25 million to trade, would your process change or just the upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Network provides. They're a futures platform that gives traders access to large SIM and live funded accounts every day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast same-day and daily payouts. And right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off, buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code to check it out. Speaking of checking things out, guys, we are in at JPM, 30 cents ITM right now. We're grabbing some things off of the low. My substantial size is at 314. I posted up and I waited for it. I was a little frustrated with myself, so I had this order in before. And I'm like, you know what, let's wait at 314, see if we're going to catch anything around that neck of the woods. And I'm like, all right, let's get a little involved here just in case it does want to rip. But I'm going to keep that bid out there. 314, we caught that fill. And now 315 is going to be our primary target. Maybe 315 13s to be exact. So we keep it at a 1-to-1. I'm only going 30 cents a risk. So we're going to get out of there around the 80s or so. And if we happen to hit that, so be it. I'm going to take another couple stabs here on JPM, but I love the consolidation lows. I love potential move off of these levels, and we're down 3.16% here today. Now, it's going to tell us a lot, especially if that support level is broken. It kind of does look like that on the higher time frame, but I'm confident enough that we're going to see the consistent buyer stepping in, and look at the clean flushes on the tape. This is something really telling. The little signs of strength is exactly what I'm looking for. Let's get our quote highlights up there. We're going to have to make it a little bit smaller, so we're at 1,000 shares right now. Let's get that down to 500. Nothing popping up, considering the value of this name is pretty high, and you know your boy has this on his pick. I'm glad that it had reported earnings. Well, I don't know why I'm saying I'm glad, but solid earnings report this morning, and that's why we're going to get involved with it. So JPM, definitely something on my radar. The banks, I haven't really gone through any of the other ones. Let's take a look at them. We'll roll through the XLF to see how it's reacting. Considering JPM it's moved lower, I'm going to expect the exact same thing here in XLF. Now, as for BAC, what are you doing? Selling somewhat aggressively, but there it goes. JPM now up to 314.50s and looking like it wants to bounce a little bit higher. We're at BAC, Goldman Sachs. How are you doing? Not too much. This isn't the most liquid name, but Jose and I in the back were talking about this name getting potential split. I think as soon as you hit that $1,000 mark, that's when you really start to get into the talks. We've seen it in multiple names, whether it be Tesla, Nvidia, Netflix, all getting that split at that $1,000 mark. So keep an eye out on Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley. What are you up to? And then we'll take a look at Citigroup before we send it back to our boy Morgan Stanley, finding somewhat of a rebound. You can see on the 5-minute time frame, volume starting to increase and an isolated pivot on both not only the 5-minute candle print, but the volume profile as well. But we just need APM to start to climb a little bit higher for us there, brother.
All right, and ALMS keeps making new highs. They're 60. You know, if we're in the 60s, I know I haven't seen you in a minute, Ozan, but if you're there, it'd be nice to hear you, see your little messages. Shout out to my man Ozan. So ALMS, we're posted at 69 now. It's almost up 7% on the day. We just took 60s. We're in at 12s, looking for continuation here on ALMS. Good looking bull flag breakout. Whether or not we get the second bull flag, your guess is as good as mine. We're just going to try to put the odds on our side, obviously, and take that right back up. Showing me 56s now. This one is a little bit spready. So it's got 7 pennies spread currently, 6 pennies now, but manageable, to say the least. Manageable. Back into XAIR we go. Looking for that 35. We're posted at 35. There's a seller here of note at 35 that we can't shake, hence why we're not getting the print. And there's a lot of size posted at 35 there. Back into 35 it goes, and more size coming on the level 2. In fact, not even being taken off, more is coming on. So people are really looking and earmarking this area at the level of resistance, but they just got decimated. Up into 38s we go. What do we have on this one? So we did add, so that's why our cost basis changed. So I initially have 27s, and then I added at 30, so we changed our cost basis just a little bit higher, than 30s. And now looking at 38s, looking for that move back into the $0.50. I'm waiting next in the low 40s, showing me 39s now. No continuation, though. There's 40 showing up momentarily. Can we get anything above 40? They're selling at every 5 penny level, ironically enough. 35, 40, we saw it at 25. So it looks like maybe the short seller and or the algorithm is, using these 5 penny increments to set up sell orders. Anyway, 40, we can't shake that level, so we'll have to keep an eye here on XAIR. But I feel the trend might be on, where we're kind of getting these higher lows, this rounding effect on XAIR. So unless there's going to be more bamboozlement, we're going to try to ride this one and do okay with it. The one that I've said very little about, and the one I'm going to flatten out now, so this one will be a small loss for me, IBRX, not really holding up above the 20, and I don't really want to expend mental energy focusing on this when it's doing all but nothing. Back to XAIR we go. Still showing me 38s here. So there's a seller at 40, and now we're back down in the 38s, and we can't really seem to ascend above that monster sell order. Look at the time and sales. Look at all that blue and red that just came in. So we're going to have to see whether or not the buyers want to help step up and take us back into that $0.50. We've been stuck at 38 here for what feels like a long, long time, with not even too much size posted on any of the gateways. But there is size, but not anything like we saw before. So that's what I'm focusing on, Joey. We're going to do it live on ALMS. We're going to keep our eye on XAIR. I feel like this one might have the best opportunity here to get into that $3 area. And then if that's the case, then we want to participate in that. And there goes 41. That 40 seller just got murked but no continuation. Back down into 40 we go, but we did take out the 41 seller, or sorry, 40 seller into 41s again, looking for continuation on this one. 42s, looking for a little bit higher. Come on, bro, let's go. There we go. We get the print at 42s. Very nice. Looking for that move up. There's 48s, Joseph options. We had posted at 48 too for the exact reason of trying to front run the $0.5 psychological resistance. So there's a seller though at 48. Couldn't shake that seller. Whoa, is that flash? This XAIR has this tendency to these flash sell orders like we saw off the high of the day at 66. We just flashed down into the 30s. That scared me a little bit there. But right back into the 40s we go. So I'm going to look for the move above the $0.5 here. Just trying to pack the patience. My next sell order at 48. What do you got?
Good look. All right, yeah. TLP, okay, yeah, we got to get out of this JPM. I told you guys I'm going to take a couple stabs at it. We take a little bit larger of a hit on that one, so we get out of JPM and it's continuing to bleed. OTM, I mean, like 10 or 20 deltas is essentially something that I'd be looking to write. I'm building something that I like. I have my algo on the go, having a lot of fun with that. But there's something to be had in call writing, especially farther out the money contracts. And further expiration dates. There's something I need to figure it out. I don't know how I'm going to, but I will, and I'll obviously present it to you because it's just something that I continuously see, and I display it to you guys a little bit in the morning when we go over some of the options activity from the previous day. We'll figure that out. JPM breaking that trend line, so it's not looking too good right now, but I have no doubt that it's going to find somewhat of a bottom, and we'll get that bounce in JPM, and I'm going to start to engage once again. So I'm going to pull this up here. We're going to get to the lower time frame and look for those indecision prints. We did have multiple occasions. We were waiting for 15s, right? I didn't want to get out prematurely, so we get out when our stop was telling us to, and then now we're going to look for a potential bottom. Now, if I were to enter right now, I get a better price, substantially, and I'll add more size on that opportunity. But as for the call writing, we'll talk to you guys about that momentarily.
PDS Biotechnology, guys, very important. Trading on the NASDAQ as PDSB is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer. You gotta love that. With initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. To learn more, you need to check them out at www.pdsb or pdsbiotech.com. Check them out, guys. Good look there. All right, I got stopped out of XAIR. I put my stop a little bit too close, but the trend is still on, so I'm gonna get right back into this one. Prior bar low is 27s. We're showing 29s, so let's see if we can kind of just base it on prior bar low. We'll give it to, there we go, and we'll see if we can kind of ride trend back there so that we have that. Let's put a couple of profit takers right around these levels, and as we typically do, we'll choose these levels here. Let's see what we get. PDSB is the one we were just talking about. Also, I have something to mention. EV frickin' TV. You little A clean hold, Joey. This was on me for not noticing this, but I had been burned on this one. This is my biggest loser on the day, this EV crap. EV TV, no, of course, I'm kidding. Held VWAP quite well and then rockets back up, makes an attempt at the high of the day, which is 402. This candle here, the one I'm pointing at there in the green, that got to 4. Dropping down in 375. I should have been more alive to that VWAP hold, but alas, I did not. So we did not participate in that EV TV breakout trade, but looking good here. It's really about whether or not it holds trend, and then we'll discuss that one later. NTLA, by the way, shout out to Fluffy Hippo, holding 12 quite well and trying to make its way back into the 12 mid-teens. IBRX, this is gonna haunt me. You get in, and then get out at the lows. ALMS, those continuing to do really, really well. Back into 22 mid-50s. I'm taking profits next at 69. The high of the day, of course, is 64. So it'll necessitate, I should say, a high day break before I get any sort of print next on ALMS. but looking to ride this one possibly into 23 if we really get the move there. But it's going to be focusing here on XAIR as I'm trying to hold the, or trying to ride, I should say, the higher low trend. But we are getting aggressive sell orders on XAIR. So if you're going to trade this, be ready for the flushes because they come and they come pretty dang quick too. And it's kind of hard to react to them unless you've got resting orders there. So XAIR, trade it, but trade it carefully and always with a plan and just maintain or keep your eye on the trend. Like, see how it's been putting in higher lows ever since the 5-minute candle at 11:30? Really kind of unbroken with a couple of breaches, I should say. No, I mean, generally it is putting in higher lows, but you do have wicks that lose trend only to regain them pretty quick. So that's going to have to be part and parcel of your characterization of how XAIR trades. Let's see if we can get some more on this, Joey. What do you got?
All right, good stuff, guys. This is what I'm talking about, just re-engaging when we're supposed to. I mean, there's no forms of indecision, but we do have a support level and a base. One thing that's kind of keeping me cautious on what we have going on here is that the bid is just continuously dropping back down. So we'll keep an eye out on that. When we do get that move back up to 84s, I'm giving this $1 literally because of the value of this stock. So we'll get that. We'll get out at 13s, 313s. If it wants to break down to that level, then so what? We'll take that hit. But right now, I love JPM in and around these levels. The daily not correlating, but I just think that we're going to get that bounce, man. We're down substantially here, 3.3%, and JPM just too strong of a name. The downtrend, see, the trend line did break, which is slightly scary. I mean, we waited until yesterday to have those picks, but that's all right. We're not going to complain about that, so I'll take a 3% hit on JPM. What has CrowdStrike been up to today? We'll go through a couple of these names. How's Walmart been performing? Not too bad there on CRWD, and then WMT. Those are my three. Oh, another gap and go here on Walmart. Who would have guessed it? I think I would have anyway, Sharif. No,
you did guess it.
Yeah, I know I did. No, nice little move there in WMT. Now we just got to focus on what we got going on here. We have a substantial amount of room, and I'm willing to add a little bit more if it does start to work out for us. Once this trend line breaks, then I think we can be off to the races, and then sure enough, we can climb a little bit higher. At 314s, we double it up, and then look for that move into 315s, and maybe even north of these. But first things first, we need to break through this. It's a complete battle right now, so sellers do seem somewhat in control, because we are moving lower, so that would make a little bit of sense, obviously. So that's the key thing, right? You're reporting earnings. The numbers were great. A little bit of bad news around, obviously, Donald Trump saying 10% on the credit card rates. Not good for the overall banks, but considering $13 billion last year, $14 billion this year, raising guidance, everything with JPM is aligning, and I'm going to continuously stick with this name until further.
Did you hear who we talked to yesterday?
No, who?
President Trump.
Did he talk to Donald? I find that Jamie's always been.
No, I don't mean Jamie. I meant President Trump. Who he talked to? Yeah, he talked to Senator Warren.
Okay.
Elizabeth Warren.
What was she saying?
Two people who I think it's fair to say don't agree on much, but one thing they do agree on is capping credit card rates.
Yeah.
And Senator Warren told President Trump that the Senate would be interested in passing some sort of legislation so that he wouldn't have to go at it from the EO side and then subject himself, obviously, to challenges from the credit card companies.
I think rightfully so. I told you where I stand on that.
I got to tell you, like, you know, I have my political philosophies, but I love to see the left working with the right.
Of course.
You know what I mean? With inter-party bipartisanship, so much partisan politics, it gets a little bit annoying at times, right?
And nothing gets done at the end of the day. Nothing gets done. You always want to find that median, I think. You always want to find that common ground, and things get done much faster, and it's better.
So it's interesting to see that they're actually kind of, trying to work and get something done. Hey, all the power to them. If they can do it, fantastic. We're going to have to pause for a second, Joey. We got to go to the big desk.
Yeah, I want to talk here about UAA, which is on the move. Bryce Harper, who is a baseball outfielder, I had to look this up, has reportedly extended his contract with Under Armour. So again, reports here that baseball outfielder Bryce Harper has extended his contract with Under Armour. As far as I can tell, this is not confirmed as of yet, though. Back to you.
You like B-Hop?
I don't mind him, but I mean, don't forget, Steph Curry just sold all his Under Armour shares.
Yeah.
So I don't think Bryce Harper's going to be a needle mover for me.
Baseball. Yeah, that's fair. I'm just talking about him as a player.
Yeah, of course. Unfortunately, I don't know. I don't think the stats correctly, but he's never performed really well in the playoffs.
In the playoffs,
or his team. And Neil would know a lot.
Well, Neil's going to know everything about that, but
has he even? Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, he went to plenty of playoffs with the Phillies.
But,
I'm just keeping an eye here on egg. Go XAR, you XAIR, you little you. But here we go. We're doing it live again on this one. Just took the first print after the ad, looking for continuation into local area highs. Look. Ever since we put in that 266 high, it's been a symphony of lower highs, but it also has been higher lows. So we have a compression pattern forming, and the higher lows and the closing prints most of the time have found support at the 10. So it's not like exactly like we're super in the money or anything like that, but I am looking for continuation on this and a move into the $0.50. And I've already put my resting orders out there as such. Just want to mention one new one here that was brought to my attention by TT Mass. Shout out to TT Mass. JDZ, for my American friends out there, I would say Z typically, but ZG. Look, Bamboozler in Chief, it's got a lot of range per candle, but you get the breakout there on, okay, volume right now, 35. It is putting in higher lows, 125, dipping down now in 107. It looked a lot better when I put this on TT Mass. It's losing the quickly here. Does the dollar. Otherwise, I'm not going to have anything to do with this one. If it loses the dollar, it's already below VWAP, which is a breach of my rule. Up 34% and change, though, so it's not that bad of a looker. If it can kind of regain its footing, continue to put in some higher lows, I can work my way into this one. But for the moment, I'm going to have to steer clear. What I will work my way back into here is the IBRX, which is showing an entirely different tune. So we're going to go back into this one here at 87. I'm going to look for a move in the 3 minute. Good. It did bamboozle me through a breach of the 20 EMA on the 5, down in 281 to get stopped out. But it continues to kind of do the higher low symphony thing that it's doing at the moment, and we'll hopefully get some prints on this one. We're going to pause for a second. We're going bow. We go XAIR into the 40s. We go looking for a move now into $5. Keep your eye on this one up 170%.
I want to remind you guys here, forward on watch now. It looks like this meeting hasn't started yet. I have multiple trades open that are live yet, but again, at or around now, U.S. President Donald Trump is set to tour a forward production facility. Keep an eye on that here, guys. Once the streams go live, once Trump makes his appearance, I will definitely let you all know. Keep an eye on the stock.
Remember Biden when he went to the Ford plant with Farley, and Farley put him in front of the F-150 Lightning?
No.
It's like, this is the future, BBs. They canceled the F-150 Lightning. You know this, right?
Yeah. Remember when I went to the plant in Oshawa?
Oh, God.
With the guy. Like, hey, man, the one worker's like, yeah, nothing's working for us. I don't know what you're going to do. Just shrug your shoulders. That's too bad for you.
Sorry, Joey.
Go ahead, man.
Go ALMS. Go. The high of the day goes again. 75, 22, 75 ALMS. Setting up next at 88. Let's see if this one can move into the $23 area. It's a clean, a beautiful, a very, very nice hold off the 10 EMA. It hasn't breached the 10 EMA once since reclaiming it, I want to say, at around 1040, at least on my 5-minute chart anyway. So ALMS, not a big, but a nice, very clean pattern. We'll go back to the big desk.
Here, so you guys can see, I'm not sure if this is why, but it is worth noting here. USA Today reporting the U.S. could take action on Greenland in weeks or months. So again, USA Today reporting potential U.S. action on Greenland. We did get, again, as I mentioned, a little bit of a spike here. I'm not seeing anything else yet, so just wanted to keep you posted. I am actively monitoring the situation. Back to you.
Yeah, JPM not working for us here, guys. I don't think I'm going to take any more attempts on this one. So we went small here, and we got a nice little bounce. We were ITM, and then we add a little bit more at these lows. I think this is it. Even though the volume is starting to correlate, and you might find somewhat higher, it's just the daily, the price action is just too weak. So I'm going against the trend on this one, and we're trying to catch a falling knife here. You're down 3.5% in JP Morgan. It looks like it wants to bleed. So we're going to avoid this. We'll find something else to trade here momentarily. Intel putting in a new high of the day. There's a missed opportunity right here. That can get slightly frustrating, but that's all right. We'll find something else. And with that being said, another indecision print and another volatility spike on the TQQs. I think this is going to be a good opportunity to take advantage of. So JPM bouncing, blowing going through multiple signals. This wasn't the bottom. We thought we had a base at 314s. Starts to come in a little bit more, but the TQQs is something that I'm slightly attracted to, Sharif, so I'm going to get involved with this here.
You should ask it out, man. I mean, you're slightly attracted, my boy. My bad.
Because you're attracted doesn't mean you need to.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a good point. It is 2026, so yeah. Keeping on XAIR. Got a print there in the mid-40s looking for now. I'm front running the $0.50. I'm waiting at 48s, and then I'm waiting at 55s. But this has been a clean hold of the 10 EMA for the most part here on XAIR. Let's see if it continues in this way. Oh boy, IBRX. You keep disappointing me, IBRX. Every time I think you've changed your tune, you're going to start putting in higher lows and curl. You put in a topping tail candle. I mean, what are you doing, IBRX? Where are we in here at, Joey? We're what penny out of the money, so I don't complain too much, but we'll keep an eye out on that. ALMS continues to dilly-dally here in the 60s, 77 high, looking for the print at 88s. Nothing doing on that, though. And then TE, man. I mean, I've said all but nothing on TE. Let's load this bad boy up. Is it on? No, it's not. It's on the New York. Yeah, New York. TE, man, into the high of the day, 850 it goes, and clean holds, uptrend, higher lows, generally holding the 10 EMA. Seems like the money fills are between the 10 and the 20. Those are wicks only, though. They don't close or open at those levels. So TE could be another one, not strictly a small cap gapper, but hey, up 17.5%. Who's going to complain about that? So those are the ones I've got on at the moment. And then I'd be remiss if I didn't mention EVTV. I didn't do well on this one today. It's my biggest loser on the day, but it is trading decently now. It attempted to break through 4. It failed, so it's still below the 402 high. It had a 3-candle pullback on the 5, as you can kind of see over here on EVTV, but now it's finding itself at the 10 EMA and about to make a higher high relative to the prior candle. Prior bar high, come on, stop embarrassing me, man. Looks like 374, give or take. Here's 73, so we're about to take out prior bar high, which could be a nice trend change on this one and an attempt for a breach of 4. I've just, I've got PSTD from this one. I really shouldn't, but the point is PTSD. I heard Ram in the back. Quick to correct me. Sorry, Rabin. But yeah, I glitched there for a second. No, in any event, keeping an eye out on this one. Yeah, look, it just breached prior bar high, and it's about to breach prior bar low now, so not a good look there. Great Ratcliffe also coming fire in the chat. All right, guys, you got me. I screwed up, but we're going to keep an eye on these bad boys here. If any new small cap gappers, by the way, guys, keep them coming in the chat. Some of the ones that we're trading right now were called out by you, so I do appreciate that. Joey.
All right, sorry, just jotting some down here momentarily. All right, the TQQs, guys, let's sit on our hands here and be a little bit more patient and wait for some quality entries. We took a couple attempts on JPM. RCAT is going to be my best performer here on the intraday session, so we'll pull that back up and see what we got going on. There was a nice indecision print at the highs on the NASDAQ. It's the blue ocean. So yeah, RCAT, oh, okay, wow. All right, good out there on RCAT as it continues to climb up 9% here on the day. A bottom finds its base at 1180s, 1170s, and then continues to climb a little bit higher around $13 or so. So a nice move in RCAT right there, but a nice short as well too. So
holy, it recovered.
Yeah, what a monster recovery. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about.
Piece of crap. I took it off the side chart.
Oh no, there. Yeah, I mean there it is, man. Not too bad of a look whatsoever. Now JPM, we're gonna remove this. We'll head back over to SLV. We want to find signs of strength. It's kind of choppy today, but again, you're up another 4% or so, just adding to the yearly gain. So not too bad of a look on SLV. INTC not doing too much. I don't want to run through the scans and be like, oh, I found this stock and just that's not necessarily my style. We want to focus on what we have going on, read what the price action's up to, and then sure enough, try to find a potential. Why? What do you got going on? Oh wow, still going?
Yeah, it's continuing to hold trend. I don't want to say it's like rocketing or anything like that, but it's holding trend.
Nice steady trend. Yeah, you don't want to fight that right now, like I did kind of in JPM. You learn that lesson really quick. As I put in a new low, we'll pull that up one more time. Not finding a base just yet, but a nice curl over pattern, and you can see the downtrend is still fully intact here. Until that breaks, you get a 5-minute print above this on the backside of that channel. Sure enough, maybe it's somewhat of a rebound, but now you're down 3.5% or so in JP Morgan and Company. Google hovering around those highs there, Sharif, so not too bad of a look. Is this a new all-time high on Google? Oh, yeah, big time, 339.74.
Google is a rocket, bro.
But listen,
unreal.
Listen. This thing is insane, right? This is all great. It's all fun and games, but this is what happens right after, right? So take your profit while you can, and this is going to be the prime example in which I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So Microsoft, for how long are we talking about?
Good call on that.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yes,
how long
sir.
are we talking about? It's all fun. Yeah, we're off to the races. Why is our screen tilted a little bit there? But anyway,
I gotta say one thing though.
What's that, brother?
I like Microsoft, respect the hell out of Microsoft, but I do
I
like.
don't think they're Google.
I'm not. Oh well, they're clearly not. But what I mean to say is, I think Google's got more hands in more cookie jars, especially trending cookie jars, than Softy does.
I 100% agree with you. That's annoying me. But I'm going to say one thing. You can have your hand in every single cookie jar. I don't care who you are, Sharif. I don't think like that price action we know, and from what I've established, that's not going to be sustainable, right? Yeah, exactly. It's not going to be sustainable. So have fun, enjoy it, continue with the price action, but also be prepared to take a little bit of profit.
Be prepared. All right. XAIR just breached through 50 momentarily there. It got into 55s. I'm actually waiting at 57s. And then we're going to look for the high of the day break, which is 66s. So XAIR having trouble at the half dollar. This could be resistance. We know what the half dollar means. It's psychological resistance, despite the fact that wicked above it. 54s now showing up, not quite at 55s yet. 55s, is there size at 55? Not posted, there isn't. I mean, there is 57. Boom, into the high. We take out that print there. Now we're setting up at 16. No, we're not. We're going to set up at 77s. So we're looking for XAIR to take out 66s. That's the high of the day. It's up 194%. Let's see if this one can really move and get into $3, okay? So we actually took a better beak wetter than we did here initially on the initial breakout. So this is not a bad beak wetter, but now we're going to look for a little bit more lofty of a price at 88s. Let's see what this one has to offer. And then go, ALMF, freaking S, go. Up into the high of the day again, 22.90. We've got, we finished our shares on ALMS? Yeah, we did. That's okay. So we're done this trade, but we'll look to get back in on a pull back into, I want to say 22.5. That's where the consolidation zone was. In addition, that's where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. So ALMS continues to print quite well here, and it feels like it might just be a matter of time until we see 23. We're only 10 pennies away if you're basing it on the high of the day. All right, so let's move back now to see what XAIR is doing. Well, we got a topping tail candle here, which doesn't look that good. Rejecting at 60, now dropping back into 53. What's the move? Well, here are the levels. Whoa. Look at that aggressive sell order coming back down into the 40s. So the 10 EMA on the 5 is the mid to high 30s. This current candle low has a low of 42. Back into 50s it goes. Feels like maybe some profit taking above that 50 penny area here on XAIR. But I gotta say, this one does feel like the best of the bunch in terms of small cap gappers. Anyway, and then maybe second, I would give to EVTV, despite it being my biggest loser on the day. And the reason I say that is because it keeps finding support at the 10 EMA on the 5, despite breaching it momentarily. Look how quickly it is moving above. But what I would say is, look for a trend change. So you have an uninterrupted red candle setup right now, ever since that big green candle which touched 4. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You're getting a bit of a bottoming tail candle here, which means your buyers are stepping in front of the half dollar. Wait for confirmation. At least it's my style to wait for confirmation and wait to see if we can get above prior bar high, whatever prior bar is relative. Currently, prior bar high will take you to 74, right? So we're not quite there yet. We're only showing 63. So by definition, you're going to have to give up a little bit of a better price by waiting for confirmation, but that's always the case. We're going to pause for a second, guys. We're going to go to Adara at the big desk.
I still don't have any start here for this Ford meeting. We're supposed to get this Ford tour starting right now. I'm not seeing anything yet. I do want to mention here, though, that we do have more commentary from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt with regards to some of Trump's conversation later today. At 2 p.m., he is scheduled to make a speech on the economy in Detroit, separate from that Detroit Ford tour. Apparently, he'll be speaking about Iran potentially, and also likely to focus on the economy overall. Back to you.
Hear what Carolyn Levitt said yesterday about the Iran issue? Not vouching for what she's saying, but this is what she said. She said the Iranians are saying something publicly to the media and through statements, and then saying something entirely differently through back channel contacts with the administration. So it looks like they're interested in negotiating or something like that. And apparently, according to her, she said President Trump wants to explore that. So I'd love to see some peace finally. But obviously, I think there's a lot of people who also want their freedom. So we'll have to see how that all works out, Joey. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, I'm just looking here across the board, eyes on silver to see if we can get somewhat of a bounce. It's starting to sell aggressively, so we're going to wait for a couple 5-minute candles to print here. But I like what we're starting to see. Buyers start to step in. We got that curl over. This 1-minute print. I'm on the 3-minute. Oh, okay. Let's get that over to the 1-minute here and see what we got going on. So this one's not holding up relatively well. Once you give up the majority of that wick, you want to get out of it and then be patient enough. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So maybe run into 79.30s here on SLV, and then we find somewhat of a bounce. We'll start with the lower time frames to see if everything, but we want to go with the flow. We don't really necessarily want to go against us or anything along those lines. So be patient, wait for those quality setups to get involved, and then sure enough, see if you can be on the right side of the V. Now, RCAT continuing to climb 10% here, Sharif, and Intel.
What a move back from RCAT, bro. I mean, I dismissed it because you took that bad boy short. I was like, okay, this one's done. It broke VWAP. It's done. Forget it. It's at the low of the day.
Yeah, I was looking at the daily, too. So, I mean, interesting stuff there on RCAT, man. A big-time move. But look how volatile it is. A penny spread. That's not too bad, but it just, like, fluctuates a couple percentage points like it's no tomorrow. Yeah, Dara, what do you have for us?
Keep an eye on this smaller cap here, CCCX. This is a special acquisition company called Churchill Capital Corp, but the company they're partnering with here is called Inflection. Well, I guess Inflection just announced here on LinkedIn they're going to be at a WebTech event tomorrow and Thursday, and apparently they're going to be at the Dell booth. So basically, this announcement here from the company that CCCX is merging with on LinkedIn, it heavily implies a partnership between this company and Dell. Back to you.
I was just yelling to the Katina man and to you, Joey. Intel, 8% trading. Unbelievable. I've been handed the sticky note, and first entry on the sticky note reads as follows. 45 long, upgraded at KeyBank Capital to overweight, citing on what does that mean, Katina man there? Who knows? Customer price target $60. Trade the momentum here. Shout out to the Katina man and shout out to the sticky note. And if you're not getting the sticky note, you need to be following Sean on X. You need to be in the chat because he's posting that in the chat every morning as well. If you're not getting the sticky note, you're not getting the ideas. It's really that simple. So make sure you're joining us in the chat. Make sure you're voting. And yeah, hang out with us because you know we're live from 8 a.m. now. So we're doing it live literally earlier.
Every day.
Sorry, I caught you writing there, Joey.
Yeah, that's all right.
But here's the deal. While you're writing, XAIR decided to drop back into the 10 EMA. It is currently holding said 10 EMA. The issue is, though, it was preceded by a topping tail candle. Is that, does that change things? I'm going to continue to watch to see if it holds this higher low kind of situation where it finds the 10 EMA as support. If it does, I want to get some more shares here on XAIR. We're still holding a couple, and I've got a very lofty expectation of 277 that will necessitate a high of day break. But as I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. EV frickin' TV is him right now. Now you're gonna have to trade this carefully because look what it just did. Ooh. Holds a 10 EMA, rockets up from 365 to 424. That is now the high of the day on EVTV. But look at quickly as it made it up into 424, it's back down now into 388. So be careful with this one. It has a tendency to almost mean revert immediately as people take profits. It's up 56%. But I got to tell you, this is a multi-day runner. So the fact that it is a multi-day runner should change your approach to it a little bit. It's showing you the fact that it's not reverting right back into the low same day like so many of these small cap gappers do when they have multi-day runs. Usually that gives them a bit more, I don't want to say stability, but there is a better trade to be had, I think, on those ones. So keep your eye on that. But for now, we're going to send it to Joey.
All right, guys, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost. Why does it do that sometimes?
You want me to talk to it?
It just goes away. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging, folks. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at Beta Pro before investing. Silver starting to sell aggressively here.
No way.
So yeah, I mean, surprise, surprise, isn't that? Still positive 3% here, but you are starting to breach the volume weighted average price you have already. 79.66 is what we're currently trading at. And the volume, this is really important to take a look at, guys. Look at the lower time frames. Really starting to increase and find its mode here and just stick within that specific range. So not too bad of a look on SLV if you are short, but a difficult name to short in my opinion, considering what we've seen over the past couple of months in the price action. SLV is still up 3%. Now IBIT hovering around the highs, not too far off of that, about a quarter or so. Same thing here with INTC, about 30 cents off of that previous pivot high. And then we have the TQQs starting to get a little bit of a rebound, holding up the volume weighted average price relatively well. If there's anything specific that you guys want to go over, I want to show a quick example of some writings here, something that I'm also going to be working on. We're going to go further dated. I'm just going to pick a common name. We'll go Nvidia or something along those lines. We're going to go a year out, and we're going to take a look at the longer dated contracts and what we can do for potential writings. So we'll go to August, right? That's going to give us plenty of time and plenty of days. And then we're going to go extremely out of the money. Someone asked me, hey, Joe, like how out of the money are we thinking on these specific contracts? Well, we can use our deltas as a percentage metric. Right now, this one's looking like it's going to expire OTM approximately 60%, a little bit less than that. 54 to be exact, but let's pull this up because you're going to get filled on the bid, and we're going to go to the higher time frame to see if it's even worth it. You're going to be collecting $1,200, so let's document this actually. So I'm going to write it down. I'm going to write it down right now for you guys. So you'll collect $12.24 right now, NVDA. This is going to be the July 17th expiration cycle, 17th. And then we're going to collect $12.24. Let's see how this contract is, because I have the date as well. This is going to be the 13th that we're documenting this, and we'll come back to this maybe in a month or so, or when I get back. I'll be back by the next week. But this is the 4-hour chart. You can see how illiquid it is, and where we peaked around $16. You've already had a 30% decrease in this contract's value. I think that's going to continue to grow. So what we'll do is we'll monitor it. We'll document to see what the decay and the theta decay effects have on this specific cycle to see if it's even worth selling it. But right now you're collecting $1,200. I went on previous names where you would collect 90% of the premium in the span of a couple months, amounting to substantial returns. And that's kind of what we're looking for right now, Sharif. So NVDA, July 26, 2020 call. Let's see if this contract really starts to lose its value.
EVTV is just rocketing up. Another high day, 456, 80%. This one had triple digits yesterday, and it might see triple digits again today. We're 80%. We need another 20 to do that. So keep your eye out on this one. 462 high. We're going to have to ride trend, but we'll get to that one in a minute. Roblox, Jam Lockie was telling me to look at. So here, Joey, I want to show you something. I think that you're going to this is going to interest you as well. One sec. Let me throw in the ticker, RBLX. Take a look at this. First of all, crazy rounded bottom, right? And you make this double top that's ugly as hell. Look at this, though. You come back in and you test the previous area crest, and now you've got a great looking green candle on the day at a very, very clean technical level. So that's RBLX on the daily. On the 5, it looks quite good as well. Look at these higher lows, a whole bunch of higher highs, clean hold off 83, and now it's on the precipice of taking out 84. But do you know what I learned about Roblox?
What's that, brother?
Fabian, you're going to like this as well.
The game itself, not the
Well, it has many different games within the system, like Roblox.
Yeah, but the Roblox, okay, yeah, I know nothing.
Yeah,
but you're talking about
let's
the
call
actual
it the system.
Yeah, the system.
So listen to this. So kids go on, there's a lot of kids go on Roblox, right?
Yeah.
So what ended up happening was a lot of vigilantes would go on Roblox to try to catch child predators.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you heard about this, Fabian? Okay, listen to this. So they tried, so a lot of vigilantes were setting up kind of accounts. I don't know if they were pretending to be children. I'm not really sure how they were doing it, but they were like Roblox vigilantes. And their ideal was to try to catch people who were trying to lure children.
Yeah.
And you know what Roblox did to those guys?
What did they do?
They sent all those Roblox vigilantes cease and desist letters. And they basically kicked them off the platform.
No way.
Yeah, which and they made a case for why they were doing that,
Yeah.
but I'm just telling you optically.
Like, why would you do that?
I don't know. I don't know. Just from the optics. Now, I don't know exactly. I didn't go in a deep dive into why they booted all those guys off. Here, if anybody knows more details about the story, tag me. Know exactly what the reason was.
Bucks or something.
There is, yeah.
Robux.
Robux. We got to pause for a second, Joey, because we got to send it to the big desk.
Stories to let you guys know about here. Unfortunately, this Ford thing is not done. Trump has not yet started touring Ford. Again, I keep you all posted here about NETA because USA Louisiana Rail Hub to support Meta's AI data center project. The other mention here too could be in that MasterCard, Visa credit card space. Actually looks like a break here for MA on the chart. It is worth noting. It looks like senators are reintroducing the Trump Credit Card Competition Act. So keep an eye on these names. And please keep an eye on United Health Insurance. Comments from Senator Bernie Moreno suggesting that the ACA negotiators are targeting a deal by the end of the month. Now, if we don't get that deal by the end of the month, that's when it becomes a bit dicey with regards to shutdown. Let's take a look also with that story. It looks like CPSX could be moving on this. Neither really moving here. Again, CP kind of again, report suggesting that USA Rail Terminals opening a rail terminal in Monroe, Louisiana to support Meta's AI data project. That's the news. Back to you.
Yeah, I was just talking to Tina Man off camera there, and he was letting me know his kid let him know a while back. It was like $120. And his kid was like, Dad, you know, and Katina Man was invested in it. He was like, you got to get the hell out of this thing. It's not a good look. And well, we saw what happened. I showed you guys the daily chart holding at 70. But I think from a technical sense, right? I'm not talking about the fundamentals of the company. I'm just saying chart-wise, it looks good. I mean, it looks good because it's holding off a key area, a previous area of resistance. Talking about, let me show you exactly. I've got the chart up here. So this is what I was thinking. RBLX, is this daily? Yeah, there we go. So previous area. Well, I can go to the weekly. It actually looks a little bit easier to see in the weekly. There it is. There's the double top in and around 50. And there is the area crest, which previously was all-time highs, or was it? No, sorry, excuse me. This was week of February. First week of February of last year, 75. Then look at this monstrous drop from 152 all the way down to 71.90, and then you're getting a really, really good looking green candle here. If it closes this way, we don't know, right? But it was like bleeding its own blood for a while. And now it's finding support at a key area of technical support, formerly resistance. This is what I mean on this is a weekly, by the way, guys. Just I felt it was a little bit easier to see. But I'll send it to Joe. But EVTV is insane. It looks like it's putting in a bit of a bull flag here. 462 high, showing 439, 440 now. This could be a continuation of 5, as well as XAIR. Stopped at that one for well, we break even because we're in at 230. We got it at 240, but here it is again, clean hold off the 20, and this current candle has a higher low and a higher high relative to the prior 5-minute candle. So you know. That upward channel that you're drawing there from the candle at 11:30, looking real good. So XAIR, EVTV, still in play in the world of small cap cappers if you're looking for something midday.
All right, good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, I mean, the momentum on the downside on SRV really continues to pick up here, guys. Watch out for this one. Just be cautious. And same with the NASDAQ. We were talking about this support up and acting as potential resistance. Seems to be the case. You have that additional zone a little bit higher. So that's going to be that 9 o'clock time frame. You have the pre-market, and then out of the opening drive, you get a little bit of a move. But then you come right into that zone, start to form some indecision prints, and then boom, straight to the downside. And SLV giving up a lot of its move here. I mean, at what point can we say that it's overdone? I think we're getting to that point, but I thought the exact same thing with SIL or with BLD, and that wasn't the case. So you start to fill decision for themselves, then you can get a little bit of a bounce look for 10, 20 cents. Go and get at a Dodge. Bitcoin relatively decently at 52.79. Maybe you get another test of this previous $53 level, and then you can make that move up to 53.20. That could be something forward to, or even if it's display itself. And then sure enough, the market looks like it wants to curl over here. Okay. So not too good of a look in the large cap world. That's for sure. Small caps live in their own universe and they do their own thing. They can obviously you get the volatility spikes in the next momentum in the middle of the day, etc. Unless we get a catalyst, I think that's necessarily going to be the case here. We've already had a couple of them step into the market, so be patient, sit on your hands a little bit more, and wait for that high quality setup. But we're going to go over a couple of names here. JPM still bleeding its own blood. Unfortunately, now at 312, we're going down a little bit closer to 4%.
Yo, your boys clipped.
They don't like what I mean. It's been getting clipped. It's been getting clipped, brother. They don't like.
Why is it
6%? They don't like our boy Mark. They don't like Mark.
Who doesn't like Mark,
I
bro?
don't know, man. How do you not like?
I like him. You see, remember he was at, what was it, that conference that they have?
Agent Force.
No, that's not.
I know.
Yeah, Agent Force. No, it was some conference in Europe last year. It's in the winter.
Oh,
Anyway.
isn't Davos coming up?
Yeah, he showed up with like a Gucci vest that's at least a few thousand bucks.
It's like, bro,
too much.
look at your stock.
And it was the Gucci, what's it called, canvas as well. Yeah, I'm hating. Yeah. We all know how much that's loved. But
I like it.
Economic Forum?
Yeah. You don't like it?
I'm agnostic.
Is it the PJs there that all the fuel and the chemtrails?
Oh, you heard about those?
Buddy, I had this one guy I played hockey with. He wouldn't shut up about the chemtrails. Like every play, yeah. It's like, dude.
But isn't there seeding though? Doesn't Dubai do that? Like, don't they go in and they add moisture to the environment? They do. I'm pretty sure they seed.
My own. Well, I don't.
Nah, they do
things
it.
that I have no control over. I try not to worry.
Cloud seeding, exactly. Might be the right. Yeah. All right, let's just go into the news. It's 101, Joey. We got a whole bunch of headlines to get to, so let me just cancel all my orders so nothing triggers. He does make a lot of money, Sean. I'm not hating on him. I was more like jealous of that Gucci. I want to pull that up before we start doing the news. I need to see it again. Mark Benioff Gucci vest. Where's it at? Let's go Google. Mark Benioff. There we go. Gucci vest. Oops. Let's see it. Come on, Mark. Where's it at? Images. Oh, it was at the World Economic Forum. No, it was at Davos last year. Yeah, okay, maybe we'll put Davos. Let's see if it comes up. Davos. There it is. It was Davos 2025. There it is. Isn't this the one? Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. There it is. Oh, that's the video. We're going to get in trouble. Yeah, but there it is. Yeah. Him and his big ass Gucci vest there. I like it. I'm not going to lie. It's got a hoodie.
Can we zoom in on that?
I'm just worried that if I open image, enhance. There he is. Do you see the G's? Yeah. Shout out to my man Benioff there. I'll never forget that.
Stay warm.
He's got to stay warm, of course. $500 million in dividends, the Casino Man says he made. That's a ridiculous amount of money. Oh, he might suck. Okay, I got you. All right.
Oh, you thought we were talking about Mark Zuck? No.
Yeah, no, we're talking about the Bensters. Benioff. All right, let's get down to business here. Let's talk about Apple partnering. Is it this good, Assassino? This size is good like that? Okay, no worries. Let's start with talking about Apple partnering with the monster Google to power their next-gen AI N-series. So Apple announced a multi-year partnership with Google to power the future of their AI features. That includes, of course, the major upgrades to Siri expected later this year. Widely speculated it should be about March, but you never really know with Apple. The deal will leverage Gemini, Google's AI model, as well as Google's cloud infrastructure. So it's going to be a bit of both. But Apple really wanted to emphasize that the AI models will still run on device and through Apple's private cloud compute. The whole thing here is to kind of try to assuage fears that, your privacy will be at risk because you're going to be sending, sensitive queries or whatever to, Google's cloud systems. Apple saying no, it's going to be on-device small language models, and when it's going to go off-device, it's going to be on Apple systems. So rest assured, I'm saying that facetiously, of course. Apple stated that Google's technology offered, quote, the most capable foundation after they did an extensive evaluations of competitors' LLMs. For Google, the deal does reinforce the trust and the respect, I guess, that people are starting to get for Gemini after, a very, very weak start. We all remember what happened when you asked them to show certain images, and, for months and months and months, it refused to summarize any article that I put in with President Trump's name, which is kind of crazy. That's obviously no longer the case. Bloomberg previously reported Apple could pay roughly about $1 billion annually for that AI service, though the financial terms were not disclosed by either side. Google already pays Apple billions of dollars, likely about $20 billion a year, to remain the default search on iOS. And Apple confirmed it is not changing its existing OpenAI ChatGPT integration for advanced queries. The longer-term overlap remains unclear. Now, as I was telling Sean this morning, I don't even ask Siri questions. I say, hey, you know the name, check with ChatGPT, and then I put in my search so that it doesn't try to search the web for me and give me stupid answers. Before we get Joey's take on this, we're going to pause for a second. We're going to Adair at the big desk.
Keep an eye on oil here. USO popping. Could be here in comments from U.S. President Donald Trump. Now, again, this Ford event has not yet started, but he is still talking to reporters here. He said with regards to Iran, it's, quote, a good idea if Americans evacuate the country. So again, Trump encouraging evacuation from Iran, geopolitical tensions rising, and a bit of a pop here in USO. We also did get the 30-year bond auction high yield coming in at 4.825%. Back to you.
You have a lot of Persian friends?
No, I can't say that I do.
I've got a lot.
Do you?
And do you see the videos of Richmond Hill over the weekend?
No, what were they doing? Were they skirting in their car? Were they car meters?
There was like at least a few 100,000 of them in the street.
What were they doing?
Yeah, it was like someone flew a drone over.
Yeah.
They were on the street, obviously, and they were protesting.
Oh, okay.
Someone flew a drone. It took the drone, I think, like several minutes to go from
over
one
in Richmond Hill.
Yeah, well, that's where majority of them live. I know that's where you live as well. Yeah, but yeah, so they feel very strongly about this, and needless to say, obviously, the ones that are here for a reason and feel even more strongly.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's just how the narrative is. No,
Apple, yeah.
Yeah, as for Apple and Google, I think with Google's previous antitrust and the judge ruling in their favor, this just opened the floodgates for these two names to continue their partnership.
Right.
And we're seeing that start to work out here. We were waiting for something with the Apple Intelligence, whether it be ChatGPT. You start to see that slowly integrated into Siri and everything along those lines. But now I think that's going to be thrown out the window, and we're going to see Gemini really start to take over the Apple device, which I think would be pretty cool.
I wouldn't mind that at all.
No, I wouldn't mind that at all. I'm curious, what does that mean for Google's devices, right? So it's like, why am I going to buy a Google phone when I can just essentially buy an iPhone now and then have Gemini interpreted into what Apple's doing?
And that leads to more speculation. Does Google hold back some features that they necessarily would put on their own device, like on the Pixel, and not allow it on the iPhone?
And we also know that Google's paying Apple a pretty penny in the service revenue, obviously, to be the primary search engine. So I wonder what they're going to do with that deal. Is like, hey, we're gonna have Gemini in there. Are they going to continue to pay them more, or is Apple going to pay them?
Well, let's see if Google renegotiates. It's widely speculated to be about $20 billion, and if you believe the report here, it says it was about $1 billion Apple will be paying Google. So it's like, all right, so just write me a check for 19 then. I'm obviously dumbing it down, but
what is that going to do for Google? I mean, we've seen somewhat of an uptick in the cycle with the iPhone 17. Now, when is this going to be actually integrated into the new iPhone? I think that's going to be big and might even drive more iPhone sales.
Speculation is that it's going to be around March time, but again, with Apple, you never really know. Oh no, in support of Gary, they're not protesting what's happening. They're in support of what's happening. I should have clarified that. Let's go on to Microsoft. Interesting take yesterday from President Trump. He said Microsoft will announce changes aimed at preventing higher electricity bills for Americans as AI-driven data centers construction accelerates. Trump framed the move as part of a broader effort to shield consumers from the rising cost of electricity ahead of the midterm elections, of course. We know, and he said, Americans should not, quote, pick up the tab for the massive power consumption required by the hyperscale data centers. We know they're trying to bring more nuclear power plants online specifically for that purpose. Microsoft is rapidly, as we know, expanding its data center footprint to support the surging AI demand. A trend that's, basically followed by all big tech. They're basically all doing that. Microsoft also publicly acknowledged that it's met or it has received many different local concerns around power usage and pricing, and they're pledging to manage electricity demands responsibly. Just to give you some data here, U.S. electricity prices were up roughly, and varies by geography, 6% year over year. That is as of August. The data is as of August, with sharper scrutiny in regions hosting the large data centers cluster. We've seen this with, I think, Memphis and some other areas there. I also think in the Virginias, if I'm not mistaken, there's a lot of data centers out there. And there's rising power costs. It's become a politically sensitive issue. President Trump suggested additional announcements are coming, hinting that other tech companies may be pressured into similar commitments. Microsoft has already faced resistance at the local level, notably withdrawing a planned data center project in Caledonia, Wisconsin, after a community opposition. Joey, Microsoft is seeing better days in terms of price action, down another 2% today.
I mean, it's been on a monster run, but as for just just handing the price increases over to the American consumer isn't fair. Something has to happen. I mean, you're going to see the costs of living continuously, gradually rise, obviously with inflation and everything along those lines, but it shouldn't be going up 6% year over year. The hyperscalers, the individuals who are responsible for building these massive data centers and the cost of energy should absolutely have to take care of 100% of that cost and make sure that the infrastructure is there so it's not a continuous and gradual rise in expenses for the consumer. Exactly.
No, I have to agree with that. I mean, as much as I do want to see the AI build-out continue and the data centers get built, let's call a spade a spade. Yeah. Electricity and water are two things that these things run through, bro.
Run through.
And so, if there can be some more efficiencies there, it'd be fantastic.
I mean, we talked about some of the build-out in the warmer climates, right? Like, I think it's really important to note that you're going to use that hydro, but go a little bit more north where you don't have to expend so much hydro. You know what I mean?
You got Elon wanting to take it to space now, right? Because it's cold, right?
Yeah, I know. Space. I don't know how that's going to work. Where you can have wires and stuff hanging down from space and everything along those lines.
No, there's not going to be any wires. No. It's going to be solar power, baby.
Yeah, solar power.
All right, let's talk about Nvidia clarifying the H200 payment terms. There was some uncertainty about that, but there is a newer headline on this. We'll get that in a second. So Nvidia said it does not require, or it will not require, upfront payments for its H200 AI chips, pushing back on earlier reports that suggested that they were insisting on unusually strict terms for their Chinese customers. Nvidia emphasized that its standard commercial practices remain intact despite the heightened political scrutiny. There were sources that indicated to the report, who I think it was Reuters, that Nvidia had historically required advance payments from some Chinese clients, though deposits rather than full prepayment were sometimes accepted. For the H200 specifically, though, Nvidia said they've been stricter in the past due to uncertainty over whether the Chinese regulators will approve shipments. They're saying they're not doing that this time around. That's what's being said. But the whole point of this is requiring stronger payment commitments for that H200 would effectively shift the financial risk from Nvidia to customers. So what happens? Nvidia, makes these H200s. It tries to sell them to, let's say, Baidu or Alibaba. Then the Chinese regulator wakes up on the wrong side of the bed one day and says, no more H200s into this country. Or, like the news headline we got today, they're severely restricting the amount that come in. Chinese buyers could also be forced to commit capital without certainty that imports would be approved. But by having upfront payments, Nvidia would be shifting the risk to the buyer as opposed to them making it with Taiwan Semi and then not really finding a buyer. Any perception of tougher sales terms or reduced China exposure can impact near-term sentiment. And we know that has been very much the case with Nvidia in China, as it used to be about 20% of their revenue. And then, to use Jensen's words, at least before the H200 shipments, it's basically zero.
Yeah, what this is telling me that the high demand, obviously, for the American chips is that they don't have the quality that they say that they do, and Huawei is still leaps and bounds behind. So, I mean, it was previously talked about. We had a lot of the larger institutions applying for the permit because we needed that earlier, and it was approved. But then things obviously take a couple steps back. But this just shows the demand, and that China is not where we think they may be, considering there's high demand for NVIDIA's chips, which is American-based.
Absolutely agree. So here's the updated headline here. So the Chinese government this week told some tech companies it would only approve their purchases of NVIDIA's H200 under, quote, special circumstances such as, university research. This was reported by The Information today, citing two people with direct knowledge of the situation. We're not going to go any more into this other than to say that this came out after the writing of this article, hence why it was not included in the morning note. Adira, give us your take on the H200 and the tie-up with NVIDIA.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the first part of the story, not super interesting to me. I think the one thing that I do want to do once again is like just a moment to kind of touch in terms of analyzing and reading the news, right? Especially when it's breaking news. I've done this a little bit before here on this desk. I think it's a good time to do it again now. So with regards to this second NVIDIA story, you guys can see here, this is when we had that spike. If I can, there we go, there's the button. Okay. Oh, someday it'll do it. I'm being too finicky. Anyway, so the point is this kind of drop and then pop. So yes, obviously now we're trading a lot lower in NVIDIA, but initially the reaction to that story, well, negative, the stock shot up a lot higher. Now, why was that the case? Because of the source. The information is, as I've said a couple times now, it's not anymore viewed as a really trusted source, specifically when it comes to these NVIDIA stories. So again, I'm not saying like, oh, immediately ignore the news. That's not at all what I'm saying. But I'm saying, I think one thing too is always worth noting when you get these stories, and I always try to provide that context when I give them to you as well, especially for intraday breaking news trades, is assess where is the news coming from, who is kind of saying it, and what is the context there within, because I think that can really help it. For example, if you got short off this news and then it immediately pops, that's obviously not a situation anyone wants to be in. So the point I'm trying to make here is always just be cautious of your news consumption. Much like when Trump pumped Amazon after hours that day, this was like December 30th, and then it turns out it was an old story that he reposted from like a month earlier. So just always be cautious with the news consumption because it can really impact how the markets react to data.
Thank you very much. All right. Google expanding Pixel manufacturing into Vietnam. They plan to begin developing and manufacturing the high-end Pixel in Vietnam later this year. This is according to Nikkei Asia. The move builds on Google's existing supplier network in Vietnam, which already assembles certain Pixel devices. It's a strategic alternative manufacturing hub. And by strategic alternative, we're talking, of course, about moving away from China. Google will conduct also new product introduction activities into Vietnam for the Pixel Pro, and the Pixel Fold models. NPI here is a critical phase of the production process that includes process development, the testing, and the refinement before the mass production and the sale to consumers. So usually that's typically done in China or at home. But the lower end Pixel A series development, that's going to remain in China for now. They're not going to shift that. So Google will still have some production on mainland China. Google already produces, or mass produces, I should say, Joey, some high-end smartphones in Vietnam, so making the transition a bit more seamless since they already have experience there. But expanding NPI, the new product introduction, locally should shorten the feedback loops between the refinement and mass production. Reuters could not independently verify the report, and Google did not comment to the writers of this article. So speculation, at least for now. What do you think?
I thought we were supposed to start onshoring, Sharif.
Oh.
In Vietnam.
How about this friendshoring too, right? Onshoring, friendshoring, nearshoring. There's a lot of shoring.
So that was going on.
Well, apparently Vietnam's China at the moment.
Oh,
I guess.
Okay,
I don't know.
Taiwan no longer a friend. No, but in all seriousness, I'm not surprised by it. Google's going to continue to grow. It's going to expand wherever across the globe. Donald Trump approves. It's not going to pass that easy. If he has something to say something about it, he will. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes up.
Either Tesla essentially flat on the day down 0.1. They're expanding the Model Y. So here's the deal. We saw a bigger Model Y coming out of China, and now you're going to get one done in North America. We're going to talk more about this, but I believe Adara has breaking news at the big desk.
I do. Novo Nordisk spiking lower here. Novo Nordisk CEO Maciej Dustar saying you should expect some international operations in 2026, noting that the loss of exclusivity in a number of markets could result in Novo quote, having a difficult year. So again, CEO of Novo Nordisk warning of some difficulties for the company in 2026. Back to you.
All right, let's talk about Tesla unveiling a new 7-seat Model Y SUV for the North American market. It's going to be a 7-seat configuration. You'll recall in a second, well, I'll show you in a second, China had a 6-seat variant. This one's going to be 7. It's going to be available on the premium and the performance trims, and it's going to feature a fresh interior and larger 16-inch touchscreen. I think that's the same size they're putting on the side. Price starts around $51,490, likely about $75,000, $80,000 Canadian. I exaggerate for that. And it's also going to include 30 days of full self-driving quote supervised. So you're going to get a trial there, but it does come with the car. Now let's go to China. Tesla Model Y in China continues to perform well. Those larger cars, there's more people driving around than they do here. Delivery in China topped 93,000 units, which was 13.2% year-over-year growth, which is especially global demand, because we've seen the weakness in North America as well as Europe. And Tesla is pursuing extended full self-driving approval in Europe, with regulators confirming targeted February 2026 timeline. But that could skip information yet. And the European Y offers WLTP range near 423 miles. You know, supporting the competitive push that Tesla's trying to regain in that continent. But the software approval for FSD, Joey, that remains a gating factor. I don't think he's going to have many sympathetic regulators
In Europe.
Let's just
I mean, that's something that I found the most comical because he's obviously looking to expand. But how many fines does he have to go through to get the expansion and improve the revenue? I think that's the smart thing for them. If they can continuously fine these American companies, no problem, brother. But then we're just from a regulatory standpoint, fine.
Yep.
And I think that's going to be
been on doing that.
Elon and companies.
You guys see on the board there. I mean, we are literally 51 subscribers short of hitting 550,000. And obviously, you know, these are big milestones for us. So it was less than a year that we hit 500,000. So we're super pumped about that. If you already have it, man, please hit the subscribe button right there. Let's get to that 500 midday show. We got like 40 minutes.
I'm gonna pull the tape.
Hold on, there's alcohol in the back too.
I'm not, brother. I might not even be drinking for all of 26.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I had a couple of drinks in Aruba.
Well, I would too if I was on vacation. I had a couple of.
I love how someone unsubscribed.
Oh, who unsubbed?
Why do you do that? Why do you do that?
No,
it's just
we're not
for
getting
trolls.
any upticks like they were doing earlier. Now you got to sub back in. There he is. They're back right now.
All right, guys.
Let's get 5 up there.
If you could hit the subscribe button, that'd be fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic.
We really
500,000. So Scott Tallman says, I've thought about quitting altogether as well. Yeah, I mean, it's just not fun. It's just not fun anymore, man. For me,
no, it's really anyway.
I'd rather hit the gym and do other things.
I tried to bring something else with me to Aruba, but it didn't work out that way. Let's go on to the next story. So we got a couple of different upgrades today by KeyBank Capital, one on Intel, one on AMD. We're going to talk about both of them because they're not the same. So Capital Bank, KeyBank Capital Markets, I should say, upgraded Intel and AMD overweight. Analysts cited stronger than expected hyperscaler demand and tightening memory supply. We also know the firm likes the fact that AI-driven infrastructure buildouts are now materially impacting pricing, capacity planning, and margins across all the CPUs and memory sales, with KeyBank saying that Intel is largely sold out of its CPUs through all of 2026. server CPUs, I should mention, not for like desktop computers and laptops, server CPUs. Hyperscalers absorb the majority of that supply. The demand imbalance is actually giving Intel room to consider a 10 to 15% increase on the average selling price, the ASP, which is obviously going to be quite accretive for margins. So who can complain about that? Maybe that's why this thing's up 7.5% on the day and was up about 8 earlier. Also, like what Intel is doing with the 18A node. I spoke to you guys about this last year when we were talking about their foundry business, and we were talking about one of the reasons that they haven't gotten a big anchor client like an Nvidia or an AMD. Well, they're doing business with AMD now is because of the yield for their 18A node. It's now improved. Their 18A yields are now above 60%, a notable improvement from where they were. And better yields reduce execution risk and improve gross margin confidence. So something to note there, and KeyBank noting that as well. KeyBank also focusing on Intel's foundry business that was highlighted as an underappreciated part. And they said that Intel has landed Apple for the low-end M-series processors on its 18A node, and their discussions around the future of the A-series processors, which Apple puts into the iPhone, for possibly later this decade. No confirmation yet, but at least they've landed them for some of the lower M-series processors. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to get Joey's take in a minute, but we're going back to the big desk.
Trump's tour is now live, and Trump now touring the Ford facility live with CEO Jim Farley wearing a vest with his name on it. So I'll keep you guys posted here in this event. It's just really just Ford talking to Ford, just Trump talking to Ford people in a Ford trailer. The stock does not care right now. Back to you.
What do you make of this? This is, they gave Intel quite a nod today.
They gave him a big time nod. I mean, they had a price target raised to approximately around $60, which is going to be more than 25% from where we're currently trading at. I like everything that they got going on. Lip-Blue hasn't even started a full year yet as the CEO. So, I mean, he's on the right trajectory. A lot of it is helped, though. And I'm not, like, I think this is what the majority of it has to do. It's obviously the 10% stake. 10% stake from the company. So, I mean, it's moving in the right direction, but let's not beat around the bush. A lot of it has to do with the government stake in the company.
Remember where I told you, like, what would the first thing, if you're taking an interest in a company, what's the first thing you're doing? You're looking for a client in that company, right? And
they struggled for how long to find any.
And they're still, like, I mean, Nvidia's passed on the 18A twice now. They've passed on the 18A node. Maybe when those yields,
Apple said that we're not quite ready.
they're going to do the lower M-series processors with Intel, and they may switch to the A-series processors, this article saying later in the decade. Let's talk about the other upgrade KeyBank Capital Markets had today, which was on AMD, Advanced Micro Devices. They upgraded them to overweight on the ground supply chain checks. In Asia, they like that. Analysts pointed to hyperscaler demand that is overwhelming server CPU and reshaping pricing power as well. They credit tightening DRAM and NAND availability, which is accelerating the urgency among these cloud customers to secure their compute capacity. Same thing they said with Intel here, that AMD is almost completely sold out of its server CPUs for all of 2026, with being dominant buyers, I should say, being the hyperscalers. However, when it came to AMD, KeyBank was quick to note that their CPU business will grow at least 50% this year, driven by cloud and AI workloads, and they anticipate their AI-related revenue is going to be about $14 to $15 billion just this year, with shipments of the MI55 leading the way, but there's even bigger ramp for the MI455 powered by the Helios platform, Joey. So I know you were all about that life earlier as well. Memory shortage, like I mentioned, tight DRAM and NAND supply is expected to pressure the PC market. That could actually hurt some of AMD's their CPUs for desktop as well as laptops, so it may not do well in that regard. However, KeyBank's kind of overlooking that. They're saying, look, we view this as a net positive for their gross margin mix because their AI business is so much larger than their PC business now. So if their PC business suffers, it's at the expense of something greater in the AI business. So they're seeing possibly weakness here in their PC business as kind of good. So not sure how you take that.
You have like AMD is well, I wouldn't say dominance, but it dominated a lot of the PC gaming. Obviously, one of the more popular, its Ryzen series and everything along those lines. But for quite some time, it was supposed to be a neck-and-neck race between Nvidia and in AMD. This stock recovered tenfold essentially from those lows. You get 239%. I think it's going to continue to do so. Might be a little bit of noise here, Sharif. The trajectory, obviously, with the 400 series coming into play, I think it was at 27 that Lisa Su has, the M400s, which I'm referring to. I think that's going to help drive it. It has big-time deals. The Saudis signed a deal with AMD, and then also with the, what's the massive deal again here? Stargate, AMD with Stargate as well, too. So I think it'll be just fine.
All right, let's go on to the next story. ARM. Oh boy, where are we at on ARM? Did we cover? 3.5%. So ARM Holdings was downgraded to neutral by Bank of America Securities, citing near-term slowdown in revenue growth. Analysts said ARM is becoming reliant on its major backer, aka SoftBank. The downgrade reflects growing caution on ARM's licensing and royalty trajectory rather than the long-term strategic relevance. So let's talk about this reliance here. So Bank of America expects low to single-digit declines in the global smartphone unit shipments, and rising memory costs as well and ongoing supply constraints are seen as weighing on handset demand. That's not new. We talked about that yesterday. We talked about these, well, I think it was Taiwan Semi who said we're really focusing the majority of our production for AI and data centers rather than for the cell phone market, which kind of, has a bit of maybe a bit of a bellwether for weakening demand for cell phones, but we'll see. Even modest unit declines have outsized impact on revenue growth because ARM relies so much on it. Licensing revenue for fiscal 2026, they're saying it could decline by about 5% year over year, and SoftBank now accounts for up to 30% of ARM's total licensing revenue. So that's what they mean when they say you're relying too much on one client. Despite the near-term pressure, though, Bank of America did want to caveat this whole downgrade by saying that ARM remains well-positioned to benefit from rising chip design complexity, and they maintain a $120 price target on ARM. What's your take here, Joey?
Yeah, I mean, this name was a pretty hot IPO. You're down 41% off of that previous pivot high. It's not too good of a look right now. I mean, you're still holding in that zone. Let's calculate what we are from that IPO in 23, September of 23. You're still up 92%. Not too horrible of a look, but from a technical standpoint, watch out for some key necklines that are going to be broken. Right now, it's going to be at that $107 mark. And I'm saying we're going to head into 80, but this is a really key pivot that you want to keep an eye out on here in ARM Holdings.
Okay, let's go on to Micron. A lot on microchip, semiconductor, RAM names. Bank of America raised their price target on Micron to $400 from $300. Despite that, Micron is down 2% on the day, but up another 18.75% year to date after having a 200% year last year, by the way. Analyst Vivek Arya reiterated the firm's buy rating, noting the stock still has upside potential despite the massive run it had last year. The new target implies, by the way, a 16% upside from yesterday's close. Here's what he's saying. Spot and contract pricing, both for DRAM and NAND, have surged in recent weeks. Obi was telling you guys last week, I think, or even the week before that, he was looking at upgrading the RAM on his PC. He's like, nah, I'll wait. While B of A views near-term pricing as aggressive and potentially abnormal, it does expect elevated pricing to persist in the first quarter of this year. We'll have to see whether that decelerates in second quarter of this year. That's what they're looking at keeping an eye on. Industry capital spending remains controlled. So if you're looking for kind of maybe headwinds because of CapEx, they say no, Micron is not overspending, and that's helping prevent oversupply conditions, which is seen in prior cycles. So they're not producing too much so as not to lower the price and maintain the margins. They're also crediting Samsung for a disciplined CapEx approach as a key factor of keeping supply tight across the market and keeping, obviously, prices elevated. But I've just seen this before with RAM. It's very cyclical. Once there's a glut of inventory, they can't sell it. But in this case, they can't get enough of it. And the valuation of Micron, by the way, it's trading at Not too bad, about 32.88, so let's say 33 PE. They say the premium is justified in their view by sustained memory upcycle and expanding earnings power, especially with inventory still low. So Micron, Joey, it was a monster last year.
Yeah.
It's up another almost 20% this year, and it's only been a couple of weeks. What's the look? Oh.
200%. That's the look, but we went through multiple names here, Sharif. Just be cautious, enjoy the ride up, but then you want to keep an eye out for the ride down. As you mentioned, there's like a lot of inventory, and when there is, but then there's not enough when you need it. Just watch out for that tide to kind of turn here, and if it does flip, watch out for a hefty decrease in the actual price action. You might see something around 30% or even a little bit more. Where does 30% bring you down to? Approximately 230, which isn't horrible. Yeah, it's not horrible, right? It's going to put you right around this neckline. 265 could be a potential zone here in Micron, but don't stand in front of a moving freight chain. It's the exact same. What name were we talking about earlier that we're kind of using? Google, right? Like it has a lot going for it. But we said that with Microsoft as well too. Yeah, exactly. But watch out what happens after, because once you have that exuberant buying and everybody's really, really giddy, there's a seller, right? There's a buyer for every seller. There's a seller for every buyer. We'll head over to Microsoft. You don't want to get caught on the wrong side, so don't chase. Be patient, and sure enough, your levels will come into play because this move was, how long was it? May all the way, it peaked until July. So you get a couple of strong months, and then sure enough, you've done almost nothing from that point. So just be cautious with Micron. It can do the exact same thing, and it's by no means a Microsoft, in my opinion.
All right, guys, a couple of updates here. Thanks to John Del Segno. RCAT at the day high, 1350. What a recovery. This thing was negative on the day. In fact, created a bottom there at around 1170, and now it's at 1350. Just took out the high there. I believe high a day is 13. No, it's got to be above that. 13 low 50s there. So good look for RCAT. Also VG. Nice breakout here for VG, long area of consolidation, respecting VWAP on multiple attempts, and then there it goes, taking out 8. This one looked like a flat top break waiting to happen. Higher lows, all the while that $8 area was a staunchy level of resistance. Well, that's in the rearview mirror now with an 825 high. Keep your eye on VG, looking real good over here. Let's go to the next story. JP Morgan Chase leading off bank earnings today. And I think they're still down on the day. Let me just a quick look. Yeah, 3 3/4%. So JP Morgan getting clipped here, but it was a good report. So let's talk about it. A solid fourth quarter beat driven primarily by stronger than expected trading volume. EPS 523, well ahead of the 5 that the street was expecting on revenue of $46.77 billion. That's ahead of the 46.02. So an easy beat top and bottom line. And by the way, notable revenue beat here because last year's expectations were kind of high. So the fact that they were able to outdo them, because remember, obviously we had that tailwind with the election and whatever. So tough year-over-year comparisons that they were able to beat. So not a bad look, just from the earnings. I'm not talking about price action. But this is where they encountered some issues. Their actual profits fell 7% year over year. And that's not because of anything that they did poorly in the year. It's because of the Apple credit card that they acquired from Goldman Sachs. They had to take a $2.2 billion hit as a result of that, which equated to about 60 cents per share if you're looking at it from an EPS perspective. So that did mask the underlying strength. So EPS would have been higher, profit would have been higher had it not been for their takeover of the Apple card loan portfolio from Goldman Sachs. As I mentioned, trading did very well. Wall Street trading desks continue to benefit from higher volatility and healthier market participation, says the article. And investment banking as well, activity has stabilized after a weaker prior cycle. The sector is operating in what analysts are calling this Goldilocks environment, where you have easing rates from the Fed. You also have stable consumer credit. Defaults are not at historical highs or even at, great financial crisis highs, and you have lighter regulatory pressure. And that's something we've been talking a lot about when it comes to the banks. We're still waiting for that deregulatory push or a deregulation tailwind to take place that President Trump has been talking about since coming back into office. Haven't quite seen it yet. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to Adara, and then we're going to get Joey's take.
Yeah, it appears here that this tour with U.S. President Trump at Ford is either done or it's paused. All of the news segments pausing their coverage of the stream. So again, it's unclear if tour is still happening, but right now, no live coverage. I'll keep you posted on the situation. F on watch. Back to you.
PM.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough. Yeah, it's a tough look here today. That 392 if it breaks, but watch out. We've seen this before, time and time again in the banks. I think you're going to get a discount on this. What's the PE on JPM? Actually, I want to figure that out right now.
Give me one second.
Yeah, let's find out what that is.
JPM, my man, it is 1607.
All right, yeah, what's that? Yeah, so you know what I mean. I think people are going to be
higher than the industry, though.
Is it what's the
industry's
average?
12.07?
Oh, okay,
yeah.
Okay, so a little bit higher than the industry average.
Well, yeah, when you pay a premium for JPM
every single day, right? And I think that's going to be the case. But CIB guys, once again, delivered relatively well. Let's go over some of those numbers. I know Shreve was talking about it. Net income contribution at $7.3 billion on $19.4 billion of revenue. ROE around the high teens and overrated ratio of around high 40s. Revenue was up around 10% year over year. I think this name is going to continue to grow. I remember when I started to see the substantial growth in JPM is when they acquired SVB's book. It just went parabolic. I think JPM is just going to be completely fine, considering they are looking to move a lot of its networking and everything to do with the financials onto the blockchain, making it a significantly more efficient company. Watch out for JPM to climb to new highs.
That's going to be amazing
in the near future.
Yeah, I like the blockchain thing that you're talking about. That's something we've been hearing a lot more about. Yeah. Let's go on to Delta, also reporting earnings this morning. Interesting take from Delta. Where's it at right now? DAL still getting crushed. Where's it at? Well, a little bit less than 2 1/3. American Airlines is doing worse than Delta, funny enough. But here it is. Delta expects earnings to jump more than 20% this year versus 25, driven by strong travel demand and high yield customers. I like that's how is that what they're calling rich people now? High yield customers. I like that. Management guided adjusted EPS of $6.50 to $7.50. That's for the year, which is kind of slightly wide because analysts were looking for $7.25 for the year. So kind of a little bit within the range. They're also forecasting up to 7% sales growth in the first quarter of this year, signaling continued momentum for 2026. Here's what CEO Eddie Bastian said. He said, look, Delta is sitting essentially at the top of this K-shaped economy. And we've been talking a lot more about that, the K-shaped economy where the rich are doing better and the people, that are not rich having a bit of a harder time about it. And here's what he means by that. Nearly all planned seat growth that the company wants to put online this year will be in premium cabins with very, very little actually projected to expand in the main cabin. Their premium ticket revenue rose 9% year over year on the quarter in Q4, bringing in $5.7 billion. That number is actually exceeding revenue from the main cabin. So obviously, a lot more for premium, but in the economy cabin, there's so many more seats, right? About a third of the plane, 2/3 of the economy. Main cabin revenue fell 7% year over year in Q4, down to 5.62, and that's what I mean by premium ticket revenue now exceeding main cabin ticket revenue. That highlights obviously the divergence between price sensitive and affluent flyers. Full year main cabin revenue exceeding premium classes. So full year, what's called more top line dollars, not profit, top line than premium. How they did in the actual quarter, it was a mixed result. 155 EPS beating 153, a slight beat there. They did miss on revenue, 14.61 billion, 14.6, but their Q4 profit, their take-home money, rose 45% over year. They're bringing in just a little less than $1 billion a quarter in profit on the quarter, and it's not. I'm assuming we're not really surprised by that because they're selling so much more premium, which is obviously a much more profitable product. They did announce as well more Boeing 787 Dreamliner orders, 30 in total. That's going to begin deliveries in 2031, and they maintain the option to buy another 30 if they so good luck for Boeing from that regard as well.
Well, Delta's been performing pretty good, relatively well. I mean, you go to the April low, even 97%, so almost double its stock price. Obviously, the higher end consumer doing well, growing 7%. margins starting to increase 10% year over year, raising full year 2026 guidance, 20% EPS growth, which is substantial, going from $6.50 to $7.50. I like what the airlines have been doing, so they've been performing really, really well as of late.
Let me ask you,
AAPL, TAL, UAL.
you're going to Asia.
Yeah.
Obviously, a long ass flight. Yeah, we know that. All that is more.
Yep.
Do you ante up the premium?
You said it's around $500.
That's American.
That's American.
So like
This is
15,000 Canadian.
It's like $7 grand. No, it's like literally $6 grand Canadian.
Do you ante up
The five.
a whole flight? Like I mean specifically long haul. You know,
But is it going to be like 8 times? Like, I mean, take it $500.
do it live?
We may as well do it live.
Do it live?
It depends. It really depends.
Should we go on that hot garbage Air Canada? I hate
No,
it.
no, that's the most expensive one. And flight too.
Hold on, Air Canada. All right, wait, because I went to the wrong. There we go. Let's do it live.
What
Let's do it live.
garbage.
All right, where are we going, Joey? First and foremost.
All right, let's go over to
Somewhere far.
yeah. Let's go to Cat Island.
Bro, oh,
You said far.
all right. Let's go.
HKT,
We're
I'm
gonna
pretty sure it is.
travel on a Saturday. We're gonna go February 7th.
Most expensive day.
My bad. Wednesday. Wednesday. All right.
KT.
All right. Hold on. We're gonna return a few weeks later. Let's just say 2-week trip. Okay. 18th. Select. We're going to Phuket. How do I spell that? PHU.
Yeah, it's just ATR.
I know. Thailand. All right. YYZ HKT February 4th to February 18th. Oh, hold on. How do we select?
Yeah, search, brother.
I know, but I want to choose premium.
Oh, come on.
It'll let me do it. All right. Let's do it live right now. Let's find out exactly how much it's going to cost us so we can see the difference. The one I was telling Brenda about, okay, here we go. Premium economy is $4,400. You want first class? You want business class? $8,200.
82.
Okay, so let's just do comparisons. So we're going to say direct flight only, right? So we got a filter.
I don't know if we'll get that.
Well, yeah. Okay, so we'll just leave it at that then, so we won't screw it up. So if you want to go economy, it'll cost you $1,743. All right. You want to go premium economy, it'll cost you $4,400. You want to live large, you want to do big, $8,273. These are not like comparable prices, dude. That's not. It's just like a different world if you want to spend that kind of money. So that is all right. Let's go on to the next story. L3 Harris is a $1 billion U.S. government investment in their rocket motor business. More on the rocket motor business. It's not going to be part of L3 Harris for long. They're spinning it off. The government will invest $1 billion in the rocket motor business to secure a reliable supply of propulsion systems. These motors are used across key platforms like Tomahawk cruise missiles, the Patriot, THAAD, and Standard missiles, all of which are seeing increased demand as the world rearms. We know that. The move follows recent criticism from President Trump aimed at defense contractors over their slow weapon production and their delivery times. We saw them, I think that was last week. L3 Harris, though, they're going to spin off the rocket motor business into a new standalone publicly traded company. The U.S. government investment will take the form of a convertible security, which will automatically convert into common equity at the time of the IPO, which is expected in the second half of this year. On that in a second, L3 Harris will retain a majority ownership and control of the spin-off company, which ensures continued consolidation, earnings, and strategic influence. This marks the first direct-to-supplier investment under the Pentagon's new acquisition transformation strategy, which is aimed at stabilizing critical supply chains and lowering long-term procurement costs. The deal effectively guarantees, though, for L3 Harris, that is, future demand for the spun-off missile propulsion unit because is going to be buying them. So the IPO of the rocket business, as I mentioned, is planned in the second half of this year, offering the government a potential financial return on its investment. And JP Morgan said they're serving as a financial advisor with Vinson and Elkins acting as legal counsel to L3 Harris on this IP spinoff. Joey, L3 Harris, what's a look?
What's the ticker on this bad boy here?
RX.
All right. Take a look at LRX here. See what we got going.
Oh, LCX, I'm sure I forget, man. I'm going to find out. Wait a sec. Do I have my military thing there? Where is it? LHX, excuse me.
Going on from a technical standpoint here. L3 Harris Technologies. Ooh, not too good of a look here today. $390, roughly around 388, and a 341.
Tapped up and it filled the entire gap.
Big time.
Why is it
big
getting
time
crapped on like that? It's not good?
It's getting smoked, brother.
Yeah.
It's getting smoked. But I mean, hey, it's touching all-time highs. We're going to use our April low as our benchmark, as we typically do. Still up 73%. Not too bad of a look whatsoever in L3 Harris Technologies. Defense names. I don't know. We'll see if they can continue to rock and roll. What is LMT been up to here? Was Lockheed wasn't your pick, was it?
No, Northrop Grumman.
Northrop Grumman. Okay, so I mean, it's been performing. LHX has been performing significantly better than what LMT has been. So go with the flow. A massive gap up and fills this. I wouldn't be surprised, but this is like a 90-degree angle right here. That's not going to be sustainable whatsoever. Yeah, that's straight up. You can't. That's
They have a tie with Palantir as well. The L3 Harris CEO was on CNBC with Alex Carr.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was it.
He's like an appropriate guy, right? We all know what Alex Carr
Those
was
guys,
like, right?
yeah, but Alex Carr was on an interview just like us, the media in the Department of Offense.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, man, it was crazy.
So good.
Guys, we need organic missiles, organic seeking missiles, and everything. He's all about the
He's about that life.
I'm
I just like him, man. I just like Yeah, I don't
for quite some time. A lot of people didn't like him. He was talking about why are people continuously shorting my stock.
He was losing it. He was losing it. I just want to mention one thing quickly, Joey. Shout out to Above and ONDS continuing to make a move, guys. Not a bad look. ONDS, and then all of a sudden, Bob is telling me about CODA as well. A light on volume on CODA, but breaking out 346,000 shares. This is light, so be careful with this one. But RCAT continuing to go. Just got into the high day of 1386, a bit of a red candle now, but a great recovery for RCAT for those who are keeping their eye on these midday movers. All right, let's go on to the next story. We're done with L3 Harris. Let's talk a little Warner Brothers. They're suing, or Paramount is suing Warner Brothers. So let's talk about this. Paramount Skydance has filed a lawsuit against Warner Brothers Discovery in Delaware, demanding fuller disclosure around WBD's support for a rival Netflix deal. The move marks one of PSKY's most aggressive steps yet in an attempt to wrest control of Warner Brothers and its prized film and television assets. Paramount also announced plans to nominate directors to Warner Brothers board, signaling a push to directly influence governance and investor sentiment. Holy, they're not giving up. God damn. All right, competing bids. So Paramount, we know, is offering an all-cash bid of $30 a share, valuing Warner Brothers at about $108.7 billion. We know that it argues it's simpler and more attractive for shareholders. Netflix's competing proposal values the transaction at $27.75 a share and includes a cash and stock structure, along with a separation of Warner Brothers' legacy media assets like their TV and cable business. Warner Brothers board has rejected Paramount's latest bid, and they urge shareholders to support the Netflix transaction instead. Here's the legal strategy that Paramount's trying to employ. The lawsuit seeks to force Warner Brothers to disclose the financial analysis and the rationale behind its board's endorsement of the Netflix deal. They argue, Paramount that is, they argue investors need this information before deciding whether to tender their shares ahead of the January 21st offer deadline. Warner Brothers responded by calling the lawsuit meritless, saying Paramount has failed to raise its bid or fix structural weakness in its proposal. They've been holding out that, basically saying their finances are guaranteed, despite the old man Larry Ellison throwing his name to the hat there. Paramount claims, by the way, that Netflix's transaction is not financially superior to its cash offer, and it would face more regulatory complexity. There could be an argument for that. We already know what President Trump has said. It also plans to propose a bylaw amendment which would require shareholder approval for any cable TV spinoff. which is a key component of the Netflix deal. Recall, the Netflix deal requires WBD to spin off legacy media assets before Netflix acquires them. Lastly, the bid is backed by $40 billion in equity guarantees from Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison and $54 billion in debt financing. This underscores, of course, the seriousness despite no price increase yet. Joey, are they making a mistake by not increasing that $30 per share price and kind of trying to give the board something more to think about?
I don't know. I think what Larry Ellison and company are just having a big time just accepting the fact that Warner Brothers doesn't want to accept their offer for whatever reason. Obviously, saying that the Netflix bid is superior. I think they just need to let it go and allow Netflix to just take on the deal. Paramount Skydance is going to be just fine, in my opinion. Just take the loss for Ellison and company, in my opinion, and move on. Because they're just prolonging this. It's costing them more and more money as this is prolonged throughout the duration of this dispute between the two companies or the two corporations.
All right. Adira, give us your take on this latest issue.
Yeah, this is really interesting because I was randomly thinking about this last night, and then I was like, oh, I wonder if I'm going to get the chance to talk about this at Paramount Skydance going to do another thing. I mean, yeah, to be fair, like this whole suing for information, this happened yesterday, but I do think I have kind of a fresher take, at least in my own brain, as to what's happening here. And by fresh, I mean I kind of just came to this. So I still, like I've always said, I think I would rather prefer that Netflix gets Warner Brothers. Here's the thing. I was thinking about yesterday, I'm like, why does Paramount even think it needs Warner Brothers? This is really what I'm thinking, because you're doing ads now with Helen Mirren. I saw one yesterday that's really what made me start thinking about this. I'm like, if you're getting Helen Mirren and just throwing money at her for an ad, I'm like, you can be using your resources in better ways, guys. Like that, than doing this WBD acquisition thing. The thing is, they put all of those like Taylor Sheridan shows. So I know he's, I believe, split ways with them. They've got like Landman, Yellowstone, all that stuff. They have. I mean, it's, you know, their app still sucks, but they do have a television empire. I don't know why this is the hill they're deciding to die on at this point. They kind of like go home. Like, you know, you're not going to win this. Just go home. And I think the other thing here with this PSKY Warner Brothers thing I do want to mention as well with the deal aspect of things is Warner Brothers has said multiple times, like PSKY, this the real difference maker is if you value our cable sector higher. If PSKY continues to throw Larry Ellison at them instead of raising the cable bid, they're not going to get an answer. They're just not going to get what they want. So I think PSKY should just either really reassess or go home. I also want to let you know, as I started speaking, Trump stepped onto the stage here at this economic forum in Detroit. He's awkwardly dancing to the God Bless America song. So nice look there for Trump. Back to you.
Oh, that was pretty good. Ram made that?
There you go, Rams.
Good job, Ram.
The call of the day.
That actually looks really good.
Yeah, I agree, man. The guy's just not accepting he's going to lose this. And you're just spending more and more money. And you're going to sue. You're going to lose more money there. Like, I get it. Warner Brothers has a pretty good catalog. But Paramount, they signed the UFC deal, right? They're having other. I think they acquired some more other sports deals as well. What, like, I don't get it. Just leave it alone. You've lost, dude. You've lost. Accept the L.
There's got to be some reason why they keep going at it. Like, there's got to be something that they see. And do you think it's the catalog?
It has to be.
It's the catalog.
It has to be the catalog, right? Like, just think about the series that you have: Euphoria, you have Game of Thrones, and you have kind of all those other like dark series that could have major potential spin-offs. But I just don't know if it's right for Paramount, especially at this point, right? It's like you continuously try something, it's not working for you.
Right.
Why are you going to continuously go over it? Is the victory going to feel fulfilling at the end?
No, I don't think they're going to care about fulfilling. I think they want to make money.
That's fair.
Right.
I mean, obviously, but at the end of the day, there has to be somewhat of a moral victory, I think.
Do you think the shareholder route has any kind of chance of success?
I don't think so. No, I don't you feel that Warner Brothers Discovery has made up their mind and it's going to have
The board has.
you're going to have to offer something so ridiculous and overpay for this at this point in order for them to even think about it.
Which is kind of what I asked you in the
Right.
like, why did they bump up that 30 shares? Yeah.
You're going to have to overpay for this, right? Like, what are you going to do? You can't
point.
slap another 30% on top of your bid right now.
Yeah, well, I mean,
$40 per share.
exactly. I mean,
Right.
they're already talking about the money not being there. The board of Warner Brothers saying, we're worried about the money. Let's take some stuff over here. DeLeon, there is a journalist who has a series of investigations into Oracle, and she talks about the reasons why Larry Ellison is doing this on purpose. Thank you. If you could tag me, Deleon12, and let me know what it is, and I can kind of look through it. I appreciate that. And then we got Larry Ellison in the chat. Big Larry Ellison just dropped $5 in the chat, and he says, Joe, here, I'll take the loss. So Big L.
Yeah, I've seen that. Big L is at $5. He's going to take the loss on that one. But guys, take a look at the board there. That stuff's looking pretty good. Good job, Ramin. Get the other one. Yeah, we can work on that.
Good job, Ram.
Go to the other one there for us. Oh, it's just rotating. She's not at the desk. Go to the call of the day and have that one, the SLV, brought to you by Open.
All right, we had one more story about Exxon. Apparently, they're weighing their options to go back into Venezuela after President Trump.
About money speaking, they want to make money. They're going to head over into Venezuela, especially if they have Donald Trump, the nod from Big D.
Well, there you go. But they've had their stuff seized twice in that country, so you can not blame them if they're a little gun shy. From going in. I'd want guarantees as well. In any event, guys, all right, that concludes the news segment. Let's take a quick look at what is running. ONDS is doing quite well, as Bovin keeps letting me know in the chat, and he's like, I called it. Get it, Bovin. Yeah, good look there, Bovin. It's not breaking down. It made a new high, as you mentioned, 1431. Back into 14s it goes, but not a bad look for ONDS or CAT as well. Let's see what the CAT is up to right now. KOS, we'll just load it up on another one over here because I don't take that off. RCAT was another good midday mover, good recovery after basically giving the entire ghost back. Yeah, a little bit off the highs there. 13 high 80s. So it's
Sorry,
back
a
into
couple
40s.
steps back, but what I was just before Breno pointed that out, I was pulling it up. Oh, it's gone now, but consistent Paramount ads on social media.
Really?
Yeah.
On Snapchat?
Yeah, continuously, and that's what I was looking at there. So just continuous advertisement on Paramount's guidance. And they took I think this is a big one. They took the UFC deal from ESPN Plus.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. And that's not small hands, obviously, because that's Disney. So, all right, guys, it is now 2 o'clock, and the big boys are locked, and they are loaded, and they're going to take you guys into Power Hour. I'll see everybody momentarily at the big desk. See y'all tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel.
We will be the rest of the week, guys. I hope everyone has a fantastic one. Yeah.
Guys, wish Joey, okay, but we can pause for a second. So your boy Joey Options is going under the knife tomorrow. Tell him what you're doing, Joey.
I'm getting the ACL and the good old meniscus repaired.
There you go.
On the right knee there. So
it's going to be a 9-month recovery. So your boy is going to need a lot of love, a lot of prayers. Throw up ones for your boy Joey Options. We hope you kill it. You're going to absolutely do fine, brother, and you're going to come back
I'll be good.
even better.
Yeah, even
a Joey Options 2.0.
2.0.
Hurting everybody on the ice.
No, we don't want to do that, man. We don't want to cause any injury.
All right, guys, take care.
See ya.
Yeah, that's right. Joe's going to get that work. We're all pretty confident about it. And Obi will step right in just as usual. We're back and locked and loaded. Oh, shoot, I can't see the... I was about to tell you what the 550,000 count was, but the screen that I stare at in the production doesn't tell me how far we are away because it's now got some other stuff on it. I think either way, we're probably getting to that 550. Last time I looked, we were getting pretty close, but I don't know what the number exactly is going to be. We do have the potential of the president moving things around a little bit this afternoon. Pretty disappointing if you were expecting kind of a big move out of Ford with that tour that he's doing. That has been an absolute nothing burger so far. The market, however, was headed right back down into the lows of the day as we speak. So it's been a relatively weak day unless you're looking at a couple of chip names out there. Yeah, not looking too terribly good for the market. Ford, complete and utter nothing burger. That said, keep your ear to the ground. You never really know. Maybe something comes of this one in the afternoon. We'll see. I'm in the other way in that EVTV. Well, it was long before, but now it's kind of breaking the trend. So I'm kind of giving it to this 465-ish. It's a couple pennies above that. And looking for retracement back into the $4 level in SMR off the top. And looking for SoFi to lose the volume-weighted average price. It was long this earlier, but I'm kind of thinking breakdown on this stock. SoFi kind of was catching some strays. Obviously, JP Morgan with I don't want to say a bad day, but it's only down like 3 or 4%.
All right, what's up, everybody? Yeah, man. I mean, we're just sitting here trading. We flipped everything short, but look at this Intel trade, man. I mean, this was, and I got to say congratulations to Obi. You're gonna hear, and I know you hear from the midday, you hear from us there. It's all about congratulating our traders, right? And so we're going to congratulate. I know Obi had this long, Intel, we had this long today. So congratulations to everybody that had that, man. This was the trade of the day. This is back-to-back days. Intel was one of the sweetest setups and one of the sweetest trades. I actually got out today as some on my account as well. So happy with that. And then we flipped over to into the short of Nvidia, underneath. Let's see if Nvidia can go. And then, you know, we chased Tesla was, wow. Tesla was quite a mover, man. And then eventually we got all out right there. We tried the long at the low of the day as well. So shout out to Juan Padilla there in the chat, noticing that I flipped short. Tried the long and then flipped short. So here we go, man. Let's see what this market wants to do. The market right now is at day's low. We'll see if we can break through 25,800 or so. But here we go to the downside, man. Again, we're, you know, we have one red name. Well, we actually will wind up being red on the futures. And then this ARM trade, which is crazy that I'm red on this, but the 110 now $3. But there it goes down there to the downside. So we're having a pretty good day today. We'll be green, and we'll look to add on to that, as right now Tesla 50 cents in the money and Nvidia 75 cents in the money on these shorts. So we're both short here and looking forward to Brian Shannon today. We'll talk to him. If there's any questions you guys have for him, we'll get into that. And then, yeah, man, the traders are here now. So.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see so Brian's take. The start of the year has been, I'd say, like an incredibly mixed bag. Like almost nothing is staying correlated. The Mag 7 aren't correlated to each other. Within the chip space, you're seeing a lack of correlation inside some of the names. Some themes that were looking pretty good have continued, like that memory space. But we'll see. Like, I'm very curious, technically speaking, for things like silver, for things like crypto or Bitcoin. I shouldn't say crypto. Things like Bitcoin. What Brian's take is going to be. We'll get him in just about an hour or so. Some people saying Tesla wants 440. And
yeah, let's go.
That XAir, that was the other small cap runner. I feel like the difference between EVTV and XAir right now, doesn't really matter what the name is. XAir here, a little bit more choppy. Whereas I find like they're both done really good volume, like, you know, hundreds of millions, couple 100 million shares here. Like this just has more distinct like levels and gaps that it can put in. EVTV, I'm not saying trade one of the over the other, but this XAir, very, very choppy in terms of a small capper, not very clean outside of this one little trend break. So I'm going to prefer to look at EVTV this afternoon if I'm looking at a small capper, that's for sure. And let us know what names you guys are watching as well. We're not always going to cover exactly everything that is moving, but we're going to venture to do our absolute best. And the only other trade I've got on is going to be SMR at the volume weighted average price. I actually tried to add to this, haven't done so yet, looking for the low of the day. The nuclear names might not be moving much, but they look like they're, well, this one looks like it's rolling over. Givino was probably fine, some of the bigger ones, but you basically tagged the 50 period here, and then we've had a couple of red days. I just feel like this is headed back in to the downside, and we've got a super chat. Nick Vendy, you know what? I think this is the first time I've seen that name. So thank you for joining in, Nick Vendy. We've got $2 Canadian. Hey, quickly let us know where you are. We're here in Toronto, Canada. It's not very sunny here, but then isn't usually in the winter. Let us know where you are. Amazon today just seems like we're headed back into 235. I don't know any other way to put it. This has been pretty clean in terms of buying support. Basically, we've rejected $250 today. You have a weak market, so it could be catching a little bit of strays. This was having a pretty solid run, but nothing too crazy there for Amazon. You put this up next to, like if I put this up next to like a Google chart, obviously it hasn't been doing much, but it does favorably compared to like say the Metas and the Apples recently. So I think it's just a little bit of a technical pullback. You broke out from 235 before. Maybe we'll dip back in. It'll be key to see if it can hold a higher low that isn't all the way underneath 220 to 225 for Amazon's sake. Earnings are going to matter this year, no questions asked, but you'd like to at least show some signs of strength going into earnings. Like I'd be more concerned, like I'm not as concerned about Amazon as you should be about like a Meta where it's trending down going into those earnings. Like a little pullback's not a big deal there.
Yeah, I mean, we warned everybody yesterday about the pullback in JP Morgan and talked about, you know, if you were long, you might want to think about trimming some of that position, and that's exactly what wound up happening. So we'll say that was a good idea. So yeah, I think trimming anything if you have a huge win ahead of earnings is the smart thing to do. So, I mean, boom, there goes JP Morgan back down to the downside. I know it's a pick, Joe's pick, and I love JP Morgan. It's my largest bank holding. So, actually, SoFi might have taken that over. I'll have to double check. But JP Morgan right now, nice little trend, but going lower. And this is not a great sign considering that we have bank earnings all throughout the week. So we'll see if the rest of them can hold fort there. Citigroup's at astronomical valuations for itself as well. So that's now down 1.2+%. And then Goldman, which is kind of, if I were to pick one yesterday, I might have picked Goldman for the year, but I do like JPM, and I think Goldman is a good one there with the investment bank talk, the mergers and acquisitions and everything like that. So we'll wait to see what Goldman looks like heading into the new year, which we're in right now. We'll talk to Brian maybe about some of those as well. Short Nvidia, short Tesla, and over to the desk now with Sharif, and we'll go through your rundown.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are ready to go. They're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get the tickers on the Afternoon Rundown is to get into the chat and vote every day for your favorite tickers. You got to throw in that $sign, though, followed by the ticker of your choice. Let's look at all four major averages, and all one are negative despite going green midday. The Qs are down 0.45, much like the SPY, down 0.4. The Dow faring the worst of the bunch, down 0.75%. And as I mentioned, the IWM Russell 2000 up marginally, 0.04. The first name, as decided by you guys, TSLA, down almost 1% now after being green most of the day. Tesla did release a 7-seater Model Y in the U.S. as improved China sales for the Model Y 6-seater version there continues to do well. Why not bring it over here? Not a needle mover today, boys. Tesla down 0.9.
Thanks, Sharif. Yeah, look, I mean, I'm in Tesla. Tesla's going to be a decent stock. I mean, we flipped it over right now. The problem is we got caught just like we did on Google, and then we were able to get green yesterday, where it just kept on bleeding down until eventually it caught a bid. And we didn't even base this bid on anything other than the fact that we had a downside wick there. We had just hopefully saw some kind of capitulated bottom with volume. And then I said, let's see if it holds 445, honestly. Like, this dropped down $6 or $7, hurt, and then it was great. And then we've been trying, okay, so we're about to stop out at this break, 445.50, but right now, just seeing if this wants to get a little lower. Again, worse than the Nasdaq here, down 0.8. Doesn't seem like it wants to do much today for these lows, but I still really like the stock. Obviously, we like it for robotics. So we're going to get stopped at 50. It's a really small hit, right? 50 cents on this one. But I like Tesla. I think it's going to continue to move. We have Trump talking now. We have a whole bunch of stuff going on right here, even in the space. I mean, we talked about it's funny how Nvidia is not moving at all, and Tesla's the one moving around. It took a little bit of profit down there, and then got stopped out again right there. So, you know, a great name to trade, but a violent one. I really enjoy trading this Tesla once again right there, just bouncing around. I think it's destined to get back to all-time highs here. Just think you need an upgrade or something really to kick it off, and similarly to an Intel, right? Like, imagine this: Intel's up 7% today. If this name goes up 7% tomorrow, then you'll be at 480. So, you know, like, you're getting close to this name, but it is starting to pick up here off the bottom. But yeah, I really do like Tesla moving forward. So Tesla, a good pick for this year, I would think, and a good pick for day trading.
Yeah, it's interesting. Not many people picked Tesla yesterday in our picks. That said, let me ask you this, everybody. If you were handed $1.25 million to trade, would your process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Network provides. There are futures prop firm that gives traders access to large SIN and live funded accounts every day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast same-day and daily payouts. And right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off. Buy one, get one free with no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code in front of you right now to check it out. I feel like Tesla just has not been, it hasn't been as, like here, you made the point about Intel and like the 7% days. Like Intel has 3 days like this in the last 3, like Intel, where you're getting almost, over 5%, close to 10% type of moves on Intel. Tesla has not been doing that. So it's still a very good trading vehicle. Its volume notionally is obviously going to be ridiculously good. It's a $400 stock, right? So all things relative. But as bad or as maybe not as good as it looks today, we've had that 3-day rally. Remember, we had one green day after we failed 500. We've had 3 in a row, and we're still likely to close above the 50-period moving average. So I think there's still a little something there for Tesla, despite this little bit of a pullback type of day. We did have, before we go back to Sharif, we did have a super chat right off the bat that I know we missed, and this was the one from JKL. What you are watching is under the hood with the VIX and proxies that are ripping, while gold and silver at highs. Trade carefully. So volatility is coming back. It's not a very large move, and the VIX has been going up all day, but we're still chilling at like 16, like 15 to 16. If you look at it from daily's good enough. If you just look at it from the daily, like even just the lower high where we spent most of last year as resistance, that's like 18. So you'd still have a ways to go before we get to any levels where you'd consider a breakout in volatility. At least another 10% to go there. But worth watching, right, as this starts to creep up. We've had these massive spikes before from this price area, and we're starting to creep back into it on said VIX. And of course, we've all seen what's going on in gold and silver. Let's see what the next name on the list is. Sharif?
Before we get to that, Neil, President Trump speaking, as you guys know, making comments. He's specifically talking about oil, saying he's going to get oil prices further down. Also taking the opportunity to speak about Fed Chair Powell, saying typically on good news, rates go down. He's obviously taking the shots here, as he typically does, against Jerome Powell. Let's go on to Nvidia. The first story that we had initially was that Nvidia wouldn't require upfront payment from Chinese buyers of the H200. That was speculated here to shift the risk of some of these products not being allowed to China to the customer as opposed to Nvidia. Nvidia saying that was not the case. Separately, midday, we got this headline coming from the information that China is restricting the import of H200s for specific reasons, such as R&D, university R&D, or on a very limited basis, which is signaling a harder stance on reopening the market to Nvidia in China, formerly 20% of their revenue.
And obviously they've taken a bit of a hit because they're not getting that revenue. That said, stock had been doing much, much better earlier on in the day. Just going to point out like a bit of a phenomenon. Let's use a 15 here. That one's not good. The phenomenon that's happening technically in Nvidia seems pretty obvious. Like almost every single breakout, all right, this 15 is not going to go further. You don't need to see any more than this month. Start from January 2nd, even the 31st, it's the same thing. Every time we have a strong up move in Nvidia, there's only one day where you don't have an absolute complete reversal or capitulation. And that was yesterday. And yesterday it dropped like $3 at the close. But even that didn't count because it didn't have enough time. Like the market closed before it could get any worse with Nvidia. Every single pop is getting faded on this stock, even when you've got like clear support at $184. So that's a pattern that just needs to change. I feel like you're going to be able to see it change when you just look at the charts here with NVDA. So yeah, you got 184 support. Hopefully we don't lose that in here today. I don't want to say you're putting this one into the penalty box, but sheesh, it looked just like Meta was looking and was hugging the 50 period in the wrong direction, where it just cannot seem to bounce here. You've got a lot of sellers that seemingly are in control. Maybe NVIDIA just needs to wipe it a little bit out so the buying can resume. Because right now, as I said, there's other chip names. Everyone wants to be in the memory space and not them. Or else RCX or like even ASML. Like there's plenty of other names in the chip land that are doing just fine on the charts.
Look, the number one P&L name today is going to be Nvidia, and we just started shorting it just right now. So I think that's right, man. And then there's going to be other plays here, but underneath VWAP, we shorted it, we hit it, goes to the downside there with Nvidia. And we also just put on a new trade here with Tesla. We shorted 446. I've already covered half of this thing, man, because our out's 446.50. So we waited for it to get to the 50-period moving average, and I was going to use this 50. So we already just got 50 cents right there. It actually went down into the 30s here on a crack lower. My best out is 53. We actually got 65s and 53s. So that's all. Now we got it at half. Actually, a little less than half, because I actually thought I got the 40s, but I didn't. So we'll see if it breaks back down below right now. Tesla continuously sliding right now. So here goes Tesla. Let's wait to see if this is the one or not. See if it can get us back through that 445. Yeah, Nvidia just today it's not its day, I don't think. It had a huge move up there into 188. Now we're just underneath everything. So let's see if we can support a short. Looks like it's trying to get back to the upside. We've covered a lot of this trade already. Like I said, it's a big P&L name here for me. So we'll wait to see if it continues to work out. But it's Tesla and Nvidia both looking short right now for me. Let's go back over to this.
Guys, let's talk about AMD. Today it was Citigroup, KeyBank Capital, upgrading AMD and Intel overweight. Really, the crux of the reason, guys, was CPU servers. The demand is through the roof through hyperscalers. The rating agency saying both companies are likely sold out of all their CPU servers through the entire of 2026. Also, specifically to Intel, they're liking a lot more of the 18A node, which saying they've reached over 60% yields on some of the wafers there. So AMD here, guys, up almost 6.8%.
Wow, 60% yields. Anyways, Intel does never want to talk about yields lately, that's for sure. But AMD, this is one where, yeah, we always talk about the whole notion of, well, I feel like I'm going to sell because I think it's getting a little frothy up there. And you have to decide, like, what, if anything, are you going to buy back and where? And if AMD decides that this 200 is the bounce on the triple bottom, then the opportunity got missed to buy the dip if you were a seller up there. And, you know, I feel that way. I felt this was going lower. I said this last year. Starting to possibly change the mind here. It has been blasting off. And when you see it the third time, I know, it looks obvious, but when you see the downtrend here, I saw the 50-period hold, the second rejection here, I kind of thought we're breaking 200 and pulling back. It's just a little bit deeper on the move in AMD. Instead, we're right back into the 225. I would look at the 225 this afternoon, and these tops, it's a little bit of an issue. Like it was such a rejection the last time, and we have gone right to this lower high and had a bit of a pullback. So if we get a head and shoulders, let me get this trend line out of the way because it didn't really do much off of that trend except hold it. If we get a head and shoulders look, like there's head, shoulder, shoulder, and then we pull back and break this trend, then I think you could have a pullback this afternoon just because it's done so much off of this top. That 225, I mean, it stands out at the 50 period on the daily as well. So if we come into that, reject, put a head and shoulders, break the trend line, I'd look short, but kind of a missed opportunity to buy the dip. I'm wishing I had bought some at 220 after selling some at the top, but that's how it is. Like the chart looks weak. Like sometimes like, it looks weak and like ARM where it continues weak and I think I will get my bid. And then sometimes it's like AMD, it bounces and you know, you're kind of stuck. And if you sold, maybe you have to buy back a little bit higher if that is your intent.
You can get 220 tomorrow, I think, on that one. Yeah, so Intel. I mean, Intel, the number one stock. Obi crushed it. I crushed it. Good trade there. $45 long on Intel. We put it out there at 8 a.m. It's just leading the way here, Intel. It was the number one stock for me yesterday. Today, Nvidia will take that over. But Intel, we have the low of the day, literally. Came right into the 200-period moving average. My best out is 47.50, but great outs. Like if we had just, I said earlier, man, we almost got 45.20s, which is what we were waiting for. We had to wind up getting 45.30s and whatever, but we were 2 pennies away from getting that fill. Should have been maybe a little more aggressive, but whatever. Sometimes the gods are with you and sometimes they are not. But again, a monster play there for Intel. Just play the momentum. That's all that my sticky note said there. We had it written down. You got to follow what you're doing, and we did that today with Intel, and it's a big one. So Just followed our rules, hit the trade, was confident in it. Nothing more important than share size, so we hit it there with Intel. We have the idea, we put on the risk. As Neil Redman, when you get more capital, you put on more risk. That's exactly what we did here with Intel and pay dirt right there for INTC. Sharif, one more. Is this 4 or 5 now? All right, let's go. Let's go over and see what we got to talk about.
EVTV, guys. This one we brought to you yesterday. We're bringing you again today. Second day play up another 73% today from yesterday's breakout low. We're up 917% in 2 days on this headline that the shares are trading higher after a company called Azio AI, which Envirotech had signed a letter of intent with, announced they received a $107 million contract. I showed you guys the cars that these Envirotech vehicles make. They're these sort of vans that look like the Sprinter van, but of course electric.
Did you say the Splinter van?
Sprinter.
Sprinter vans.
I'm like, what?
Kind of looks like Splinter van.
Yeah, the thing about EVTV is, like yesterday, you would have thought that it was pretty impressive late in the session, but so in this chart, I just want to quickly show you, like, this is the close here. Like, this stock did more in about 20 minutes after market than it essentially had done the entire afternoon session. So for anyone, who happens to be trading this or looking in the afternoon, I don't know if it'll be the same thing, but it was explosive. Like, it went $1.30 or so from like $2 to $3 to almost $3.50, and that's just right away in the aftermarket. I don't even have it charted past 442. Like, maybe it did more. Wasn't really paying attention. It's still looking pretty solid. It did double tap and then do a bit of head and shoulders and break this trend to get me into a short. And if I didn't have a rule about not trying to get caught in down halts, I might have done better with the long off of VWAP. But it rinsed the top. And the thing about stocks like this, it doesn't take much for it to very, very quickly move like a 10 or 15% and then get you in a halt. So when it approaches the high, I'm throwing trailing stops in there because you can have a break-even stop, but once it's like 70 pennies away in a $3 stock, your stop is going to be below a halt band. So it always, in my opinion, it always has to move up. And sometimes, like, you'll get this press and then you'll get wicked out and never really got back in. But I'm looking for a $4 retrace, not a VWAP one here. My stop is just above about 60, as I was saying before. And then I'm looking for the $4 level here on EVTV. This is a bit of a repeat offender. Like, it's done reverse split, tank, it's done breakout and parabolic, and then tank. This is looking more productive than before, but that doesn't necessarily mean you couldn't just have an offering that gets dropped on you overnight, tomorrow morning, any moment. So make sure you bank your profits. But been a good one. Great volume as well here on EVTV.
Just quickly, Dollar Club Plus on Tesla right now as we get to go a little bit lower and get to have some fun here with TSLA. Really printing a lot right now. So we're going to put another bid here at 78. There it goes. We grab that one. As Tesla, nice move downside. We waited for the 50-period moving average. So that's it again. All right, Sharif. One more, my guy.
Guys, President Trump making comments here. He's being asked about the tariff challenge at the Supreme Court. He says, quote, "We'll figure something out if we don't win the tariff case," making accusations that those bringing the tariff challenges are pro-China. Last on the list here is silver, SLV, up 3% after gapping up yesterday quite aggressively from Friday's close on the headline that Fed Chair Powell reports that he's received a subpoena for the $2.5 billion build out of the new Fed building in Washington. A criminal investigation is being launched by the Department of Justice, which had the effect of pushing these precious metals higher yesterday, running again another 3% today.
Yeah, silver. One of the biggest surprises yesterday was that no one picked silver. Actually, that's not true. Fabian might have.
He did.
Yeah, Fabian, maybe not. He didn't pick like SLV, but he did pick a silver name. But there wasn't that much love for the metals. And I'll be mad at myself for two things. One, the first time flipping short on silver was a good long early. We were able to catch it sort of breaking out after 9:30. Like, there's a pre-market high. It was a pretty clean breakout. And then we went for the short here. And we get wicked out, but I didn't get back in. And that's sort of the idea. Like, if the price area that you like, hang on a second. If the price area that you like gives you that little just topping tail wick, and then immediately that trend break is still valid, and it's that long of a trend break, then I want to be jumping back into the trade 9 times out of 10, unless something, maybe there's like news or something that would get you away from taking it a second time. In this case, I didn't, so it kind of is what it is. And then a couple of flat trades going into a long. I do think VWAP here in the afternoon is usually an idea that I like. However, because it's in a pretty strong uptrend going into it, it would need to break said trend. Oh, and EVTV just tagged the $4 level, so I said I was going to be out if it tagged that prior high. So we just quickly jump out of it. Sometimes you get that trend break and it's going to work. Sometimes you get it and it doesn't. You just have to trade your style, right? At the end of the day, you just want to repeat a process that's going to try to get you positive over a long period of time. But part of that process is when you're waiting for a trend break like this, because this is 8:30, and then again, like this is 8:30, 9:30. It's an hour-long trend in the pre-market that gets broken. It's worth taking that the second time through and actually, not letting yourself get wicked out of it. And that's part of the thing. If you could only trade, say, once or twice, and say you're in your PDT or something, then probably don't want to give a tighter stop. When you can trade as many times as you want, you can go tight stop and just wait for that trend break to look good again, and then take it the second time through. So SLV, still good. Obviously, it's making fresh highs almost every single day. The breakout is ongoing. It's a bit of a squeeze as well. It's going to be a monumental short. That's possible. But you know what? I don't know. That's what I was saying about SNDK as well, and that sucker hasn't been short in a while. How are you supposed to plan that kind of thing? You have to ride the wave until it happens.
I found this note there. It's a beautiful trade. So good job there.
That's the silver.
Neil, you like that one. So that's a good one there. It's always nice to be able to congratulate each other. So congratulations on a good trade. Okay. We're still in the club with Tesla, so we'll wait to see if that one can get a little lower. We did cover some at 444.75. We'll see if that one can get going as well. So something to think about there for TSLA. All right, so that's something. Guys, we do have something out here that's called our stock visualizer. And then we also have this, man. This is real cool. This is our updated right here stats. Live. It shows all the positions that we had from yesterday. We've got OP with circle short, BW long, Citispace short, as well, Adara, Boeing, Brendan, everybody right here, right now. And for now, we have stuff in red. And in the green, we've got Obi, we've got Adara, we've got Brendo, and we've got Aviation. So right here, this is real cool, man. This is going to be awesome to keep on paying attention to. Everybody at 10 grand, we put third into all of our picks. We did that yesterday. It was a lot of fun. Our best show of all time, and we want to thank everybody for watching that. And our second best show of all time will be tomorrow, and then our next best will be after that, and every day. We keep on planning on getting bigger and better as we continue to go. So, yeah, thanks everybody for all the support there. Yesterday was a heck of a lot of fun. And it was great to see Fabian and Ian get involved with their picks as well. All right, I trade pretty aggressive and with bigger size. So pretty much always have today with Intel, but all the biggest losers and the biggest winners pretty much every day. And today TQs will be my biggest loser there today as it broke lower. Thinking we could have switched short there, but glad we didn't. That was a huge move in the middle of the day, all the way back to the upside, crushed through VWAP. Think about holding it, ripped through. A little dance there, VWAP. That could have been the reload short right there, back down to the downside. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening there with the TQQs. But so far, so do we get the 550K? I don't know. Gain generous. I don't see that. Maybe if we can put that thing up right over there, we can get it going. We have 549 zeros right now. Okay, so we have 549,000. So just hit, if right now it's about 20% of you don't subscribe. So we have 4,000 whatever watching now. So basically, if a couple of you do it, then we hit that goal. So just hit it right now, and you won't have to ask, and we'll get it. So that'll be a good one. Thank you so much for doing that. What I wanted to get at before was, before I looked at that, I wanted to also get to the stock visualizer, because this is something else, again, that has built for us. We wouldn't be able to be as successful as we are if we don't have, trader back talent like we do with Fabian and Andre and Ramin. Okay, so Google, I just want to see what everyone was looking at right here. This is that XAIR. I heard you looking at that a little bit as well. So that's the name. There's RCAT for those of you up 12% right now. Tesla going upside there as well. That looks like that's going to get a lot of subscribers interesting today as well. Meta down 2.5%. Interesting name. We'll see what happens near that, near $6. Intel, oh boy, we talked about that one. That's a floss off right there for Intel today. Rich Tech Robotics, a name that Joe almost took yesterday, and that should have took Google probably up 1.4%. Nice to see SoFi battling back there today as well, only up 0.5, but better than it was earlier as it got hit on JP Morgan downside action there. And then AMD, wow, as we were just saying right there, don't lament not getting your 220 bid. You're probably going to get it.
No. I meant like well under 200.
No. I thought you said that you wish you had sort of bought some back there. I thought you had said.
At 200.
Oh, at 200.
I was thinking 200 moving average.
Yeah, I'm long $70 or something.
Stocks don't look. I had actually not bought AMD in years.
Yeah, exactly same. Yeah.
To be honest, I actually think the last time I had bought AMD was certainly pre-COVID. I'd have to go back and look, but it's just not a chip name that I had been buying. Like I think more, like I bought ARM more recently, and then obviously Nvidia and Intel more recently, and ASML to name a few. Although ASML, there's the back of my mind, and maybe it's because my dad worked at Nortel, and the Chinese ended up catching them in technology, air quotes, corporate espionage, and then that signaled a little bit of a downfall for them. I don't think that's going to happen with ASML in particular, but
Nvidia.
You do have them chasing. You do have China chasing because everyone needs ASML's machines to make it work. And at some point, when the technology gets caught, they will lose the market share. Like it can't just do this forever. And I think there's going to be some pivots. But this has been a fantastic stock. This is another one in the chip space that you're like, okay, like you don't have to be in Nvidia all the time. Like there's these guys. There's Lam. Lam's an absolute rocket ship today as well. Bitcoin. If Bitcoin gets to 94K, I just also want to say before Bitcoin 94K, that has been a spot the last little bit. And last week, this is where I said short, because here's your daily on iBit. It's about 54. This is the 94,000 level, and we are getting there. Didn't think there was a reason why Bitcoin would be this strong, but I'd look for a reversion up here on BTC, that's for sure.
It's we are 39 away. So we are 39 away right now. So there it is. Yeah, so you got it on screen right now. Thank you, Andre, for that one. So hit the like and the subscribe as we get ready and locked and loaded to have Brian Shannon. Actually, should check if he's messaged me today, but no. So he's locked and loaded, hopefully, to come through here today. So get ready for that. I'm going to get at another piece. We just bounced again off the club, and I don't know if Tesla wants to stay in here or not. It might have other ideas. It might have other clubs it wants to go to or whatnot. But for right now, it's having a hard time dealing with more than $1 right there. But we already got out once down here. It looks like 444.60s or so. So let's put a bid down there. Let's put one into the 70s, or let's go 80. Let's go low 80s. We'll put out another bid there, see if we can get touched out down there if it does come back in for us on Tesla. And then here we go, man. We told you, man, the number one name here. Nvidia now enters the building with a downside push here for NVDA. So yeah, man, getting near those lows one more time for Nvidia. I mean, we could wait to see what happens at 184. We only dipped down below it one time right there into the 80s is as low as we went here on Nvidia. So yeah, I heard what you guys are saying about Intel trying to break trend. I don't know, man. It's too bad. We literally have the low of the day on Nvidia, so that was the face slapper. But we dropped it, and I don't know. I don't know how else to do these things. But we broke the 50 period there, so we got some more out. Maybe we could have waited until that and got the majority out right there. Probably would have done better. But at the end of the day, it's a great, huge move there for Intel back there to the upside. So hopefully some of you are able to catch some of that with me and Obi. JP Morgan, you're going to see Obi all day the next couple days as Joe gets surgery. So we hope that he feels better and doesn't suffer the same fate as Miney. JP Morgan down 4% right here. Like, again, a good call, a bad call, good quarter, I'm guessing. Like, when we came in today, it was flat, and then we had mentioned yesterday selling some. So if you guys were long JP Morgan, hopefully you're able to do something like that. And then also, right now, I don't know what was said at the call. I don't know if Adara has sort of color on that, but definitely downside here for JP Morgan. And they didn't like whatever he was throwing out. So yes, Adara.
There's actually nothing bad here at the call. The one thing that I've said that was negative that I mentioned earlier today that was from the report itself, investment banking fees down about 5% year over year. I mean, during the call, they said they're seeing roughly $95 billion of net interest income for 2026. That's a good thing. Apparently, there were also some deals pushed to 2026, which is actually why those investment banking fees were down. So even the one negative part of the report was given a positive spin during the call. So there's really nothing here to explain that drop.
Okay, so there you go. I mean, that's why I was interested in Goldman Sachs too, was the investment banking fees and incomes and all that.
In October earnings
Oh, wait, man.
for JPM last year, like it dipped that day, recovered the day after, and then kind of plunged a few days after that before battling back nicely. So it's not like it was a one-day event. Like it really did sort of backslide. Like it closed higher. That's the difference today. Today it's actually not going to close back, filling in some of this gap. Because this is the earnings day here on October 14th, and it backslid for a week.
So it didn't go, it went to 290. 280 is not right, but I mean,
No, it's still but it held here. I don't know that we get all the way back down, but I do think you might have to wait a little bit here on JPM. At least wait till the other banks. You know, we're gonna get Citi, we'll get Wells. I mean, we get them all. We get mostly all of them this week, and then you get some regionals later on. But you're gonna have to wait for these guys to settle down because it's not always about whether they say good or bad things. You know, price has a mind of its own. Ultimately, this is one where I kind of feel like it's a matter of when the best ones bounce and when the others don't. I heard you say Goldman Sachs. I might like slightly prefer Morgan Stanley, but that's probably just because I've owned them and haven't owned Goldman, if I'm being real. It's just they're priced about the same. I think they're both like 18 or 19 PEs. Their charts are going to be very similar. It's really more about the IPO market that's picking up this year. Well, we should be getting some big ones. We're looking at you, Elon. That'll be a big one to snag. And then, obviously, you get a lot more deal making this year. Just look at all these biofarms just picking each other up the last couple of weeks. I think you're going to see more of that, especially starting this quarter. So some of these names could do a little bit better, like the Stanleys and the Goldmans. That said, this is also down 2%. Everything's giving you a pullback. If a bank ain't pulling back today, then it's got to be a really, really good one. That is certainly for sure. By the way, I know we're going to have Brian coming through. If you guys have questions for Brian Shannon, make sure you hold them and don't be afraid to throw it into the chat and ask them. And if you're wondering, what is this chat that you're talking about? Well, it's YouTube, so there's always a chat, but it's a subs-only chat. So if you haven't subscribed to the chat or to the channel, make sure you do so now. Hey, we can get to 550K, but more importantly, you can ask questions, you can converse with a fantastic community, you can ask questions of Brian, myself, Sean, anybody that's going to be around here. You know, so Danker saying a RICO case is coming for JP Morgan, and Matt's been talking back and forth with me about Intel. Well, not Intel, Nortel. So they mentioned my dad worked there. A lot of shenanigans that happened. Nortel's kind of one of those cases where, a lot of business schools would have a lot of case studies on some of the failing top Canadian companies. Nortel was an example of one. It was kind of ugly how they went under. And then, of course, they've had movies already about BlackBerry. But don't necessarily, when I said about how China is caught up to Nortel and could catch up to ASML, some of the rumors were legitimately out there. Like, it's not a new thing. Like, I remember my dad complaining about how the prime minister, I forget who was the prime minister at the time, wasn't doing enough to prevent corporate espionage, and that was a concern. So these themes that we talk about now with regards to China and geopolitics, they've been around for quite some time. It's not just the USA. I mean, it happened here to one of our biggest. I shouldn't say one of our biggest. It was literally our biggest and most successful company. And they were slow to react, and there were some also self-inflicted errors as well. But certainly, it's always been a bit of a concern. Let's see what else you guys were looking at. I see MREO, not familiar with it. I don't see EVTV doing much of anything. for me now because we're out of that. What's this small capper? Ooh, it's a penny stock. Underneath $1 with less than 50 million in volume. Movement's good. What the heck did this do yesterday? Yikes, you don't want to see that. Like it's right at where it dumped yesterday. That would be a bit of a pass for me. On lower volume than the day before, on lower volume into the highs. MREO is going to be a bit of a pass. That EVTV has also slowed down in volume, but it bounced off $4, still making lower highs. So now I think you've got a little bit of a downtrend forming. Maybe it can, maybe double bottoms at 4, and then we can break the trend again. So like a little something like, just kind of get head down for another 15, 20 minutes or so, double bottom at 4, break the trend line. Might be a bit of a play here on EVTV. Otherwise, not seeing too much that I want to force myself into.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. It is. I mean, that word force is interesting because you don't need to force. Yeah, you don't need to take anything if there's nothing there. Like I was just looking at one of my plays here yesterday, Marvell. Really like that one. I know Sharif was also looking at Marvell and chose Broadcom. I think both equally fine. Marvell with a 23 PE. I like this stock, and right into here, it's just not. Like it looks like it's at a decent bottom, but is it really worth the risk right now to buy it when it's just could slide into here? Might be a good little dip buy there, but as you guys know, we are now into another dollar club. Like where are these members coming from? It's Nvidia, so I'm not going to go long Marvell and stick the short to Nvidia, but I still think there's downside pressures coming here. I don't have any more bids at all on Nvidia except for 184 flat. So hopefully that will come in a pretty key level there. Mike, they finally got rid of Mike Tomlin. Okay, that's good.
I think he stepped down.
Good, should have.
It's been 19 years, man, 2 decades.
Exactly. So see you later. To that gentleman, and congratulations to Pittsburgh for making it as far as they did, really. But okay, so
I would rather they move on than Houston. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, of course.
But what are you going to do?
You're going to play Denver anyways. Right?
I know, but you're going to have to get through.
Pittsburgh wasn't making it past the next round.
I'm a little biased, so I mean, I probably always crap on the Patriots. I shouldn't assume Houston's going to beat the Patriots. It's not.
No, I would say the Patriots are going to win that one.
I do think Houston can beat them. I was kind of hoping Pittsburgh would make a bit of a run. I think the Bills match up so well against the Steelers that it's actually laughable.
I think every team matches up well against the Steelers.
Yeah, that's also very, very fair. SoFi seems to be, we were just talking about this stock as being flat. It's almost up 1% now, and it's accelerating to the upside, SoFi. So might have missed an opportunity to go long off of VWAP. So I want to look for the next pullback. It closed at 26.6, so that's right in here. So if it can dip and maybe hold on to the 70s, that could be a place before it gets to $27. Might want to jump into this one. So SoFi catching a nice bid. This is a stock that it's doing a nice wedge. I like the wedge pattern, right? Like you're getting lower highs or higher lows. The lower highs aren't as obvious, but it is making lower highs. Potential breakout in either direction. Obviously, I always say this caveat, a wedge like this can break either way. If it breaks down, I think that's equally bearish as it would be bullish. Still a chance it could give you that 22, which is where I'm still sitting. I had not moved my bid. Been on the bid at $22.22 on SoFi for a while to rebuy the shares that I sold, and it hasn't really given me a reason to change my mind. I might take a consolidation over the 50 period. They're still sitting about 30% on at least Kalshi to be added to the S&P 500 this year. So I think they're getting in.
Yeah, I think SoFi is getting in here as well. Bills are favored this week in Denver like they were last week, so that's good. San Francisco versus Seattle is -7 right now, so that's Seahawks favored there. I think that'll be a pretty good victory for them, I would say. That's going to be a close game anyways. Oh, what time is this one? Saturday at 4:30. Okay, so we have 2 games in Brampton this weekend.
I hate the 4:30.
Yeah, for me, that's the best. Yeah, just because I'm not doing anything on Saturday. We have a game early in Brampton and then a game late on Friday night, and then we have a practice on Sunday night. Okay, so Saturday, so they go 4:30, 8. I was wondering what would happen on Sunday because this is a funny one, 3 o'clock and 6:30. So it's a 6:30 start here in Chicago. So Rams at Bears. Rams will win that one. So maybe I'll put a parlay together. This plus this plus this. No. Hold on a second. What am I doing? I'd rather go money line. Let's see the money line, and then stay away. Honestly,
How do you not try at least
that
at least one turnover by Sam Darnold? I don't know.
What does that
I
pay?
also think
Oh, down
Seattle's
here.
going to win the game.
All right, not bad.
I think it's a mortal lock that Sam Darnold's going to turn the ball over at least once.
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah, he will.
In
He
the
will.
Playoffs, he's a walking turnover.
So those three right there, Seattle, New England, and Rams right there, I did quite good. I actually didn't even bet the Green Bay games, which was good this last weekend, but $10 paying $20. So 2-1 on betting the favorites there. And I think New England handles Houston good. And then I think the Rams beat the Bears pretty easily. They're not a bunch of idiots like the Packers. And then Seahawks, obviously with that money line, wins that game too. So there you go, plus 204. Not
Kittle's
bad.
out all year.
Right there. Yeah, I didn't realize Kittle was out, but I like that play there. So there it is. A little bit of a windfall there for you if you're a gambler. All right, Tesla's right back to 446 right now. So I am going to reload a little bit of this one here. But it looks like Tesla's on one right now. So some good longs early. We screwed up early, caught the bottom. Now we're trying to see about this short, but it was coming out at 446.50, so we're getting real close to that right now. My reload is at 446.20, so we'll see if we can get that. But the next gentleman is a very distinguished gentleman. He is someone that has graced our show for many years, and we are very, very lucky. I didn't even introduce him yet, Andre, man. You're bringing him right in immediately, right there. I was doing a good job there, Brian. There.
Why do I look crooked? It must be my camera.
I don't know, mate.
With my head like Tom Lee.
I don't know. Exactly. The way that I always look at things, everything looks crooked. But thank you so much for joining us one more time here today. We missed you last week, but you're here now. And I know that you're in Colorado, and Neil's I'm not sure if you're a huge football fan. I don't know if we've talked about this before, and I don't think so, but Neil's a Bills fan. So it's Bills versus Broncos this weekend. Any plans on watching that at all, Brian, or?
I might pop in for a few plays, but I'm not really. I'm not a big NFL fan.
Yeah, okay. I didn't
Okay,
think so.
Brian, even though you're not a big NFL fan, I will say this. If the Broncos beat the Buffalo Bills, the next time you are on this show, so hopefully next week, I will wear some sort of Broncos gear. How about that? Yeah, and I'm not holding you to the other side of that because I'm just confident the Bills are going to win. I know you're not a fan, but I will do that.
Neil likes doing these things.
No, I just think it's fun.
Yeah, you like doing
Especially
it.
because I think my team's going to win, and it just puts a little extra on the line. So I'll do that. I'm not holding you to any other side of it, though, just so you know.
So I don't have any Bills gear to wear. But if you want to come up with, think by the end of the show of something I can do if the Broncos lose, I'm happy to join you on that.
Perfect.
You could end. If all you have to do is at some point say the Bills make me want to shout, and that would be enough for me.
Okay.
Okay, that sounds like a good one there. Brian, let's go back to the markets here right now. Banks, so they're going to kick off the earnings season today with J.P. Morgan. The world's biggest bank, and we're going to wait to see what happens here in day 2, day 3, day 4 of earnings. But was there anything in the chart or anything maybe that could have potentially saved us a little bit? I was talking yesterday of getting out of some of the position for myself just before earnings. I think when you see such a great move there ahead of earnings, it's prudent to trim a little bit. But there's the downside move on what was a beat all around for Jamie Dimon and company, but still suffers the fate of a down 4% move. Any thoughts on what you're seeing today on the price action with JP Morgan?
I think that the problem there is not the J.P. Morgan's earnings, but what Trump is doing and saying with his policies. So, that kind of makes it a little bit more difficult in that regards. We're below the 50-day moving average. We're below the anchor from that October low. I would think it would start to find some support in here and look for the opportunity to bounce in the next few days, but there is just zero evidence of it right now. I think maybe you get a bounce trade back up towards that 320, and that's your best case. But right now, I wouldn't really be looking to buy it.
Yeah, and you and I have talked, and I think we've all talked many times on this show about, either the day 3 rule or just leave it alone until it gets going, right? And I think that's even more important these days as JP Morgan kicks off bank earnings, right? And so you don't know what's going to come from that. All right, what you talked about there, everything that Trump is saying right here with the Fed independence now being questioned, what's going on with the monetary system in the United States anyways, with we talked about the money printer being turned on, off, keeps getting a little here. We showed the yearly chart for the DXY. And then that brings me to the question of Bitcoin. So is there anything in the cryptocurrency space right now, because with all of this like Fed independence now being questioned, Bitcoin's had a nice little run here over the last week and a half, right? We're touching out to 94,000 right now. Is there anything, it could be Ethereum, I know you've talked Solana on the show as well. What are the setups you're looking for? Maybe some things you're talking to your subscribers about. What do you say when people like me ask you about crypto and potentially where we're going over the next couple weeks?
It's kind of been really a mess the last week until today. But it found buyers where it was supposed to. On this chart, you can see that red dashed line. That's the 20-day moving average, which is crossed up through that dashed blue line, the 50-day moving average. And this green is the anchor off of the November low. So that is where the support was found. We saw the pullback. Now we're getting the push higher. It looks to me like it's an easy move. I'm long some, by the way, up to about 96.5, 97. That's the anchor off of this high in October. So that looks like the easy near-term target. And I'm not sure it'll, stick there. In fact, it might be able to continue to move higher, but that looks imminent in the near term, I think, at 96 level. So that's where my focus is. I also a little bit of XRP, which is the what do they call this thing? Ripple, right?
Yep.
Kind of the same exact setup. You've got that 20 and 50-day moving average. So Solana is really the best looking in terms of fresh money right here, right now. I don't own it, but maybe I should, because we've got this band of resistance here. And again, 20 coming up to the 50, maybe this has the opportunity to head up towards that 200-day moving average as, we're just starting to potentially break this supply right here.
Where you dropped that first anchor at some of the recent lows, that's a pretty common popular method you like to use, especially when you're trying to catch something that might be on the rebound near some of those lows. Is that something that, and I don't have your book right here, but your anchored VWAP book talks all about where to place the anchors, what to look for. I think that you just there with Bitcoin. So is that's a pretty good move. Oh, Neil's got it right here. Maximum trading with anchored VWAP. It's never far from. We'll just keep it here for now. You guys can pick that up on Amazon. But putting that anchor at recent lows, is that something that we could do for some of these names even on earnings, where we might be able to say, hey, where do we get out if something fails? Like, is that a common spot for yourself to look for potential bounce plays, looking at that most recent low and dropping an anchor there?
Yeah, it definitely is. And if you look at the daily chart of the XLF, which is holding up a little bit better than JP Morgan, but that 554-ish level is where we see the 50-day moving average of the anchor off the November low. So maybe we start to stabilize in there, and then perhaps JP Morgan can begin its rally. The problem with that, though, I would be looking simply to bounce, because that 20-day moving average will start bearing down on it because it's now starting to decline. So I would expect some supply there. If you can work through it, great. Otherwise, it might get trapped below and then kind of just need some more time for the financials to, correct. We've had a nice, little price correction here. Maybe it's due for a little time correction as well. And we can throw a Fibonacci on there, and that comes down to the 50% retracement as well. So that kind of seems like a zone to look for the buyers in XLF.
Well, I like that look for sure. And that's something that's going to be on the minds of a lot of people in XLF. But I want to talk about semiconductors, or ask about semiconductors if I could. Yeah. We have a market where Intel goes crazy one day or today, and Nvidia doesn't seem to want to do much, and AMD is going ham, and Lam and ASML are going crazy. The data names are going. Is there a name out there? And I'm kind of leaving because I think you might have one that I think you should could share with everybody that you think could go. We gave our picks of 2026 yesterday. We did in the afternoon show. Is there a name in the space that maybe most people aren't talking about that begins with an A and ends in lab that you think might be interesting? The bigger question would be, what makes you like this stock when there are so many names that are absolutely flying in rocket ships, and this has been down recently?
Well, on A Lab is what you're referring to, or Labs. We had this phenomenal run last year, and it's taken really about 4 or 5 months, and it's been stuck below the anchor from that high. Meanwhile, we had that 50-day moving average declining, and we typically see that rallies with a declining 50-day moving average fail. Now we've got the 50-day moving average flattened out. The 20-day moving average is coming up through it. The buyers are gaining control here, and this little pattern is actually pretty common right now in the market overall. It was the same pattern that I identified NXT with, a solar name yesterday, that got up through the anchor off the high. And then you can also look at even ARK, ARKK. Nothing to do with the manager, but the price action here, kind of the same story. The anchor off that high had been supply, and now we're getting past it and breaking resistance as well. So these must be companies in that portfolio, I would imagine. But it's a common little theme that I've noticed here recently. I had some notes with a couple more symbols on it that looked like this. Anyways, but that's what's going on with A-Lab is now we have, because we're above the anchor from this high, the buyers from the average person who's bought since this pull down is now making money, and we've had these recent higher lows compressing the range, so it's due for, I think, to catch up with some of the outperformance in the SMH.
So another quick question for you, because you might not remember this, but this was a while back when I was hosting after the aftermarket show for Sean one day on a Tuesday, and I was discussing dip buying something, and I asked you what your thoughts were about it, and you gave a reason for not liking it. I wonder if it's something that applies here in A-Lab. And it came down to, on the pullback, it had a downward sloping 200 period moving average. Whereas A-Lab dropped $100 from the high, 250 to 150, but still has an upward sloping 200 period moving average. Now, is this something that is a requirement? So if something's a hefty pullback, is this a requirement for you, or is it just a confluence thing with this upward sloping 200 period moving average? Or is it more just, you got to feel it out, you're looking for reasons for confluence or not?
Yeah, it's nice to see that it's still above the 200-day moving average. That tells me that when it merges out of this pattern, that it's more likely to sustain from the longer-term time frame, because we don't have that big source of supply potentially overhead. If we had, if the 200-day moving average looked like this, right, what I'm drawing in, I would be less enthusiastic, thinking, well, we're running into a 200-day moving average. But this, these green arrows show where that 200-day moving average is. So we've got a rising 20 above a rising 50 above a rising 200-day moving average, as you said, a confluence that it's above all of them. The stock had, had a huge run. It corrected through price and in terms of, this downward move, and then through time, it's building energy, and now that energy is compressed enough that it should be able to sustain a nicer move to the upside.
Yeah, I definitely like that look, and it's something that I've started to look at when I'm looking at swing trades. One more question for you. Obviously, you've been talking to us and sort of teaching everybody in real time about that anchored VWAP. And certainly, there's some obvious places where you could use, let's just say after earnings, maybe there's Apple could have an event, and maybe that's a good time to use it. Certainly, maybe you'll have Liberation Day bottoms. Is there anything outside of those sort of obvious events? What if the stock just simply had a massive volume spike? Because I've been thinking about some of these small caps that trade, where you have catalysts which are, I don't know, sometimes they seem good, but maybe they're not. But if it does 3 or 4x in volume on some random stock, and I just pull up something like an EVTV, which happens to be running today, and it's just a random stock. Have you ever applied, or do you apply at all anchors to some of these levels? 'Cause I'd be curious as to as to where we could further expand the use. Maybe this is too extreme an example, but just your thoughts on extending the use of anchor VWAP to maybe some other types of names like these small cap runners and something you've done before.
Yeah, I mean, in AVTV, for instance, it got moving yesterday. So on this chart, just to explain what all these lines are, I have the daily VWAP, that's the 2-day. And if you go back, you'll see the 3, 4, and 5-day volume weighted average price. Those aren't as important right here because they, the 2, 3, 4, and 5 have all compressed because all the volume occurred yesterday, nothing the prior 3 days, basically. That's why they're in the same place. Today, however, this is one of my bread and butter strategies. And it's a chapter in the book about chase the gap or wait for VWAP. Do you chase that strength early morning and buy it, thinking it's going to continue to move higher, or do you let it bleed out a little bit, suck in the short sellers, and then when it regains the volume weighted average price for the day, that says the buyers are back in control. It's their game to lose. So if you can make a purchase here and justify it with a low risk place for the stop, which in this case would be below the low of the day, that's not really risking too much in a stock like this for the type of move that has occurred since then. That never dipped below that. It did dip briefly below the VWAP, but it's back up above it, and here we are testing it once again. So in EVTV right now, the way I would look at it is it's either in danger, in jeopardy of failing, or maybe we're going to see something like this occur, Neil, where maybe in the next, let's say we get a bounce, got the wrong tool. Maybe we get a bounce in here and it rallies up to the anchor from the high. Then it kind of comes back, builds some energy. And then in the afternoon, in the next 55 minutes, it gets back above that VWAP from the peak. That means the average participant, the average short seller who thinks they're shorting, is profitable, that they've successfully picked the turning point, they on average become losers. The buyers get invigorated, and then above this anchor could see an afternoon move is the way I'd be looking at this stock.
Okay, Brian, in the theme, thanks for doing all of that. As everybody in the audience is loving this talk, so thank you so much for that. And everybody can go get all the anchored VWAP talk right here. And someone in the chat is like, my book gets delivered tomorrow. So there you go. Bang on that one. Yeah, all right. So in the theme of yesterday at this time, we were doing our picks for 2026. So we picked 3, and I'm not going to put you on the spot, but is there a name right now, I'm sure you get asked this all the time, something that you're looking for? And I know you don't have to go out the whole year, but if there was one name that's looking like it's interesting to you that you could maybe hold for that 6 to 12 month period, give us something that you like. I mean, thematic wise, you could choose a theme, space, anything like that, or an individual stock, ETF, whatever. What's on your plate right here looking forward to 2026?
Oh, that's so tough, Neil. I mean, Sean, because I really don't think of the market that way. I try to really stick in my lane, which is swing trading. If you want to know a stock I think might be able to do well this week, I can do that for you. But as far as 6 to 12 months out, I just don't have it in me. I can't bullshit people about that.
Okay. Well, then let's just go with what is setting up. Give us one name for the swing traders out there. Yeah. What is something that is looking promising, and then we'll leave it to the rest of them. They can find out their own 6-month trades. So, what is Brian Shannon looking at right now? If we told you had $1,000 to run with right here, and you had to get in and out over the next week and a half, what do you like? And let's leave it at that.
I like the metals company, TMC,
okay.
And I think you guys are familiar with this name.
Yep.
And it is, one of these rare earth miners. What they do, is they tear the hell out of the ocean bed to get these. So if you don't, like I said about a stock last week, if you don't like what the company does, it doesn't mean don't invest in it. Invest in it, make your trade in it, make the money, and then go donate money to the charity that you think will offset the damage that you're doing. Right. Coral in the ocean or whatever. But the bottom line is here, same thing we just spoke about. We've got a rising 20-day moving average right here, that red line. The 50 is rising. The 200 is rising. We're back above the anchor from the peak over here. This is the all-time high. So we've had that price correction, now a time correction, a little shakeout. And it's looking like this one has the potential, I think, probably above the high of, just this week, just the last 2 days. So yesterday was 64 cents, so was today. So above 764, I think that gets this thing cooking, and your stop will go underneath this low right here. So real tight stop. And, if you wanted to hold it for longer, then maybe your stop goes under here on the daily time frame. So you could say below that low of 689. I'm going to have my stop a little bit tighter, right over under 725. But above 760 looks like it should get going. There's a decent short position in here as well. So that looks good. I think you got to keep a close eye on that the next couple days.
That's it, Brian Chan. Thank you from Alpha Trends. Go check him out. Brian, thank you so much for everything. And look, that's one of the best answers, right? I mean, I think we talk about that trading all the time on the show. If it's not setting up for you and it's not in your wheelhouse, then you puff, pass.
I love that you give the entire trading plan out there. That you can always tell, whether someone has thought out a trade because that came like that. Like you're put on the spot and it's like, oh, this is the setup, this is the entry, this is where the stop is. So I know you put that work in, which is what you should always do.
Yeah, Brian, you want to host a show or anything like that? I mean, we have spaces available if you want to move to lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada. We could probably make that happen. But very successful, Brian Shannon, with Alpha Trends and your great book. So we want to say thank you very much for joining us again. Go Broncos, go Bills for a good game. And we'll talk to you next week and we'll figure out where that bet is going. And hopefully it's a good game for both sides and we'll have some fun next week.
Sounds good. Okay.
Great. Thanks, Brian.
Take care, Brian. Thanks.
Ciao, ciao, ciao. That's our guest trader of the day, and we can't have a better one, especially for you guys that are swing trading. And we really like Brian's answer there, right? I mean, I thought I knew that. Like I know I've asked him many times what he thinks of a stock longer term, and it's always like buy and hold kind of strategies on indexes or ETFs and things like that. But for an individual kind of swing trade momentum plays, Brian Shannon is your guy. We want to thank him one more time. I mean, he's on all the time, so we want to thank him for doing that one more time here with us.
You mentioned the metals company having a short float. It's like 11%.
11, okay.
Although, you know what? I'm in the habit now of double checking with another source.
Yeah, why not?
Because I just checked FinBiz and it says 15%. So
okay.
Yeah, it might be a little bit higher, but it's in the double digits. Sometimes that can make a difference in your trade.
It sort of is interesting, like how often those websites get updated.
It's a timing thing. Yeah, they're all delayed. Short float data is always delayed, right? So you're not looking at like in the actual moment. Although in theory it should be possible to have short float data, whatever. That would be maybe updated every couple of days or at least once a week. And there's always been talk. I shouldn't say there's always. There's been talk of that in the past. But for now, I think it's just always best to double check. But it does matter because I think when you're looking at a small cap or small or medium cap company that might not be, the chart might not be as productive, or maybe they're not making money yet. That's usually an arrow that you want in the quiver, is for there to be some kind of a short float. So I like the metals company in there for that reason. It certainly does help. SoFi doesn't have it doesn't have a gigantic short float that I'm aware of. I haven't checked in a while, but it's still going. It ended up not really dipping. Obviously, it didn't dip back into 26.75 like we're talking about earlier. You guys can see it's now above 27, up 2%. Not really sure why in particular this is going. The other thing that's moving, and I said if we got to 94,000 on IBIT, so we're now at 94.3. There it is, like 94.3 on Bitcoin, and IBIT is still trending up. It has not broken trend. Like this is pretty clean. But if I see IBIT break the trend, I'm just going to look for a bit of a reversal play just for this afternoon, based on the fact that we turned around here in a big way last time. And if you look at the daily chart, this is once, twice, 3 times we have been rejecting this area. We probably are set for a breakout here because we're back above the 50-period moving average. I think that's more of like a higher time frame thing, though. At least for this afternoon, I'm going to look for the reversion if we get it here on Bitcoin. As there's some small cappers moving around here. I just saw someone saying Hood. Robinhood's probably. I mean, if Bitcoin's doing this, then I would suspect Robinhood is making a move. You got SoFi blasting to the upside, so I would suspect that if anything, maybe they're just all moving in concert together here. Yeah, Robinhood, more or less, similar move. I shouldn't say the same move. I would say that SoFi's move looks a little bit more impressive given how weak it was relatively, but all looking pretty good. but it's the reversion I'm looking for on IBIT.
We have a potential monster break for those of you trading in the Forex space. This is US dollar yen right now. So Japanese yen getting pumped. Here 159, like this is a multi, like this top, we're back to 22 right here. And if I zoom out more, I mean, you could just see what's been exactly happening to the US dollar versus the yen. So this is the USD slash the yen. So you're going to see it starting to go upside. If we look against the euro and things like that as well, very, very interesting plays happening for us right now. I don't really know how to play this other than just note what is happening there if you are a Forex trader. And I see some people in the chat, maybe you guys can give some trade ideas, but this is what's been going on right here over the last couple of days as US dollar versus yen. And it's not like the DXY, the overall dollar strength over the last little while in 26 has been to the upside. But if we go over here and check out the US dollar, as we just talked about potentially strength in Bitcoin and what that means as people, maybe getting rid of their dollars, changing it over to crypto. The one thing that we know, forget about changing it over to crypto. What about precious metals? And we heard gold. Obviously, we've seen that move here. This is a daily chart for gold. We don't have to tell you what that's been doing lately. Silver, same way. Copper, great talk yesterday. I think Brendan mentioned that was almost one of his picks there, but copper's doing really well as well. I can see the use. Here's CopX right here. I could really see the use. This is just an ETF. Does this have copper proper on here? Yeah, copper futures, why not? There it is, so a nice move upside there. Platinum as well, almost sold my ring the other day. Just kidding, Marissa, if you're watching. But platinum's going to the upside as well, as many of these names, man, just continue to tick higher in the metal space as we worry about the US dollar, right? These are just the carry forward trade there for the futures. But yeah, we worry a little bit about US dollar strength and weakness here over the last little while. So copper, nice upside move. And then obviously as we talk about SLV, spot silver, this is again an ETF, but spot silver, same kind of a way, all the way to the upside there. So the yen going hard upside, and so is the US dollar right now, which is creating the yen weakness, US dollar strength. We see upside in that play as well. All right. Brendan, like the smartest guy in the room here again. I don't know if I can call this up on our news source here, but IREN, I just saw, I don't even know if it is oh yeah, no, it's not on this one, but IREN upgraded today by H.C. Wainwright. So a name that Brendan, he said he liked the energy space. He hit that yesterday. Great call there, Brendo. As IREN is running right now to some of these highs and breaking out. So in what looked great on a chart, it looks like that continues to go higher. We had some SMR. I know Neil was looking at that. Oopsies. That's Blue Ocean again. SMR was looking pretty good here today, as it had that. I think you were short, but we just had a nice run up through VWAP right there. Now brought it back in, down 1.27%. There goes SMR. So watch out now as SMR making moves again today. Oklo, names like that. If you like the powers, there's Constellation was taken there yesterday as well. So that could be a good.
I thought Brendan took who took Constellation?
I think it was Brendan. Yeah, and
it was Brendan.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So again, nice. Come on, charts, let's go. Constellation maybe going the other way, but that's, another one of those plays looking decent. I was, we'll have to do a little bit more picks because there are so many names. I was going to say, if there was going to be a short, and I thought about this yesterday after it was clear that we could choose any name. DraftKings, I was thinking about. If you kind of look the other way, like you flip the chart around, I just talked about Brendo with IREN there. Looking to break out long. What about this name looking to break the other way? I mean, to me, this looks like DraftKings had a run into the 200-period moving average, and now with NFL bye-bye in a couple weeks, right? That's going to create a little bit of what's the opposite of a windfall? Negative catalyst.
Like a headwind.
Headwind is a good one. Yeah, I like the headwind. That should. Yeah. No college football. Obviously, there's to be things to bet on, right? I mean, March Madness is right around the corner.
Olympics.
No one really.
I'm surprised the Olympics aren't bet on more.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you be so like I'm an Olympics. I don't need to bet on the Olympics. I enjoy sports enough that I need to bet on. Like if you're a degenerate, there's like a million random things that you would in theory be able to bet on in the Olympics. Now some of the sports, look, I get it. Like who in their right mind? If you think that the NFL has an issue, go try betting on like figure skating or something where. Like, I'll watch it. Like, I remember, like, just when you think you have it figured out, like, what looks like a winning, well, this looks like it should be a win. I'm like, well, forget about it, man. Like, if I can't watch, it's really difficult to watch something, be, like, pretty certain as to what should be the outcome. And then it's like everybody, it's like the judges are exactly against what everybody else seems to think. I'm like, you can't bet on that. But the races, no, like speed skating, that shit's, I think that's an exciting sport.
Obviously,
I'm surprised,
yeah.
I'm surprised that there isn't more.
The Olympics are awesome to watch. There's just not, as far as I know, there's just not that much gambling on them.
Yeah,
so,
which is surprising.
You know, yeah, and like I said, right there, we've had many instances over the last little while of competitions not being participated fairly. I don't feel there's a whole documentary there
cool.
about Russia.
The Russian one, that's a really good, if you've never seen it, I forget the name.
They're literally banned now.
The guy was doing
that was 10 years ago.
He was doing a documentary on like one thing, and then it just turned into this, it turned into him uncovering like that Russian
Yeah. So we'll see. And of course, you know, I'm Italian, so we'll wait to see if we have to influence any of those outcomes as well, right there. So
just put on Furlani next the Olympics in the long jump.
Well, it's quite obvious that the Italians have the best athletes in the world. I mean, as you just said, fastest
denied
man, long jump.
Marcel Jacobs is not the fastest.
I don't know.
The guy was like the biggest one-hit wonder of all time.
Exactly.
No, but the kid's absurd.
Good. Yeah.
And random scenes, bet on curling. You're an expert at curling now. I'm not an expert on curling.
No.
I honestly, to be honest, like I had to ice I think I had a small like pull from the push-offs, and I knew better than this because I had some overuse in my like tennis elbow, so I knew it was going to be a bit of a problem. I should have worn a sleeve or something because it is.
The joke amongst all of our friends is if Neil's playing a sport, he's going to get hurt. So even in curling, I think you can get hurt. I curled for a long time and then hurt my knee. So
I've been a bad.
I only coach.
I'm just ever since I was in high school. I'm very, very bad about. I always play hurt. Like pull a hammy and then just go back at it and So some of that you put on yourself, but all of that you put on yourself.
There we go. Thank you, Fluffy. We're on nothing but a high of what we do around here, and I think that's something that's awesome. So I don't know. We'll have to. Well, we don't like to trade impaired, and I don't think that anybody should do that. So we will clear that one. But thank you there, Fluffy Hippo.
Your norm is your norm.
Is Neil a golf guy? No, he is not, and we explained that injuries again. So there you go.
No, but that's different. I actually have it's the way it was described to me. It's like arthritis of the spine, and it basically affects any harsh twisting motion. I had to quit baseball over it, and I could play ball. It's just like after a few swings, it gets tighter and tighter, and then it's a lot of pain. Like anyone that has arthritis knows all about it. It's just getting old, man.
Oh man, arthritis is
it ain't fun, man.
Yeah, man, I have arthritis in my knee since like probably 20 years old. So it's
because there's not much you can do except not do the stuff that impairs it.
Yeah, there it is.
That EVTV's losing. I don't think we're getting the VWAP bounce here. It just lost a bid.
And torn Achilles as well. So there we go, man. Yes, Patek right there. Our own, what do they call it? Porcelain doll. But no. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, look, that's the thing, man. That's why we have kids, right? We can enjoy them playing sports, and we'll just see if we can sit out there and help them. I say to my daughter, if I ever took half the hits she did on the ice, they'd have to get a stretcher. For me, you know, like that would be the end of
roll off.
I'd be like, no, that's it, man. I'm done hockey for a minute. On that note, we say get well soon, as we will not be seeing Joe anymore for the week. That's all. He's just gone, and then he'll be hopefully just sitting here with his knees, getting his right knee operated on. So we say shout out to him. As he's in recovery. I think he's left, so into recovery mode ASAP. And get well soon, Mr. Joseph. All right, so it's 3:21 right now, guys. Thank you so much for watching again here today. I'm not sure what our count is at. I'm actually really disappointed that we haven't been able to hit 350 yet. 550. Okay. Who's over there? If it was Ramin, she'd already be sending this black right now. This is how many people, like we have tons of people in the chat. You guys are already subscribers. So the only way to become a subscriber is to get in the chat, all right? So, look, I'll show the chat here. This is great. We're in here. There's so much fun here all of the time. I'm trying to show you guys comments, fun stuff that's happening. If you want to get into the chat, it's the best chat. It's a hell of a lot of fun, but no pressure. But we would like you to hit that like and that subscribe. Keep the good times rolling around here, right? So yeah, Ozan, you can only subscribe once, so don't go in and out.
Yeah,
just hit the subscribe, stay in there, Ozan, but I will hit this for you right there. See, and how would I know that Ozan said that if he wasn't in the chat, you know? So you got to get into the chat. There it is. That's the moo cow for you, Ozan, as we get going. 24 more.
There it is.
Ooh.
Darwin saying the chat is an exclusive club.
23 more.
It really is, because then we get to actually talk with you. There's so many people that are probably watching it passively. They're like, I had this question, but shoot, am I going to get shot down? Is that a silly question about this stock? Should I bring this up? Are people going to make fun of me? That's not how this is. Here's the reality. You ask a question in this chat, if someone ribs you for it, our chat's going to get on them for being a bad member of the community. It just doesn't happen around here. The other thing is, I don't know if we got this super chat, but I just noticed the one on UNH. Because sometimes I saw Soon Free mention this, and maybe we talked about, maybe it hasn't, but only UNH. Bad day for UNH. There might be something brewing here. Because if we come to the daily chart, I've been waiting for this to take the 200 period moving average. So was it a good thing that it's riding the 200 period average and breaking the wrong direction? No, it's not. But the fact that it's riding the 200 period means the resistance is still very clean off this 200 period. I think the next trade in UNH, to the long side anyways, will be breaking out above this 200 period moving average. And once it does that, then I'm back in, baby, because I've been out of this one since the last time it failed at that level. But I am looking for a spot to get back in. And I love one thing that Brian said. You know what? When you're trading, you can not like what the company does, put some of the trading profits to like charity or whatever makes you feel better.
Yeah.
I had this as a long-term holding, and now I only am willing to swing trade UNH. You know, it is what it is, and maybe that's right or wrong. You just got to be able to do. I can't remember Mark or it's Rob or it's Mark. But he's underneath my desk, and it's like a ratchet or.
It's like, I know he wouldn't do this to us, but it's the whole thing about the fall right there.
Working
But
next to my PC.
IBM getting hit, as is Micron. But I want to tell you one thing here. PDS Biotechnology on the NASDAQ. PDSB is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer. Obviously, very important. With initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. We talked about this last week. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 head cancer and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of in the United States. Please go find out more at PDSBiotech.com. That is PDSBiotech.com. Find more about this very important cancer. Adara with some news, maybe Micron, maybe some IBM.
Pardon?
You about Micron or IBM at all?
Oh, no, it's not either. It's VKTX. We're here about Viking Therapeutics and seeing some action here on social media. There was the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference, an analyst here or at least a spectator in the conference suggests the company is quote strategic inbound interest, and we know we've heard some as well about this one potentially being a target. So strategic inbound interest, at least partially here, is a nice look. Overall quote here is that the company is seeing inbound strategic interest than what can be gleaned from the public. So again, this analyst event providing some insight into potential interest for VKTX. Back to you.
I'm like one for two swing. The issue with a stock where you think that where you think at least a decent part of the upside is going to be potential takeout or takeover, you really need to make sure that you ring the register if you get a bounce that doesn't happen. And I'm purposely going to show you that what might be the most. If there's a ridiculous reversal candle in the last year than this one on August.
IBM's, I think,
Viking, then I can't imagine. This was when you get a pop. If you are swinging something and you get a move like this is one of the biggest reasons why taking matters. Because I remember when this held at 50 yeah, I'm going to take this long breakout, spike it 200, and then set it up. And I remember getting trailed out of this thing, being like, oh my goodness, that is the best save of all time. And then it goes back and it's actually in the 200 period as we speak. If this can hold the 200, I might be in this swing. Real with you, but just whenever when these guys have, they tank for sure. Weird noises coming from under my desk.
Yeah.
Let's go grab the super chat here from S4U.
Ooh.
Is SMCI goodbye now? So unfortunately, you're not going to be able to get me to CS to SMCI. I actually have looked at the because it was breaking down. I'm going to slap the in terms of the trade opportunities. I'm not sure why I wasn't like it's holding $30 and then it flat on row 29 to. Like, I don't know why it wasn't on the radar to look at. Like that's a pretty clean breakdown through an obvious low at 9 and like quick move. Usually like that setup. I just feel like, whoops. Oh, that's right. Not split adjusted. You just go to a different chart. So utilize here because that'll sets, and then we can have a quick look on the weekly high time frame. So you're breaking down. You're under the third period on a weekly time frame, and possibly headed, I think, like $25. You also have these 2024 lows there as well. But everything else still feels like it's trending. It can't bounce, but it's been so out of favor for so long. It takes something distinct for me, and certainly setting up on a higher time frame when you've been daily chart. I like to see the weekly look better, even the monthly sometimes. Like that'd be the example of the month would be like a Lululemon, where on the monthly chart, look at how good that bottom has been on. It was like triple bottom. There's your green month on Lulu. When it's a falling knife like that, just wait for your chance to get in. I'm not sure if this MCI looks like.
Yeah, Lululemon and Target, two kind of downward stocks I was able to pick up near some of those lows. I think that's a great idea. I just don't trust that company for all that accounting stuff, so I don't. I would just suggest Dell play for me. On that one. Netflix go over $100 following earnings. Yes. I kind of say that in cheek a little bit there. Netflix have good earnings. I have to actually look up the date of their last earnings call to show you guys, but I just think it's beat up here. It can't get Warner Brothers. I think their daily active user will be fine. They just, K-pop just won. By the way, shout out to Canada. I forget her name. It's produced by a Canadian, K-pop Demon Hunters. They took down Best Song, took down Best, Animation, yes. They're at the Globe. I think that Netflix should be able to get a little bit of headwind from that, tailwind from that, and put out a good number for everybody on earnings. And I think it should be celebrated. I like Netflix. I think it does have a chance to get going. And hey, look, if they wind up getting Warner Brothers, great. I think it's better for them that they get it rather than they don't. But that's going to cost them a little bit of money too, right? So when that's all settled down, I feel like it's been hit enough right now, Netflix, that, and I have to find when earnings are. To me, I don't care. I'm just looking at it right now. They were cruising until that deal happened. Yes. 550? We hit it.
We get it.
We got it. Okay, Brennan just mentioned to me, let's throw it up there. We got 500. Okay.
Is that man? Darwin.
There it is. We got that right there. So thank you, everybody, for the 550. Lots of fun right there. All right. First one, school net 550. Now, there's the dare. Yeah, I like that little dance thing. It's kind of like what I used to do in the club. Got one in each hand.
Now you guys are just trolling us. I know it. You know it. Ramin knows it. Knows it. Mark over here still working hard. There it is. We need to get to let's just get it past.
I'm not celebrating again until it's like 10 over.
Exactly.
It has to be like 10 over. But thank you very much, man. I mean, everybody here works super hard, and that's the whole point of what we're doing right now. Yeah, get that going there. There it is. White men can indeed.
Come on, man.
But anyways, man, a lot of fun. Everybody's doing that. That's Okay, well, if you hit unsubscribe, then you can't get into the chat. So,
Like that.
but there it is, man. Thank you so much for all of that. And, we're going to keep doing everything that we do all year round. And, the only days we take off, of course, are going to be U.S. holidays, even though we are located lovely downtown Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Next goal is 1 million. Let's put it on. Obviously, we celebrate 750,000. So let's get up to there, another 200,000. Man, it took a while to get to 550. So I'm thinking 200,000 more is not a problem, but I would think it might be. So thank you so much to everybody, man. And just keep it going. Tell all your friends.
We get to 567,000.
Yeah, exactly. Tell 567? Oh, 567? Oh, for that? Yeah, it's a good one. Where is it? But thank you to everybody for support, right? I mean, that's what we're doing here. And, having a good time every day. We're able to do that with you guys. So, okay. No, we cannot look at anything until we're 500 again. We are officially on strike. But I like Vertiv yesterday. So I like VRT. I think it's another one of those plays that can continue to work all year. So nothing wrong. I don't know anything about AAOI.
No, I don't know that name either, but I was going to say, this one does feel like, there we go. This one does feel like it's on the verge of breaking. Actually, today it was trying to break the 50, but I'm talking about some names that have pulled back and still have well above the 200 period and upward sloping as well. Those are the kind of things you like a little bit better for dip buy. Just would be nice if it could get above the 50 period. But I think that's one that can work. I don't know AAO. Applied optoelectronics. Well, we can always look at a chart. That's the beauty of it, because price doesn't lie. I mean, usually you can look at a chart. In a second, I'm probably just going to start going to e-signal as the first look. I'm just going to do that because I seriously doubt this thing can have only been around for a couple of days. So there we go. Hey, this looks pretty solid. Let's look at maybe a higher time frame here on AAOI. This is the first time I've looked at this chart. Little top-ish, but I do love the fact that on the weekly, you are making a very, very clear run at those with some higher lows above the 50. Hopefully, you can hold on to this higher low this week at about $32.50, and kind of retest the 40 before you get back underneath 35. But no, I like both of those charts. They look fantastic. It's not always about picking things, but we get a lot of questions about stocks that are at bottoms, like not to harp on SMCI. But I always find it much better to just buy a dip in the stock that's in an uptrend than to try to pick a bottom in something that's in a downtrend. I promise you this, in any space that you're looking, just about any space, because marijuana is probably be an example of not being true here. Almost any space you're going to look at, there is something which is uptrending and relatively strong. And I would just rather be involved in that, if at all possible, unless you're just that convinced that the market's got it wrong. And we have another one from Easy Peasy.
I mean, this guy's putting up some numbers, so I want to say thank you so much. He's donating 0.2% of whatever he winds up making on a daily basis. So thank you, Easy Peasy. There it is, man. 2.4K today. We can ask you what stock.
He is, because it's always exactly. Look at the 20.
Yeah. He has to do it. It's probably costing him more to send it to us than to do that. But there it is, 0.2%. We want to thank you, Easy Peasy, for that. Let us know
if they get their 30.
Yeah, let us know what stock potentially that was on and anything like that. All right, I got a question too here from Paula. She was just asking me here, where's the bottom for me on Nvidia? And I said I would talk about it. I don't. The problem is it's getting close to 350, and when 350 hits, we have those imbalances. So I don't know if the imbalances are going to be long or short, so buys or sells. So I am just I got some out there on the 21 period. I'm just using a 1-minute chart for this. My eventual out for sure would be VWAP, which is right where we're in. So 185.20, so we can't lose on this trade. I think the end game here would just be where it's been bouncing off of. So for me, I think this 184.25, I don't really see any, there's buyers on Nvidia. Right now, it's just doing this because the market's going to the downside. I'm actually somewhat bullish on Nvidia at these levels. It's holding up okay today. The market's down 0.5, Nvidia's down 1.1%, so it's outpacing both the ES and the NASDAQ right here. It's, we talked about AMD today catching, again, we're going the other way, catching an upgrade, so that's, a lot of the shine is on AMD today. A better company is Nvidia. So I think that with that being said, I'm still pretty bullish on Nvidia. So I'm just covering right now ahead of those numbers. I mean, bouncing off the 50 period and whatnot. So I'm not sure where you're short, Paula, but those are kind of the levels for me that I'm looking at. So we'll just continue to watch out and see if it does hit those lows. But I might actually just stop myself out here on yeah, let's just change it up. I'm going to stop it out on a 185 break. So the idea was on this trade, I just canceled my old stop. It was a break of 50 there. So this was 20 cents or so, Paula, worth of a trade. So that's 30s. We got out at 30s. So we took 5 to 1 at the very lows there. So I feel like stopping out the 200 period makes sense. So 185.01 now. We'll just stop it out. We only have like less than 10% trailed it out.
I'm if it clear about that.
If it does, yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's still a stop out for me. I mean, I'm stopping myself out right there. If it does break back above 185. So, yeah. And tomorrow's another day. I mean, I don't know what tomorrow's going to bring, but at 350.
Oh, we have there's actually some early looking balance.
Okay, is there some early looks? So I was going to say at 350, these things pop out. And we don't have NASDAQ now, so it's going to really affect it. But, okay, so cruise lines.
Yeah, well, maybe just this one. NCLH, 2.4 million early look buy. OCG's a penny stocks, who cares? And then MO, every time I've seen this one, it's usually paired off. Uber with an 850,000 early look sell. Uber has had some trouble recently. BMNR is actually nothing. Roblox, 440,000 to the sell side. And don't forget this, because it'll be easy to forget. On Friday, Walmart goes into, it's Friday, right? Maybe it's, I think it's
Walmart?
on Friday. No, Walmart's in that.
Yeah, I don't know what day it is.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, I thought it was like the 19th or the 17th.
Definitely this week.
What day is the 17th?
Maybe it's in the note.
No, it's a Saturday.
I see it the 16th.
16th, okay, yeah.
So it is Friday.
Yeah.
The NASDAQ is supposed to be 100, sorry, Walmart on Friday is supposed to be like 100. That can't be right. That says 100 million. It seems like way too big. But either way, it's going to be a gigantic upweight, potentially, on the imbalanced locator. You never know. We got all excited about CVNA and it being a nothing burger. I did jump into this trend break after a topping tail wick on IBIT. So there's kind of made the same high at 53.6, did a topping tail candle. So that was kind of a reason. When it broke the trend, it didn't do anything. So I didn't get in. But once it did that, topping tail jumped into the short. It had one little pop down into the 40s, and that's about it. Cousin Faith, MFG and AMPX. A buy. Mizuho. All right, let's have a quick look at MFG if we can. What, the barcode? Oh, sorry, let me just this is what got me here with MFG. When's the last time you saw a stock do this all day? Like, these guys aren't getting bought out that I know of. Certainly looks like that's what's happening. Like, for a stock which has been trending like this, since when do you see consolidation like that? Consolidation like that's usually pretty good, but I guess this is just how it trades. So, I mean, yeah, it's a good trending stock, but I don't know anything about the company. And when you have a literal topping tail candle and that weird barcode action on it, I'm going to say pass, because when I look at the chart, that's just weird. And if it's weird, that means I don't know it, and I'll stay away. Like, that is price action that I am not accustomed to seeing at all. So I would just say a pass. And AMPX, don't really know them either. Amperis Technologies. Ooh, this one seems immediately a little bit more reasonable, if it even wants to load up here, because then you get normal movement, which I like to see. Those are charts that we can be familiar with. And you have what looks like a potential trend break on the daily forming. So this one, breaking trend over the 50, like, that's a pretty solid setup if you like the company. No questions asked. And then you can sometimes risk to this support here. If you're really frisky, you can risk the 200 period, but then you're risking like 30% or so. That's really frisky because you're risking a lot. But that's a good trend break on AMPX. As far as Mizuho, I'd stay away from that. And we got a super chat as well. Right. Easy peasy again, 55 exactly. Ooh, went out 6-7. Sean, your technique and energy is what I use. Neil, I use your stop losses. Congrats, 50. Oh, that's why you did 55. I'm slow on the uptake. Congrats on the 550K. Take TTV care, and the studio looks great.
Yes,
absolutely. What a fantastic job. I mean, you can see Mark, obviously, you see Rob sometimes, Randy, the contractors, and everybody. Fabian's around here all the time, working, which he currently is right now, to make this look fantastic. So, You know, that's where all the effort goes to, and we hope you guys enjoy it. And it's not even done yet. It's not close to that. Like, we have so much still happening. Like, we're going to get these hooked up behind us so we can swivel around. Still have some PCs, be facing
there's a lot. There's a
news
lot.
desk and have a conversation. And I can tell we're going over to Adara right now.
There's pushing up here. Netflix reportedly considering amending their bid for Warner Brothers to make it all cash. Again, WBD, this bid from Netflix might be amended to be all cash. Back to you.
The first thing I said was no, because I thought they were going to up their bid. But all cash is better than what they're doing. Like,
I just punch along.
It's a weird share structure that they have going on. So Warner Brothers, yeah, I took the long off the highs. It's right here. 28.55 was the prior high. So if it holds on to the 50, I think that can be good. This puts the onus on, what are they again? Whatever. The other guys, who for some reason I can't remember the name of them.
Paramount Sky.
Paramount puts the onus on them potentially to sweeten their bid. We'll see if they do, but pull back into prior.
Oh boy,
is already starting to go.
We're doing it right now. Let's go right now. Out of nowhere, boom goes the dynamite. Warner Brothers just shoots right up again. Let's go, Adara. Yes, Adara. The #1 reason to sign up right now, become a subscriber. We just get that news. There goes Warner Brothers, and we ain't scared. No, no, no. We buy that. That's exactly what we wanted to hear for Warner Brothers. And boom goes the dynamite, man. We definitely hit that with a good amount of shares. Upside play there for Warner Brothers. Yeah, buddy. That's a good one. Let's go, Warner Brothers. Shooting it up, man. Definitely. We are now absolutely on crazy fire right now. Let's go, Warner Brothers. How high can we fly right now? I punched into a lot of shares right there. That was a good story. We like it. There goes Warner Brothers straight there to the upside. Easy peasy. Gave it for the energy and for the technique. There's energy and technique. Thank you, Easy peasy, for that. We are out of half of that right now. Nice move there for Warner Brothers. We'll take it, man. Wait till this stock actually gets mainstream. We got it early with the Adara. We'll see this hit the news sources and then see what winds up happening. But right now, we hit the buy key, and we are now at the highest spot we've been at all day. There it goes. Thank you so much, Adara. There goes Warner Brothers, and we're going to hit this button.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Thank you, Adara. I barely heard that, but I do know it did happen. Thank you, Adara. Big time trading right there on Warner Brothers. Goes immediately to the top of the board. Warner Brothers on a big trade.
And by the way, that actually did already get to 29.5. So it has made this high. It's also about the why. Like, how quick can you process that it goes in and pulls back into the prior high? I would still say if there is no higher bid, I'm still of the mind that anywhere close to the $30 level still should be faded as long as Paramount does not come out with a higher bid, because the all cash should mean that it's still $27.75, because the actual value of the first bid, Netflix's bid, was implicitly $27.75. If they haven't changed that, I still think you want to be looking for some turnarounds at 29. Maybe not today, but this might be scalpable tomorrow, because the last time you've been able to short the 29 at will on this stock, and that might still be true. So I'm out of almost all of it. I'm out of 75%, but I'm just going to jump out if we lose like 28.6, like the entry price in here, because it already made the move. Like, it's a secondary bounce that got played, pull back into prior high. That's one of those ideas. Technically speaking, that just sort of sets up well. When you fill that gap back in, does it bounce off that prior high? But say the pressure is 100% on Paramount here to see if they raise their bid.
Yeah, what a move, man. That was absolutely awesome. You never know, man, where the bread is going to get buttered. And there it goes, man. Thank you, Warner Brothers, and thank you, Netflix, for that one. We just paid for some subscription months right there. So, yeah, we're rolling out. We will roll Netflix for free for a minute off this move. But there it goes, man. 89, basically $90. We start the story at 89.80 for Netflix. It rips up to $91 there for NFLX, and there it goes again. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening here with Netflix, and on, just on a little bit of a longer scale right here, 91, 91.20, 91.40 or so there for NFLX. Yes, sir. Good trade there. We're getting more and more out, like on those moves, right? 70s, 80s. We got a lot right there when it went to the upside, hence the energy and the passion. So we're going to get some more out on that. I just took some 66s there. Again, we got a lot of shares. So they are considering this as an all-cash bid. So we'll see if that does hit right there. Netflix amending their bid to make it all cash, according to Bloomberg. So we will hit that. And Bloomberg's been reported some crazy things before. Here it is right here. So boom, Fabian creates this. We use it. There it is right there, amending the Warner Brothers bid to make it potentially all cash. They may not need to do that, but that looks like what they are going to wind up doing. So we shout out Warner Brothers and Netflix.
It had a very it was one of the more complex cash and shares, because it was like it's a ratio of percentage of Netflix share price if Netflix is within this band, and if the price is within this band, then it's a dollar amount of shares that you get. I'm like, who that? I've never heard of a deal structured that way. So they're just simplifying things. But the fact that what I like about this is actually a power move by Netflix. Their response is, we're not actually going to give more. We're just going to give a more simply structured deal. We're not raising the bid. Like, that's the thing to keep in mind. And on top of that, they're not going with shares either. And look, they're making money, so I think this is something that they can be able to do. So I do like this for Netflix. We should have actually also gone over to show you Netflix. Obviously, volume is going to be increasing here on Netflix. 2 minutes till the imbalances, by the way. Netflix to the upside. So I think, I agree with this. I do think that this reaction is a signal that their response is we don't have to raise the bid. And I think that was some of the fear that Netflix would actually raise the value of their bid. I think that's a very good sign. Hopefully the bottom is in on Netflix. Who picked them yesterday?
Ramin. But I picked them.
Timing is pretty good.
Yeah, I picked them in real life. We've been buying this dip in Netflix. So hopefully it can hold. I don't know. Well, I am right now at 75s. So we'll see if it can up here 28.75. But yeah, definitely right there. Brothers Discovery, man, just rocketing the leaderboard here on Trade TV. Give me those 75. Oh, we got the 75s. Okay, silence there. Thanks for that call. That was awesome. What do you got for us now?
Right now I have Amazon, Sean, not really moving the same way at all. But Amazon really pushing suppliers for cuts ahead of the Supreme Court tariff, which is as early as tomorrow, as far as I'm seeing. Apparently, Amazon saw discounts for suppliers ranging from low to as high as 30%. So basically, long story short, ahead of this potential ruling here on tariffs, again, that could be as early as tomorrow, Amazon trying to get discounts from its suppliers, reported by the Financial Times. Back to you.
With 30 seconds to go before the imbalances, VAC actually just popped up here out of nowhere. 3.3 million to the buy side. Forward sell of 1.4 million can be shares, and NCLH is there at 2.4 million shares to the buy side. We'll see what they come out as in about 10 seconds or so. And yeah, you almost got a lot for Netflix. It's hard not to. I might have to. I was trying to buy again. I'm looking to buy again at Q3. That might not be able to happen after this news. We've got VSNT 2.5 million to the sell side, and no big cap. There's Apple for 1.2 million. No Nvidia this afternoon. Locator looks like Apple's 1.1 to the buy side there. Pfizer, Nvidia is only 850,000, so relatively small. The two biggest names on the Locator. VSNT. Why do I Verisent? Feels like it was in the news recently. But yeah, small reaction there. Actually, that's like 1% to the down. VSNT. It'll probably flip, is my guess. 0.9 million is not bad. Decent chunk of the volume, not really big enough for me.
So it's a good day, man. And, right into here, like 1,500 votes already. Pretty mixed board right here. I was just basically hovering around flat, and then Warner Brothers happened. So it's going to be a very good green day right here, and it just takes a couple opportunities. But I want to thank everybody for voting. 1,600 votes. So thank you so much for doing that right there. There it is, man. 0.2 more. Thank you for your insights there, Neil. Says easy peasy. Just made a little bit. So 1K. There you go, easy peasy. I mean, you're making bank. So that is a great little call out there. You and I think alike. I think they're easy peasy. But thank you so much for that one. And we're very, very proud to obviously have Neil on the desk. Grid insight there and analysis. So thank you, Neil, for that. But yeah, we want to thank everybody for everything here today, right? You guys helped us get to that 550. Obviously could not have done anything like that without all of you. So thank you so much for that one as well. But here goes, big shout out to Brian Shannon, of course, a good friend of mine and of the show. Really come to know him quite well over the last little while. All right, so 2079 right there for Warner Brothers. That looks like that might be the high for now as the market sort of dissects, I think is a decent word, what is about to happen here with that bid. And yeah, I'm sure we'll hear more when Netflix CEO, I think they're co-CEOs right now, it's not Reed Hastings anymore, I don't believe, Adara. There's somebody else.
I believe Greg Peters and Ted Sarandos.
Right, Ted Sarandos, that's it. So they now have, there's two CEOs over there, and yeah, no more Reed.
Other guy is Greg Peters, just confirmed. So yeah, Greg Peters, Ted Sarandos.
All right.
The other thing to consider is if WBD already considered Netflix, they said this to be the superior bid. So like Skydance, the pressure's on you. Because it was a cheaper bid. It was like 83 versus 9 or something like that, $1 billion or whatever it was at least 25% better.
Warner Brothers.
So in terms of actual like dollar value, and they didn't raise it here, so they probably still like it. I want to hear what Ellison's got to say about it. This is not the Ellison of old. I'm just going to punch out flat on.
There's nothing he can say about it because they're not accepting their offer.
The Ellison of old, and if you remember way back in the day when they were, they were the done data. If they wanted a company, if Larry Ellison wanted a company, they were always winning the bid. Back when I started trading, that was like one of those rules. You didn't have to worry about any bidding wars. It would just be solid. In this particular case, they have held the line, and there hasn't been any of that. So I think. We'll see what happens.
These companies are so much money involved now.
They got lots.
But we'll see what that cash offer comes out to. Like, we don't even know. They're just saying considering raising it right now.
Turning into a deal.
Go.
Prior value, which was $27.75, which was cash in stock. $27.75 was the original offer. It was mostly cash. My guess should just be that same number. If it ends up being higher, maybe Netflix pulls back. But the way it's reacted, I would assume it's just $27.75.
We are absolutely loving that story. So thank you for that one. I mean, this is why you need to subscribe and the like button and everything. I mean, that just made easy peasy $1,000. Talk about our nets here, but WBD almost went to the number one spot for me. So there's some money made there as well. And then you never know, but thanks to Dara for that. Thanks Easy Peasy and everybody else for watching and for participating. Really special day yesterday as we did our picks, and I think that went over really well. And today we get the love for the 550, and I'm just going to get out. I'm still waiting for 29. I have an offer up there. I mean, if it hits, it hits, but I'm at 95s. Well, I'll just put it there. I had to cancel because I got out of some shares, so we don't want to reverse it here. Let's see if we can just print through right now, get a little higher on this name, and right now 95s. But so far, so good here, and I just wonder what this means for Netflix. Obviously, I'm actually surprised that Netflix goes to the upside here. Looks like they're going to have to pay more, so that's never great. But what it does is maybe put an end to the saga. So we could see what winds up happening tomorrow with Netflix shares and whether or not it'll be approved by shareholders, or if this even goes through. Do they need shareholder approval for a deal like this? But there goes Netflix to $90.50. Roughly where I bought it. I got it at $90.20 not too long ago. So we like that trade moving forward here as Netflix and Warner Brothers and Paramount just keep on getting up in all of this mess that is a Netflix possible buyout. Wouldn't be surprised. You know what? President Trump really hasn't said that much about this deal, so I'm not expecting.
He's not a fan of Netflix winning this bid. He has said that.
Yeah, well, that's because his
because he's yeah, for obvious.
Yes.
He hasn't said that he would officially block.
Yeah, he hasn't come out. Go ahead, Adara.
I was going to say, posted something on Truth Social this weekend that is also pretty anti-Netflix. Basically, it's like some article in One America News about how Netflix culture, the Netflix deal goes through, culture will be worse. So he hasn't set a position, but his position, as you guys said, heavily implies post that was, like I said, January 11th.
Yeah, but
Okay, that's-
when you try to weaponize the government to block the deal, I think you'd be hard.
Weaponizing the government, that's not something he does at all.
It's not impossible.
No,
but
that's not something he does. Just ask Jerome Powell if he does that or not. But okay.
I mean, but if the shareholders end up liking the deal, you're then going against the wishes of the shareholders. If they end up liking this deal, it's still long before this thing closes.
Yeah. We'll figure out what's going on right in the day. Only 3 minutes left. All right, so I'm just going to keep here because we're trying to get our offers out. If Warner Brothers, we're going to get, well, we could. I don't know. I'm sitting there at 95. Maybe we could get a little bit of a bump up. Let me take 87 or so fill right now, and if we get it, then great. Take that. We do get an 87 fill there on. Sometimes I use these C's. It's too many shares going through right now. You can see there's a lot of dark pool prints. Most of these prints are actually in between the levels right now, 86, 87, which is why you see a lot of blue on here. Anything off the ask will be green. Anything off the bid will be red. Look at all the in-between trades that are currently happening right now on this platform, on trading with Warner Brothers. So there's so much routing and so many like Citadel dark pools going everywhere. Right now, the high frequency traders really got a hold of this. You can't even, it doesn't even break 87 there, and then it just prints more midpoints as more and more traders battle for those key little pips in between here. So there goes Warner Brothers up to 87 with only 2 minutes left, and that was a good one there. We definitely put up some numbers with that. So we want to thank Easy Peasy and everybody else for all of their super chats today and the kindness that continues on our stream. Back tomorrow. Okay, it looks like it wants to go down.
It just broke a bit
right now. So we'll get some more out at 85, and then we'll see where it goes from there. Only a minute 30 left.
Yeah, only a minute 30 left. There weren't any big imbalances to really turn around, but overall, nothing's going to stick around over that million except for a couple of ETFs. A bit of a trend break on WBD. He's probably going to do a boatload of shares tomorrow. No questions asked. Oh, almost missed this one. SoFi, right back to the high of day, up 2 points. SoFi got waxed almost all morning long. SoFi was waxed and catches a bid, and this is because of JP Morgan, presumably. I mean, I don't know, probably because of JP Morgan, but going to end up closing a little bit strong. So that 26 continues to hold on SoFi. This is one certainly to watch tomorrow. But remember, we just started with the banks. There's still more to go. We're going to have Citi, we're going to have Wells. The entire crew still has to report, and maybe they will do a little bit better than JP Morgan. That being said, if JP Morgan's numbers got sold, it'd be hard-pressed to see any of the other banks have a better reaction because, I mean, they blew it out of the water. They beat top and bottom, and the guidance was good, and it sold anyways. I would suspect you might see a little bit more of that as we round up the week.
Yeah, banks tomorrow morning. Bank of America. We got Goldman Sachs coming through. Wells Fargo. It's going to be another good one. All right, man. With only 15 seconds left, here we go. We want to thank 3D Capital for supporting the show one more time. There, we only have 10 seconds left. Go check them out and scan that QR code right now. 3, 2, and 1. The Nasdaq will go down 0.2 right there. Warner Brothers looks like closes in and around 90s right there. So I actually took that 84 out. Was a great one there. Great story that hit, man. We got it pretty good. We got 54s or 55s there. Was a great level to get. Got it pretty good. And yeah, nice movement there. Another reason, obviously, to be part of the crew here. Should be a good one. Looking back at JP Morgan, as Neil just mentioned, yeah, down 4% to end the day. Not good. Closing near and at the lows. Down goes JP Morgan. But for today, it's the NASDAQ down 0.13. It is the ES down 0.19. And yeah, that's that. So should be another very, very exciting day here tomorrow as it was today. Many more names. Make sure you do sign up to get our watch list, right? Every single day. You can go grab the link in the description. Make sure you grab that and post it. Up tomorrow, post your trades. What trades you like? Adair does a great job of that watch list. Neil and I both obviously post. I post a sticky note. Neil posts a morning little ramble thing there on Twitter. You guys can go check that. that out. And then we have Sharif's morning note for anybody that is a subscriber for an amazing $5 a day. You get 13 pages or so worth of information every single morning. So that would be something to definitely consider, as well as Warner Brothers here now at $29. We'll see what winds up happening tomorrow.
I was just like, chart just crashed, and I'm going to try and bring it up because didn't notice this, but Apple,
Yeah.
with a green close there, like right at the end of the day for AAPL.
Let's see.
Load, yeah, you have your chart?
Yeah, 261. Yeah, nice move there for Apple. I mean, following maybe Google today, nice move higher there into
That's
the close.
a good close. Yeah, good close there for Apple. It has been on the, like, some of the megs haven't been in the penalty box. Maybe
Google was
there's a little bit of a turn happening for Apple. We do like them. They do need to have some kind of change in sentiment, however, because the daily chart's been a little bit different. Reminder to everybody, we're sending all those good wishes to Joe. We're going to have Obi in because Joe's going under the knife. So, of course, he's going to recover just fine from that ACL and come back better than ever. But we'll have Joe replaced by Obi, and then it'll be all day Obi on Thursday. I think it's another one where he's doing a double duty because I'll be off on Thursday. But we'll be right back at it at 8. Thank you guys for getting us to the 550,000 subscribers today. We truly appreciate it. We have a fantastic community. And I say we because that's what it's all about, you know, at the end of the day. So appreciate you guys so much. Thank you to Brian for stepping on through. Fantastic guest. You guys had lots of fantastic questions for him.
Yes,
and hopefully we got to as many topics as we could that you guys enjoyed, because that's what we try to do around here. And thank you, Easy Peasy, for all the kind words and super chats. It's not always about that, but it is about getting your rest and getting locked and loaded and ready for tomorrow morning, right at 8 a.m. We're Trading TV Live, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you guys.
Peace.